Well, you got half sleep. You forget half the stuff you're supposed to be doing. Yeah, how many times I forget I'm supposed to be doing stuff because I'm like half sleep. That's why I don't like doing stuff after I just woke up. Said forget too easy, man. Sometimes. Oh, I'll reach out and you find me in the What's up, girl? I ain't seen you in a minute. Girl, what you been up to? Marche, that baby. Hey, baby, that's Marche. All day, souffle, wape. No. What's up, Denise? You good from all that madness? Yeah, it was in Austin. That ain't in San Antonio still though. I just got back into town today. What's up, Empress? Yeah, man, that's a lot of craziness going on right now in the world, bro. For those who don't know, there was a mass shooting in Austin last night. Um, don't know, there was a mass shooting in Austin last night. Um, Austin's like it's like an hour and almost about an hour and 30 from where I'm at. Um, yeah, stuff about that don't seem right, man. That's why I said stuff about that. A lot of people saying it seemed a little fishy, but still, it's crazy. I just got back into town a couple hours ago. I've been out of town for like the last 4 days. Um, That's what's up. Finally getting a little rest. I know Amazon out there working y'all like crazy. Working y'all like legal slaves. But yeah, y'all get my likes up, man. I got 7 people in here and 1 like, man. What's wrong with y'all fools? Get my likes up. 8 people with no likes. Get my likes up, man. Anyways, yeah, I just came back from camp. You know what I'm saying? It was all men's camp. You know what I'm saying? Which again, normally I'm leery of. I don't like all men's nothing, man. I really don't like all men's nothing. This one was good. This was good, man. What's up, Sabrina? What's good with you? What's up, bro? What's up, Sabrina? How you doing? How you doing? Said nothing, just preparing for the work week. Yep, we got a busy work week coming in. But yeah, we had I was out of town for like 4 days. So I just got back, man. Somebody told me when I got back here, I was bringing all my stuff up to the crib. And somebody told me, they said, my next door neighbor, I never know who my neighbors are because I don't talk to everybody, but got fine next door neighbor. She was like, yeah, did you hear last night? It was like 10 gunshots over here. I was like, no. I was like, no, I just got back in town. I was like, no. She's like, I hope everybody okay. I said, I hope so. I said, it's just rare to hear gunshots up in this area. It's real nice up here. So I said, not with you talking like that, showing out already. I just got on the stream. I ain't even on here 5 minutes. Show me some love, Empress. God, Jesus. I just got back in the town. I have been redeemed and a new man, and you're already trying to start the old me coming off. Why do you do this to me? I'm trying to stay saved and keep it together, girl. It's good to be. It's good to see you. It's good to see you, man. It's good to see y'all, man. I feel like I've been off of YouTube for like 2 months, but I took a long, well-needed, deserved break. I took like I said, I took a couple of days out the city. Stayed off my phone. Wasn't really on live. Definitely wasn't on live stream. Wasn't really in Discord too much. Taking some time, man. You know, taking some time to myself just to regenerate. And again, like I said, I don't like all men's nothing. I've never liked all men's conferences, all men's ministry. But this was good. Like, I'll get into that later, man. This was really good, man. Like, it's so much to start. I got to start from day one. But yeah, I had a great time. And like I said, I just got back a couple of hours ago. And I had a real good time, man. It was something that was well needed. I knew it was something that God wanted me to go do. Because I came back a refreshed, totally different man, bro. I'm going to get into that in a minute. My year going good. It's just busy, you know what I'm saying? Busy and staying focused, praying, all of that, you know. But yeah, the morning of, man, I went out to the, because I went out there on, what day was it? I think it was Thursday morning. So what had happened was a few days before that, I just got back into town from Louisville. Before I was in Chicago. While I had lived in Chicago, I was on my way back to San Antonio on a plane. Before we took off, my homie hit me up. He said, yeah, man. He said, we got this men's thing coming up. He said 2 of the guys couldn't make it. They had to bail. And so he was like, well, would you be willing to kind of step in if you want to come through, you know what I'm saying, get out of nature? And I said, that's perfect, because I just came out with something called The Beauty of His Nature. So I was like, oh yeah, sure, yeah, for sure, you know, I'm gonna come out there. And so I went out there with the, well, I was like, let me go ahead and get prepared and everything. It was coming up on that week. So the morning of, it's like the devil always attack you the night before or the morning of, man. The morning of was tough. I ain't gonna lie, bro, it was tough. Something's going on with my phone service, man. T-Mobile pissed me off. I got a whole nother phone now, so I ain't got time to get a case because I got it the morning I left. You know what I'm saying? But this is my old phone I'm streaming off of. But yeah, T-Mobile pissed me off for the last time, for the 57th time. So I went right over to AT&T. I said, you know what, man, I'm tired of y'all niggas. I'm done with y'all. So I went over there. I said, man, can y'all give me a good service with a good phone? You know what I'm saying? Like, so they gave me a way better service with a way better deal. Because I said, I need this phone to go out because I'm like, I'm still working and I'm still doing business and I still need to have service. God forbid, just in case something happened, I got to call people. You know what I'm saying? You out here in the wilderness. I don't know these people. I don't know everybody. So I'm just like, I need to make sure I got service on my end. And so I said, if there wasn't going to be no service, I wasn't going to go. Even though it's time to get off your phone, I still need it for my own reasons. And so they said there was a lot of bars out there. You know what I'm saying? They said, we suggest y'all keep your phones and your laptops at home. But it was like, well, there's a lot of service out here. So I was like, yeah, okay, cool. So I was still thinking about going. I was like, I don't know, man. I'm feeling heavy, man. And you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about work and everything else, you know what I'm saying? And then something told me, I said, whenever you feel like, yeah, just go. Whenever you feel like that you probably shouldn't, that's probably a time you should. And I said, you know what? I'm going to work, man. I ain't got time for this, you know what I'm saying? Or not work, but I'm going out here. And so, like I said, I had a phone and everything, about to text dude, like, nah, man, I'm about to just cancel today, you know what I'm saying? Because I just really didn't feel it, you know what I'm saying? And the son told me, I said, what if there's a healing and a miracle in this that you need? That you're going to be sitting here in your house for 3 days wishing that you would have went. I said, just go. Just take your stuff and go, man. I said, what's the harm in it? I said, bro, like, you don't need to be, you trying to get off of your computer. You trying to get out of the phone and get away from society. I said, well, this is it. I said, how you going to come out with an album called The Beauty of His Nature and then you got a chance to be in literal nature and you ain't taking it unless it's perfect? So I said, you know what? I'm just gonna go. So I packed up all my stuff. Homies came in. Like I said, I didn't know where I was going, so homies came and got me. And it's two brothers of mine, man. They real cool, man. And so we went out there. It's only about an hour and a half away. About. But hold on, what she said? Yeah, it's a lot of chaos in the world right now. This is why I needed that getaway, man. I needed that getaway to see that. But when I got out there, man, it was so therapeutic, man. I'm trying to tell you, man, like, it was, man, it was beautiful, dude. Oh, it was beautiful. Because we got out there on a Thursday evening. I believe it's Thursday evening. And so we pull up, it's this retreat somewhere. I mean, I'm talking about, it's beautiful fields. You know what you hear, man? Wind, crickets, birds, bugs, nature. No trap music. No loud country music, no loud everybody out here cussing, fighting. It's just quiet. I said, oh my God, man, this is like peaceful. I was like, brother, it's peaceful. And so I'm like, man, I need that, you know what I'm saying? So we get out here and it's about like 5:30, 6 or so. And we have a session every couple of hours, you know what I'm saying? It's like a big old like group session. So it's about 60 guys, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of dudes, you know what I mean? Now, normally me, I don't like being around all men. I really don't. I really don't like that all men stuff. I couldn't stand that stuff. I think that stuff kind of fruity. And then, you know, some of these Negroes be like funny. And so I don't like all men stuff, man. Because, you know, Negroes get too hyped up on that and then they be like borderline gay. You know what I'm saying? And they be trying to be all up on you. You know what I'm saying? These men ain't like it. That's why I say these are real, actual men. I actually like these dudes because these dudes are actually married. A lot of them are married. Some of them are engaged or they got a girlfriend. Or some of them are just waiting on the Lord. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm just like, that's a good, nice group to be around. You know what I'm saying? They're not fruity all up on you, you know what I'm saying? Like some of these Negroes be. They're not one of these little weird, senseless weirdos that they're looking for a man to do everything for them, but they actually know how to be men, being around other men, admitting that they flaws and they faults. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody comes together. It's all type of ethnicities out there. It's funny, I was the only black guy. Me and this guy in the kitchen, we was the only black dudes that I saw out there. But everybody else was like Hispanic or they was white, you know what I'm saying? Which is cool. Like I said, people, they cooling, man. Nobody care about that stuff. They cooling. So people come out there, man, they welcome you in open arms, you know what I'm saying? Again, keep in mind, not one of these people know who I am. They don't know my name, which I love. Man, if it's anything I love people who don't know me. But I said people just came, they was respectful, they was cool. Everybody dab you up, like, hey, what's up, bro? Where you from, man? You know what I'm saying? And the sessions was so good, bro. Like, it was so good. I was like, I wasn't expecting it to be that good. I was like, bro, like, for this to be an all men's thing, I said, I shouldn't be excited about this. Because I said, every man wants some women. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need some women around. You know, we can't have too much testosterone, too much Negroes around. But I said, but to actually have good men that was around, it was like a good feeling. It was like, man, this feels good. This is my brother. Like, this is my people. You feel me? And so, we pretty much just spent the next couple of days, man, just out there just processing life, having these topics and talking about like what we've been through and a lot of things, you know what I'm saying? And I made friends with a lot of people, man, a lot of people. And to see a lot of people also do the same thing I was doing, like there was a lot of people that did music, like me, you know what I'm saying? So when I found out I did music, we was like, oh man, what's up, bro? Like, what kind of music you do? And so dude was telling me, he said, because I kept praying, I said, God, send people around me that know this, man. Send people that are good connections, people that that know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying? People that are understanding the vision that I got. And when I prayed, it's like God was putting me out, and I said, God got me out here for a reason. I said, I've been talking about de-stressing, detoxing, you know, taking my mind off a lot of stuff, like thinking differently. And I said, this is a perfect example. It's only 3 days. I said, Steve, it's only like three and a half days. Give yourself time, you know what I'm saying? And I said, look at the people that I met when I was out here. I started meeting all type of people, man, that did music and everything, you know what I'm saying? And so I make ambient music. One of the homies was like, hey, bro, he said, I don't know if you know about this, man. I've been looking for a lot, because he does art. So he said, when I do art, man, I listen to a lot of, he said, I don't know if you know the name of it, but I call it ambient music. I said, bro, I do ambient music. I said, bro, I do that. He said, word? I said, yeah, man, I do ambient music. He said, I would have never guessed you would have did that. I said, bro, I do it all, man. I do it all, piano stuff. He said, bro, he said, you got a business card? And I happened to bring some of my music cards with me. He said, you got a card, man? I said, yeah, bro, I got you know what I'm saying? And so we was just linking in, man. Like I said, everybody making connections, you know? That was a white dude, man. He was out from like LA. He flew out all the way from California because he grew up in San Antonio, but he lives out there now with his wife. And so he came to me, he said, yeah, bro. He said, man, I heard you be doing music and stuff, you know? And I said, yeah, bro, I do music. He was like, yeah, I do it too, bro. And so we was just chopping it up about different types of styles and how long we've been playing and stuff. And he was like, yeah, bro, shoot me your info, man, before we get out of here, man. Because, you know, the whole time they suggested you probably don't be on your phone just to kind of, you know, enjoy the experience, which is good. This is some of the most, I have not been on my phone, like even my watch. Like my watch, sometimes it worked without my phone nearby. But I was kind of like just I left my phone in the room. You know what I'm saying? Because I got a brand new phone, so I ain't got a case for it yet. So it's my old phone I'm on. So I just been kind of like leaving it in the room charged up. What's up, Nolly? I was leaving the room kind of charged up. Get my likes up, man. What's wrong with y'all foods? 12 out of 3. Those numbers don't match, man. Come on. But get my likes up, you heathens. But yeah, man, like I said, I was just linking in with people, and I left my phone in the room. You know what I'm saying? I was just rejuvenating in nature. You know what I'm saying? Like coming outdoors and just really living. And it was so beautiful, man. Like, bro, we went up on bro, I'm telling you, there's this hill they got the cabins over here. So it's these big old cabins they got where people share. So I think it's like 6 or 7 to a cabin or whatever. Maybe like 8 sometimes. So they got like bunk beds in there, you know what I'm saying? And you know, dudes, we be so stupid. We got so immature, man, you know what I'm saying? And so it's just a cabin full of dudes, man, doing dude stuff. Like, we so dumb. But right over there where they have the cabins, is a big old field where they got the main lodge over here. And then they got the lodge where we all meet up to have the session. So then there's this trail with this big old lake, big old pond. Oh my God, it's beautiful, y'all. And then on top of that, there's this cliff. They got this gigantic cross, like this gigantic wooden cross. Oh man, it's beautiful. So I went out there, man. It's like the more you walk up a hill, you can feel the wind. Like the wind is like starting to hit you. And it's like a therapeutic Christ moment. It's like, bro, you up here with Christ, dog. I can't explain it, man. It's beautiful. And you just overlooking everything, man. And I'm like, when you get up here, especially like during the evening time when the sun is kind of setting, or it's like, you know, the sun is kind of fading a little bit. And I'm talking about the horizon is like, oh man, it's glorious, dude. It's glorious. And you just hear, and the wind is hitting you so soft, man. And sometimes it's like a little hard blowing, but it's like mainly soft and gently, man. And you know what I'm saying? You get up there and you take your notepad and, cause we had like little notebooks, and I brought one of my notebooks too. And you just take your little notebook, man, and you start writing. And of course in nature, I get ideas, music ideas. I'm coming out here just to think. Like I said, get away from society, get away from everybody, get off my phone, get off the internet. And I come out there, man, and I just start writing. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming out there just thinking, you know what I'm saying? Like just coming up with these ideas and just like, God, man, this is beautiful. Like, this is a perfect moment. And I started thinking, I said, man, now think about if I would have stayed home. Think about if I would have let the devil stopped me that morning from getting out here. I said I would have missed out on my blessing. I would have missed out on what I was there for. And I said I knew that God had me there for healing. I said it's something that God got me out here for. Because I said, you know, as much as we stress and we worry about stuff in life, I said, sometimes God has a way of just stopping you, like holding you. But like, stop. Get out there. Stop. Stop working. Stop. Get off the computer. Go out there. And so I was like, I'm glad I did that, because again, I started to rejuvenate my mind, man. I started like working differently. I started thinking differently. I was coming up with ideas, man, on my notepad. You know what I'm saying? I still kept my watch on me, so I got like a little couple of voice memos and stuff. I'm over like thinking of song idea. Like, I got so much stuff that I'm doing, you know what I mean? It was so therapeutic, man. It was crazy. Hey, y'all still there? Can you hear me? I know y'all just heard me rant, but I got a lot to say, man. So, and like I said, I was just making connections, man, with the fellas, you know what I'm saying? And so they would send us out after a session. Hold on. Oh, this is somebody text me from the group. Hold on. He gave me a long message, man. Yeah, somebody from the group. He says it's Chad. I don't know. I forgot who Chad was, man. Somebody. But a couple of guys. I always forget people's names real quick. I forget people's names real fast. Can y'all hear me? Y'all still hear me? Let me know if I keep talking, y'all, because I got a lot to say. Come on, people. The yeses, the nos, the maybes. Come on, speak it to me. I reach out and you find me in the dust. That was a song that was playing, man. It got stuck in my head. Okay, just making sure. Make sure y'all can hear me. But yeah, man, I was yo, it was crazy, man. I came out there and got a good experience, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of me, man, got touched. You know what I'm saying? I got really touched by this moment. And I was coming out there, instead of thinking about all the stuff I was dealing with and I was worried about, I said, God, thank you for this moment, man. Thank you for this sense of clarity, this time of tranquility. You know, something I was looking for, you know what I'm saying? Because I kept saying I want to get out of nature. I kept saying I want to get off the computer for a minute and just, you know, get away from people, because I don't like people. So I was like, I want to get away from everybody. Just not desensitize, but like detox myself. And it felt good not being on social media, you know what I'm saying? And usually I'm on the phone all the time and I got phone calls. Like, I'm not even answering that, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't even care, you know? So, okay, let's make sure. It was such a good experience, man. I'm talking about, like, you hear God when you by yourself. Go out. If you want to hear God, go to nature. You will hear him. You will see him. I'm talking about you couldn't have a clear picture. Everything out there is God talking, dude. The waves in the ocean, not the ocean, but the lake. There's birds out there flying, man. I'm talking about, bro, it's like a mate of everything. It's two birds in the sky flying with each other. I mean, it's beautiful, dude. You wake up in the morning, the American robins, they just out there in the pond, like taking a bath. It's like 12 of them out there just like taking a bath out there, like singing their song, just playing. I mean, it's beautiful. They in there singing in the shower, you know what I'm saying? You get out there, man, it's like, there wasn't a lot of bugs, so it was great. You know what I'm saying? Like, no mosquitoes, no flies. I mean, it was a couple of flies, but like, it wasn't like a lot of that crazy stuff. Like, no wild animals that I know of. But I'm like, but everything was cool, man. You know what I'm saying? And you get out there, man, I'm talking about you just get on that hill and you can just see everything. I'm talking about, like, bro, it is such a changing experience, man. Y'all just don't know, man. And I said, I knew when I came out there, I said, this is what the devil was trying to stop me from coming out here to see, man. I said, he was trying to stop me from having peace and tranquility, man, worried about everything else. And I said, the one thing that I was supposed to, I got from here, he was trying to stop me from getting that. And I said, I'm glad that I didn't, definitely glad that I didn't let him win, man. That's why I always tell people, don't let the devil win, man. Never let him win, because you never know why you there and what purpose you got there. You know what I mean? And as I said, I was like, I knew this was God. I'm gonna tell you how I knew this was God. Because I literally was praying on this. I said, God, give me a place of peace and tranquility. I said, God, I love nature. I said, keep giving me ideas. I said, keep making up doorways and connections for me. I said, God, keep doing all of that, because I want so much more. You know what I'm saying? And again, this was last minute. Like I said, I was on a plane in Chicago about to come to San Antonio, because I just came from Louisville. I had layover in Chicago, which it was freezing up there. And so my homie texted me. He said, yeah, bro, we got an extra spot if you want to come through. I didn't realize how big this type of conference thing was. This stuff is huge. They got this stuff all over, like, the country. And San Antonio happens to be like one of their chapters. These tickets are expensive. These tickets are like $500, $600. Because, again, this is like quality time with some pretty big name, pretty well-established people. I got it for free. That's how you the first I was like, you know it's God. When it's free, it's God. I got it for free. Because they had 2 guys that were supposed to come with them. They had a couple other dudes, but 2 of them flaked out. And they was like, hey, bro, you know, we thought about you because people think about you. They love you. So, like, yeah, bro, we thought about you, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to come out and you want to come through, they was like, let me know. And I told them, I said, yeah. I said, oh, man. I didn't know how much it was until after I went. And I said, what if I would have bailed on these dudes? You know what I'm saying? What if I would have flaked out? I'm like, that was a waste of $500, $600. You know what I'm saying? That was a blessing in disguise that I got in on free. And that's why I say you never see the blessings you miss out on if you stupid. Or if you slow, you let your feelings get the best of you, or you always thinking about yourself. Like, your blessings can literally pass you up. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, you know what? I'm going to suck it up, whatever I'm feeling, and I'm just going to go out here. You know what I mean? And I went out there, man, and you know, like I said, I got healed, man. It was, man, I'm trying to tell you, it was such a life-changing experience, bro. It was such a life-changing experience. Like I said, I ran into one of the homies, man. He's a cool dude, man. Real cool dude. He's from like Oklahoma. I think he's from like Tulsa. He said like Tulsa, Oklahoma. And so he's a white guy, man. You know what I'm saying? White guy, military. He's professional. He said he's a professional, professional bull rider. And that's crazy. I ain't never like really talked to somebody that did that. He showed videos of him like doing it. He was like, bro, and he was just talking about like his profession. And he was like, yeah, bro. He said, I'm broke. He said, I almost broke my neck. He said, I done broke my ribs, my arms, my legs, thighs, everything. He said, my spine almost. He said, I done pretty much broke almost everything. You know what I'm saying? And he said, them boys are so like big. He was like, they so strong. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, no crap. He said, bro, I literally made like a couple of $100,000 like riding bulls. What's happening? What's happening, man? What's good? What's good? Yeah, good evening. Good evening. Just telling him about camp, man. And so the homie, man, he's cool. You know what I'm saying? And so me and him started, like, we went fishing when we first got there. Like, all the homies went fishing because it's just peaceful. And so he came and joined us, you know what I'm saying? And we was just chopping it up, just talking. And so he came and told me, that's why I said he's like the typical Texan. Like, you know how they got the hat, the cowboy hat? He got the buckle, he got the jeans and the boots with the spurs on the end, you know what I'm saying? And I said, bro, I need that Texan look like you, man. Like I said, he's former military. And so he had told me, we just started talking. So then we got to talk about women. And I said, you know, that's a topic, man, that all dudes can relate to. So we started talking about women. He said, yeah, man. He said, yeah, I got a woman, man. He said, you know, it's getting serious, but he said, I don't know, man. He said, she just acting funny. I said, I know, right? I know, right, bro? He said, yeah, she started saying certain phrases. I said, I know, right? Don't they do that? Yeah. And then I told him about a couple of situations I've been in. And I said, yeah, you know how they say it. He said, bro, that's what she said. I said, I know, bro. I know, because that's what women do. Let me know. And so that's how we started linking in. Like I said, we started locking in because of that. You know what I'm saying? We just started conversating. We was conversating for like about an hour and a half, man. Just sit there talking. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I said Steve, man. Steve's a person that makes good connections, man, with people, bro. That's just how I am. Because that's why I said, like, to be favored by God, man, means you favored with man. So it means you got a lot of favor with men because God favors you, you know? And so that's why I said I was linking in, just talking to everybody. Pretty much everybody I talked to, man, we started, like, conversating and almost pretty much networking, you know what I mean? So me and homie was just chopping it up, you know what I mean? And we had a session, man. It was a pretty good session, about 2 hours, not 2 hours. And then at nighttime, I'm saying this, at nighttime, we went out to play. So what they do is, this must be a Texan thing or just a dude thing. So what they do is they tape a bunch of glow sticks. They get like two big old glow sticks, like big old glow sticks about yay thick, and like that about like that long. It varies. They tape it to like a big old ball of like tape, or like I don't know if it's like styrofoam or something, and then they wrap it with tape. I don't know, but it's like it look like a big old potato with glow sticks popping out. So what they do is they shoot it at the cannon. So keep in mind it's dark. Like there's lights over there, but in the field where we has a big old like ranch field. So they stand behind like the ranch gate and they just like launch these suckers. You know what I'm saying? And so while they launching it, you gotta like run and catch it. And it's relatively fun. That's why I said like if it was looking like it is now, like it's pretty light, you could do it. But when it's dark, you can't see. So me, him, and a couple other dudes, we went out there like while the rest of the guys is like, you know, about a fire, and you know, some of them is out there just doing their thing. It's towards the end of the night, you know what I'm saying? So it's dark. So we kind of ran into each other because we can't see what's going on, you know what I'm saying? And so the first time they shot it, I called it, you know what I'm saying? Then some of them was catching, they go right through your arms. So I'm gonna tell you what happened with me. So my idiotic Negro self, again, it's dark. And you know, I'm darker than the ace of spades, so you can't see me. So I'm out there in the wilderness. Like I'm out there like looking up at the sky and it's pitch dark. Like look, your hands kind of like blend in with it. So I thought my hands was like right there to catch it and receive it. So it's like, I'm talking about this thing shoot up like high, like they high and they coming down pretty fast, you know what I'm saying? So my idiotic self thought that I got it. You know, I said, oh, I got it. And I guess I don't know, I don't remember what really happened. I don't know if like I thought my hand was right there, but I think it was off by like a couple of centimeters or whatever. And so I went to grab it, and the thing went straight down the middle. Ouch. I just hit my lip. It's like, God. And it clacked me right in the lip. You see? Right there, bro. Gashed my lip straight open. I was like, boy, it hurt it. Oh, my God, it hurt it. Boy, had me on my tail, bro. I literally fell. I said, oh. Because I felt it hit my teeth, too. And so I was just like, dude. And I was like, oh, man. I said, oh, strong nigga down. That's a strong nigga down. Hold on, I'm going to show y'all the, I took a video. Can y'all still hear me? Y'all still see me? See who's in the back here. Can y'all hear me? Hold on, y'all. What's up, Javi? Yeah, that thing clocked me straight in the mouth. Y'all see? Wait. Like it was gassed over. Like it's healing up now. It healed up relatively fast, but it's like, bro, it hurt it, man. I tell you how to take. That was the only time I really had my phone. I had to take a video. Cause then I got up and it's dark. And so all the homies, they said, oh, he almost caught it, because they couldn't see. And so I felt something like running down my face. I was like, bro, I was leaking. I was bleeding heavy. I had it all on my necklace. I had it all in my beard, all on my hand. I had it all up in my mouth, man. I'm talking about bloods everywhere, man. And so I was like, dang, bro, that's crazy. And so the dude, the same guy, he's a medic. He was a medic in the Army. So he came and he was like, let me see. He said, yeah, bro, you gashed your lip up pretty hard, man. You know what I'm saying? So hold on, let me see. I'm gonna show this later too, because I know some people ain't in here. Well, let me find it. No, I don't know if I can see that.
Yeah, I'm busting my lip.
I bust my lip crazy. You see that?
Nigga bust his lip, man, trying to catch you glow sticks. You feel me?
The doctor's
You hear me in the back with the doctor's on the way. Look. I bust my lip
Nigga
hard
bust
too.
his lip, man, trying to catch you glow sticks. You feel me?
Man, that thing hurted too. Yeah, I got a, my lip I told you it was gassed open pretty bad. You can see like the blood on my hand, on my necklace and everything. Like it's all up in my beard too. Like it hurted, man. And then I showed my lip, like it started healing up. Yeah, it started healing up a little bit. Yeah, that thing hurted, man. Like that thing really hurted. I said, boy, it had me on my tail. I said, oh snap. What's up, Ben Bill? Yeah, but like the blood was just like rushing all down my mouth and my lips and everything. And so every time I'm talking, it's just like spitting blood, you know what I'm saying? And so I feel like I just like took a bite out of an animal or something, you know what I'm saying? It's just like blood's everywhere, you know what I mean? And so I didn't put ice on it till like the next day, because I still stayed out there, because again, we stupid, like dudes are stupid. And so we still out there playing this like this potato glow game, you know what I'm saying? And I'm still trying to catch it out there, clocking straight in my mouth, you know what I'm saying? And so I'm still trying to catch stuff. I'm still out there just having fun. Because the dude was telling a fun dude, this white guy, oh my, bro, he's funny. Y'all think I'm funny. Dude, this dude is funny. Ain't nobody funnier than a military personnel. They got some of the funniest stories. Bro, he was telling his stories. Bro, I cried, bro. We was all crying. He was so funny. And my lip was already split open, so the more I kept laughing, I felt like it was like turning and ripping open even more. Bro, this dude is funny, man. I'm like, is this what it's like to watch me on live stream? This nigga funny, bro. It's funny. Oh my gosh, bro. But he's a serious guy, man. He told me, he said, yeah, bro. He said, yeah, I'm in the military and everything. He said, no lie, man. He said, I ain't gonna lie to you. He said, I killed 7 people, man. He said, I killed 7 people in combat. And he was like, he said, that weighs on my conscience, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what they start to realize when they go over to the Army, man. They gotta kill people, you know what I'm saying? Like, they realize it's not what they thought, you know what I'm saying? And so he said, I came back with extreme PTSD. He said, bro, like, I had a lot of PTSD from that, you know what I'm saying? I mean, anybody would have PTSD from catching 7 bodies daggone, like, you know what I'm saying? And so, but when you look at him, you couldn't tell he looked like a basic, you know, country guy. Like, he just minds business, you know what I'm saying? Like a basic, you know, he works on a ranch type dude, you know what I'm saying? But he's obviously in the military for years, man. So I caught 7 bodies, you know? And he lost a couple of friends on the way, you know what I'm saying? And he's funny, he told me, he said, bro, he said, it's crazy. He said, he said, one of my roommates, man, was from Chicago. He said he was like a black dude from Chicago. He said, me and him was like the best boys, man. We was just the best of boys, you know what I'm saying? And so he had told me, he said, yeah, we used to goof off all the time. And, you know, he was like, he told me, he said, yeah, he told me, like, if you ever come to Chicago, man, you good. I said, bro, I know what you mean. I said, he got to check in. He said, yeah, he said, I really got to check in and everything. And so, and it was crazy. It was sad, too, because he said his homie got deployed, man, and never made it home, man. He died, I think, in combat. And so he was hurt of it, like anybody would be, you know what I'm saying? and he had told his funeral was up in Chicago, and so his family met him before, like they came to like their graduation, and so his family had met him, was like, yeah, and they took him in as one of their own, you know what I'm saying, and they just showed him love and stuff. He said, I ain't gonna lie, he said, look, it's in Chicago. He said, I came to Chicago. He said, but instead of it being like a funeral, he said it was more like a celebration because people was like, they wanted to celebrate his life, which is true. That's how a lot of funerals should be, like celebrating that person's life. And he said these gangbangers walked up to him because he was like, look, he said, I didn't know everybody that came to his family. He was like, a lot of his family I never met. He said, I swear these dudes was gangbangers came in. They was like, where you from? Who you know? He said, they walked into it like, where you from? Who you know, man? Like, what you doing here? And he said, bro, I was the only white guy there. He said, I had on my military uniform and everything. And he said dude's uncle, and his peoples came outside, put his arms, like, yeah, it's my white boy, man. Come on, leave him alone. He's like, yeah, I'm his white boy. I'm his white boy. This dude's funny, man. He's hilarious. And he had told me, he said, I was just like, y'all, please don't kill me up here. He said, I don't know where I'm at. He said, I don't know. I'm just trying to pay respect to the homie, you know. He's a funny guy, man. But he told me, he said, I'm not gonna lie. He said, where I'm from, there's not a lot of people like y'all. He says, not a lot of black people and, you know, a lot of mixed races and stuff like that. He said, so I grew up around some really, really racist people, you know what I'm saying? And so he said, what's funny is, I didn't know at the time it was racist to say colored. He said, I didn't know that, because he's like, I never was around black people or nobody. So he said, I went to the military, because I never seen black people in my life. He was like, I never seen them. So he said, I went to the military, and he said, you got all ethnicities and races and stuff. And he said, he went up there, and he was like, I guess they also introducing each other. He's like, yeah. He said, you know what? You're like the first colored person I saw. He was like, colored. He said, the black people like, nigga, what you say? He said, what you say? He said, again, I didn't know that was a racist term. He said, because that's what we was taught. That's what I was told, like, where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Oh, y'all still hear me? It says 2 people in here. Who's still in here? Who's still here? Make a show. But he was like, yeah, he said, I didn't know the term color was bad because, again, they didn't tell us it was bad. You know what I'm saying? But is there really 2 people watching? This ain't be lying all the daggone time. But yeah, he was like, and so he was just like, bro, he said, we all are cool. He said, bro, he said, low key, I'm gonna tell you, he said, the Army is one of the most low key racist places you don't go at, bro. He said, I mean, you got a lot of people that don't like a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? He said, you know who's worse? I said, who? He said, the Vietnamese. He said, bro, they are straight racist. Everybody. He said, they be the worst. But he was like, bro, he said, black people cool with white people cool with Vietnamese, like, everybody's cool. Just how it is. And so, like I said, he was telling us some of his army stuff. I think that's why I was off a little bit. Because when I was trying to catch the thing, I was laughing from him telling his stories. I'm talking about, bro, he had us in the field crying. I mean, bro, he had me and the homies out there screaming, crying, bro. He was so funny. And so he's the funniest white dude I think I ever met, man. This dude is hilarious. Because he also has like a Texan accent, so he talked like kind of Southern when he talked. It's just the way he says it. He says his stories so nonchalant, because these are real stories. And he says it so nonchalant, like, oh, it was just like, yeah. And I was just like, bro, that's crazy. Like, it's not normal. So he was out there just telling like the events that unfolded and stuff like, yeah, this dude was funny, man. This guy's funny, man. If I was on live stream, he would have y'all crying. This guy, I think this guy's funnier than me, man. He's funny. And so, you know, like I said, we just chopped it up, man, for a couple of days, you know. And it was well needed, man. There was a session, man, that I think that's what I was really there for, man. It was yesterday. No, it was the day before yesterday. At the night, there's usually like 2 sessions I think it's like 2 or 3 sessions in a day. So the night session, that night was talking about a lot of like, I mean, it's a camp, again, it's based off of men, like you dealing with the effects of being a man. So it talks about like father wounds, and it talks about like mother wounds, and, you know, wife and girlfriend wounds, and, you know, stuff like that. And so a lot of times he was saying, like, you know, people dealing with father issues, or if you ever had a father in your life, you know what I'm saying? It made me relate to a lot with daddy, you know what I'm saying? Like, things like pops, you know what I mean? And so a lot of those guys, like I said, they wasn't fortunate enough to have a father. And if they did, they was like, their father was real strict on them, you know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like, everybody needs that type of love and that nurture. And so as I said, daddy always showed us love, but there was a lot of times that daddy was kind of strict, you know what I'm saying? He didn't know that. He didn't know he was like that, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of times he was just like real base to the point. And it's like, even though that's good in a way, you kind of have to balance it out, you know what I mean? And so he started figuring that out as he got older, you know what I'm saying? Right before he died, like, you know, you got to kind of understand how to come with it too, you know what I mean? And so a lot of guys, they was describing their father, man, you know, that was in their life. And it sounded like mine. They was like, yeah, my father was a real man. He would square you up. He didn't care about you. He didn't play with you, you know what I'm saying? Like, he would really let you know if you was out of line, you know? And so that's the good part. And I said, that sounds just like my father, you know what I mean? And so they had did something. So what we did was we did this exercise. And again, you don't think this stuff's gonna be as effective because I'm like, you know, you see this on TV and you hear people talk about it. You know, it's like you think it's for women, like women do this stuff. But men, we need a lot of healing too, man. And so I went out there and I was like, there was this thing we did. So you gotta write on a piece of paper. They give you like these 3 cards. One is called names, new names, and people. So I think on the people, we wrote the people. So what we did was we wrote the names that people called us before, all the bad negative names. And they told us, they said, look, be real as you want to be. They said, if you got to use profanity, if that's what people called you. They said, however you got to get it out, just write it. They said, because you don't want to be stuck with that, you know? So I'm on the list writing what everybody called me all throughout my life. I was like, nigga, and dumb nigga, and ugly nigga, and black nigga, and nigga, and just niggas. I was writing all type of niggas on there. I was trying not to laugh because there was one point I was writing where I was like, people called me certain stuff. And then I wrote, I said, dumb nigga. I was trying not to laugh because people call me dumb nigga. I said, bro, sometimes it'd be true, I'd be a dumb nigga. And so I was over there laughing, just trying not to laugh while I was writing it. And so I'm like, I don't know what we doing this for. I'm just like, I never did it before, write it down. And so they did another one. They said, take out the people card. Write down all the people that maybe frustrated you like real bad and upset you, you know? And so I started writing down certain people, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, not that you stuck up on it. You don't think you are until you really start going in depth. This thing really makes you dive in it, you know what I'm saying? What's good, what's good? It really makes you like dive in it. Is there more than 2 people in here? Can y'all still hear me? Because YouTube be lying, but my numbers be off. But anyways, like I said, I started going in depth with it. And then I started writing down, like I said, I wrote down my ex. I wrote down like people I was with before. I wrote down, I mean, it wasn't a big list, but I just wrote down stuff that I went through in life, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, people that may have did you wrong in the past, or people you might have had an issue with, or something that was going on, you know what I mean? Stuff that I was still holding on to, I didn't really know I still had a grasp on it, you know what I'm saying? So what they did was they gave us an envelope. What's up, bro? Appreciate it, man, appreciate it. But they gave us an envelope. And like I said, the new names card, they said now on this new names card, write what God would say about you. If Jesus was standing right here, they said, write what he would think about you now. What would he call you? And I started writing all the positive stuff. I said, you know, friend, son, man of God, you know, chosen. I was writing down all type of stuff, just like stuff that God would say, like, you know, like, hey, friend, you know, hey, son, hey, brother, you know, like stuff like that. And it felt good to see that. I was like, man, it felt good. And so what they did was they said, take that envelope with the names and the people. And they said, what you're going to do is you're going to seal it up. And they said, this is you releasing it and letting it go. They said, take it out there in the fire pit and throw it in there and burn it. They said, this is you burning your past, letting go of what people did, letting go of the past. You know what I'm saying? I didn't realize how deep this was. That's why I didn't realize how deep this was, man. Because I'm like, I mean, this is a basic training exercise. Until you start doing it, you start thinking, you're like, oh, man, there is some wounds there. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, there is some stuff that happened there, you know? And they was like, don't just throw it in there right away. They said, when you ready to feel like you want to move on, when you really ready to release that, they said, then throw it in there. And after the session, I walked around the ranch, man. I walked around the field. Again, it's dark at night. It's like dark. They got some little lights up everywhere, but I'm talking, it's beautiful, man. The moon is literally illuminating everything, man. Like, it's beautiful, man. It's so beautiful. You can see the stars, man. You can see the constellations. Oh, you hear the little bugs in the field, the crickets. It's beautiful, man. So I walked around, and I just walked around for a good minute. And I really thought, I was like, again, I'm a person that forgives and moves on. But I was like, let me really think about this, you know? Because I'm like, I want to really make sure that there's nothing there. And I started thinking it was so symbolic of just like, this is me moving on. Like, this is me, you know, not bringing it up no more. This is not me being upset about it anymore or thinking about it. I said, this is really me just taking it, being done with it. The same way God did with my sin. Like, when you repent and he forgive you, he takes it, throws it away. It's gone. Not to be brought up again, you know what I'm saying? And I thought about it, I was just like, man, I said, I didn't realize that I was holding on to a lot of stuff, or a lot of stuff was still affecting me, you know what I'm saying? So I took the envelope, man. I went by the fire, and on my way walking to the fire, man. And I was just thinking, and I said, Steve, you throw this in here. I said, there's no bringing it up no more. There's no thinking about it. Not saying that it's not gonna still be part of your life. Some stuff molds us and shapes us into who we are. But I said, this is you letting it go. and let it go officially. I said, this is you not reminiscing off of those times, not keep on wanting to use them as examples and stuff like that. I said, you throw this in here. And I said, this is the end of it. I said, don't talk about it again. If I got to use it as an example, I tell people what I've been through. Yeah, but I said, but on your personal time, keep bringing stuff up. I said, this is you letting it go. And I noticed I'm further, like the fire pit's like way over there where that, like that red chair is. Or I don't know, I guess when the girls are. And I'm walking up to it, and I'm just turning around, I'm just like, and I'm just turning around, I'm thinking. And I went to sit in the field. I went to go sit down for a little bit. And I'm just looking up, man, I'm just praying. I'm just like, because I knew what I was here for. I knew what God brought me here for. And I said, God brought me here for healing, man. He brought me here for an awakening. You know what I mean? And it was like the smallest, nicest, stillest voice that was just like, calm down. It's okay. Relax. This is you moving on. This is what it is. And I was like, man, it wasn't hard to get rid of the envelope. Like I wasn't ready to move on. It was just like, this is really you doing something that symbolizes you really, really moving on. And that's what I started doing. So what I did was say you and your family are royalty. I appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that. We all are royalty, man, honestly, to be honest. But I took the envelope. Can y'all still hear me? Y'all still hear me? But I took the envelope. And I took it and I threw it in the fire, man. Watched it burn. Turned around. Went right back to go sit in the field again. Went on a walk. And that's the best part about it. It's quiet. It's so quiet out there, man. You can just go on a walk at night. It's peaceful. Again, the moon illuminates it looked like something out of like, if you ever seen like a show that's based off in the desert, like Arizona, or like Nevada, New Mexico, Utah type, you know what I'm saying? Like it's Texas, so it's a desert. And it really looks like it. I'm like, bro, this is peaceful. This is so nice. And I say, you just go out there and it's like the moon. And I told God, this is one of the most powerful things I said the whole trip. I said, God, I said, if you able to do, because again, you learn a lot of lessons in nature. I said, God, if you able to do for the moon that shines bright, if you able to do for the trees, the leaves, the grass, the two birds flying past, the animals, the insects, if you're able to do for the stars at night that you made and all your glory, I said, how much more would you do for me? If you saw fit to take care of that, because that has more value in it than me. I don't feel like I'm worth a star or a moon, you know what I'm saying? But God loves me so much more than anything he ever made. God loves me so much more than the birds, and he loves man so much, man. We are his favorite creation. Out of all the stuff, again, if I could create a moon, I wouldn't care about a person, you know what I'm saying? But he loves us more than that. And I said, if he sees fit for the moon to shine bright every night, man, if he sees fit for the trees, man, just to stay in his place, how much more will he do for me? And I said, you literally see it out there. The birds are not worried about their meal. They're not worried about where their water coming from their bath. Like, they don't care. And I said, so why am I? Why am I worried about anything? It said that the angels are even like, who are men that thou art mindful of him? You know what I'm saying? Like, who is this? Why you care so much about mortal man? You know what I'm saying? And I asked myself the same thing. I said, God, humans, we stupid. We stink. We're ugly. I said, man, I don't think depending on the exact biblical description of angel, I mean, them things are terrifying. But I said, but out of everything God made, we the one creation that don't listen to him all the time and don't do what he wants, but he still loves us more. That's why I say, God literally, like, bro, you literally see it. You go out there and look at the moon just lighting up everything. I said, God knew what he was going to do. I said, God knew that piece of grass was going to be there before he even created the world, man. I said, he knew I was going to be walking on this trail before the beginning of time, bro. He knew before the beginning of time I was going to be over here. He knew before the beginning of time I was going to have this conversation, this experience with him. And I said, that is so powerful, man, and illuminating. Just to think, man. What's up, bro? But I said, it was so powerful, man, just to think about it. Then I'm looking at how everything goes in one. Everything works the way it's supposed to. I heard a pastor say that, man. He said he went to this sermon one time with this woman that was preaching. He said, when God created the earth, he spoke one time. When God created the moon, and the sun and light, he spoke one time. She said when God created the creatures and everything, all of existence, he spoke one time. She said everything God did, he said one time and it worked. He said, she was like, so how many times does God got to speak to you? I said, oh man, that was deep. I said, oh, that was deep. Oh, I'm guilty of that. Oh, I'm guilty of that. I said, man, there be times God be calling, God be telling you, and you don't listen. And a big old majestic moon, a big old sun that's like 10,000 times the size of Earth, worked one time. And little bitty old us, little bitty, the sun like this, and we like little bitty dust specks. We don't listen. And I said, dang, bro, that hit me right in the helmet. I was like, dang, bro, that's hard, man. And I said, I never thought about it like that, man. That's crazy. Like when God made all this nature, man, it did what it's supposed to. He didn't have no complications with it. The palm trees sprouted because God said it's gonna sprout, and they do their job. And I walked around with that envelope, and like I said, I threw it in. And I was like, this is me being God's creation. This is me letting God take the wheel. This is God working. You know what I'm saying? And I got so much clarity, like, bro, I was so clear. I was so much clearer, bro, and I went up on the hill. I think it was not that same night, but because usually the night out, like I said, at night we kind of have like a big old fire pit, and people's out there with their guitars, and one dude's out there with this little drum thing, and they out there just, you know, beating on stuff, making music. And so everybody's just kind of fellowshipping and just chilling and goofing off, you know what I'm saying? And there's all type of, you know, snacks and everything you need. And so we just chilling out there, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, listen. He does love us like parents love their children. We are overgrown children. I'm like, that's exactly. What's up, our beautiful? It's a great experience for you to have experienced all that camping. Dude, I needed that. That's why I said y'all don't understand how much I needed that. Because I said in all our worries, like, man is the only thing that worries, dude. I said, God ain't worried about nothing. And I said, that taught me. And I said, I got out, started experiencing, started networking with people, started being in nature. At first, I wasn't even on the phone, so I wasn't even listening to music. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, this is just solo, just hearing nature. I went up there and played My Beauty of His Nature, the Creation song, especially. That's Creation's like my favorite one. And I played that sitting on top of that hilltop. Oh my God, beautiful. I said, go ahead, Steve. I said, Steve, go ahead. And I was like, man, it was just so illuminating, man. Oh my God, it's beautiful. And I went up there, like I said, I'm a person, I like to get away from everybody. Like, I'm like it. I'll go to like some type of group thing or there's a ton of people. I will go outside and just go far away, just on purpose. Like I'll go away from everybody, just further away. I went up in the same hills where that cross was sitting on top of the thing. I went up in the same hills and just sat outside there, man. Like I said, I was just chilling, just sitting there chilling. And again, you can look over top of the, how y'all doing? You can look over top of the, again, you're on top of the hill. You can look over top of it and you can see everybody down there. Again, it's further away. And as far as it is, like I said, you can hear people walking on rocks out there. Like that's how quiet and peaceful it is. And I heard people walking, and they over there, like I said, you can hear a dude playing the guitar. And again, I'm sitting up by the cross. I'm sitting up here by this cross. And I'm just sitting up here just a heart of gratitude, man. Heart of gratitude. Oh man, it's beautiful, dude. I've been on gratitude so much lately because I said, man, we don't never tell God thank you. We don't never really, truly thank him. I'm sitting out here, man, with a heart of gratitude. Literally a heart of gratitude, man. Heart of gratitude, just thanking him, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just having a conversation. Like I said, like I would be talking to y'all. I talk to one of my friends. We just having a one-on-one. Being God. And that's why I said God's not a dictator, man. He ain't a judge where he's striking you down. He's your friend. And I start talking to God as a friend. I'm just like, hey, man, you know, I say, what's up, God? And I tell him, I say, good morning, man. How you doing? You know, thanks for this day that you gave us. I told him, I said, thank you for this moment of peace, tranquility, worship, gratitude, joy, faith, love, you know what I'm saying? Like obedience, all type of stuff. And like I said, I sat up on top of the, whatchamacallit. Let me make sure y'all can still hear me. Y'all still hear me? Making sure. It says 3 people's in here. I know YouTube be lying, but story be good, man. I be wanting to make sure everybody's in here, you know? Let me know. Y'all still rocking with me? Y'all still rocking with Stevie? Okay, making sure I gotta ask that because like I said, last time it messed up where y'all couldn't see y'all chat. So I have to say that, you know. But like I said, I went up there, man, and I was just chilling and working hard and, you know, just staying in peace and tranquility, you know what I'm saying? And that felt so good, man. See, I'm playing around in the background listening. Okay, cool. But I said I was doing so much, man. And like I said, God took a lot of that worry to where I don't feel that. And like I said, I was able to go out there and just relax, just chill, and not have to think too hard and work too hard. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, while I'm up there, you know, it's like you get a revelation. I'm up there on top of this hill. And like I said, they out there playing. They out there just playing these songs. And I mean, they out there singing. It sounds good, man. They out there by the campfire singing. It's far away. You can hear it far away. But it sounds like you right there. It's perfect, man. It's like real nice. And so they over there singing like, they singing like these songs, man. What song was they singing, man? I think they was singing, what's the name of that song, man? I can't remember. It was a couple of songs they was doing. And I'm looking, I'm just like, I said, God, your sacrifice 2,000 years ago, I said, look what it brought us. Look how the world after 2,000 years gets together. 2,000 years later, man, people are out here singing your name, rejoicing in your presence. Like, that is powerful, man. I was like, I said, God, look what you did. You brought all of us together. Globally, all over the world. I said, there are Christians all over the world of all colors, all different tribes, ethnicities. And I said, God, you brought everybody here on one accord. We was somewhere in Texas. I can't remember the city. And I said, this is just a faction of your people out here. I said, God, you got your remnant in Louisville. You got your remnant in San Antonio and Dallas. You got your remnant over in Ethiopia. You got one in China. I said, they doing the same thing. And I said, a man's sacrifice 2,000 years ago, man, this cross that I'm sitting right behind, his sacrifice for all of it. 2002? What is it, 2 millenniums? Around 2 millenniums. What's up, bro? I said around 2 millenniums. You literally see the what's the word, man, I'm thinking of? I won't say the payout, but you see the cause of it. You know what I'm saying? You see how it still affects people. And I said, Jesus died for all of us to come here in this moment, man, and just enjoy worshiping and singing his name, man. And I said, it's so dope, man. It's so good to see how after all of these years, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, we've never seen Jesus person with our own eyes. This is way before our time period. You know what I'm saying? This is way before anything. You know what I mean? But I said the fact that we still celebrate this man that was God in flesh. He was God in the flesh. And we still celebrate his sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's good, man. And I said, it feels so good, man, and I said, I was up there just getting a revelation, man, on the hilltop. And that's why I said, I don't know. I don't know. Could have been God. God might have been the wind, bro, just blowing. Like, bro, I was getting hit with so much wind. I said, bro, it's got to be God, man. It's just the way the wind would hit you. I'm talking about, bro, the wind was so powerful. And I was sitting out there in this train. It's so peaceful. I said, bro, I came back a changed man, bro. Like, I'm telling you, like, this was an experience I needed. I told you, I don't like all men stuff. I never liked all men's ministry, all men stuff. But I said, this is something that I needed. Because, again, these dudes ain't weird. These ain't people that faking it. And they even talked about it. They said they called it the poser. What we call the spiritual weirdo and the people that just the religious stuff, they call it the poser. And the identity fraud or something. I said, that's what they called it. And they hit that nail on the hammer, or the nail on the head. You know what I'm saying? And they was talking about how posing gets people in trouble. How posing like you got it all together, but you're not. And they said that's the problem with most men. I said it's so true that a lot of these men don't understand. Of course you can have God, you love God. I said, but you're still a human being. God puts you around other people. Just like he said, get around the brethren, man, breaking bread with the brothers. Because your brother knows the issue that you're going through. I don't know how people are doing this by themselves. I don't know how everybody's YouTubing it and they prophesying by themselves, prophet lying, all type of stuff. I said, bro, you need people. Because your brother knows what you might be dealing with, what you're going through. And I said, you might have something that they need. And I said, that's why I said being around good brothers, man, like I said, that broadened my mindset. Being around real men. I like being around real people in general. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, these people never saw me. These people don't know me. They don't know who Darby. They don't know who none of that is. And that's why I said they don't expect nothing from you. They just cooling. And they can have an honest, clear conversation with you, man. These are real men, firm men. You know what I'm saying? And that's good to see that, man. And they just talk to you as a human being, you know what I mean? I saw one guy was walking the trail, because again, everybody walks these trails. I'm sitting up there by the cross. I sat up there a couple of times a day, you know? And so one guy sits on this trail. He said, "What's up, man?" He said, "What's your name?" I said, "Steve." He said, "Bro, is there anything I can pray for you on while I'm walking this trail?" He's like, "I'm walking all around, man." He said, "If there's anything because they look out for you." He said, "Is there anything I can pray for you for?" And I told him, I said, "Look, I got a heart of gratitude towards God, man. Just pray for that." He said, "No worries, brother. I got you." You know what I'm saying? And they just walk around and pray for you. And you know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing, man? I mean, they check on you. You know what I'm saying? That was a guy, man. He was one of the leaders of it. And again, I'm sitting in like on the side of, like, we have our little events. I'm sitting on the side, like in the corner, right? You know? But he had told me, he was like, bro, he said, "I've been watching you the whole time, man." He said, "The way that you just nodding." He said, "The way that you like really taking in what I'm saying." He said, "Bro," he said, "You blessing me, man." He said, "You really blessing me just by you just being here listening and, you know what I'm saying, being a part of it." He said, "Bro, I love to see that, man." And I'm like, I didn't know people was even watching me. I paying attention. Go ahead, bro. No, you good, bro. You good. But I said, I didn't even know people was even listening or paying attention to that. And so he was just like, yeah. He said, "Bro, I've been noticing you, man." He said, that's really blessing me watching you taking away from what we saying, you know what I'm saying? And I said, "Bro, I'm listening to all the words y'all saying, man." It was like 4 different speakers, and all of them is good. All of them is good. And they really was telling, like, it was so good. I can't explain everything. It was so much, but they really did a lot, man. And I thank God. I said, "Bro, I'm so glad that I'm out here. I'm so glad that I got to experience this moment," you know what I'm saying? And we would usually be up around like 7:30, 8. The breakfast is around like 8:30 or whatever. That'd be a nice time to just go around and walk, man. You know what I'm saying? And it was so good, man. And I said everything except the busted lip. You know what I'm saying? And the thing was, I said, God, thank you for the busted lip. I said, "God, I praise you for the busted lip." Thank you for letting my lip get busted. Because I said, "God, you did everything right. You did everything good." I said, "God, you worked out my morning. The morning I wasn't even going to go. You brought me around great, wonderful people." I said, you know, everything's worked out. You healed me. A lot of my wounds that was there, I didn't even know that was there. You know what I'm saying? Literally, my wound, like, bro, my lip was split open. You see? Like, it was gassed. It was, like, pretty gassed open. And the way it healed, bro, like, it usually takes a minute for it to heal. I'm talking about it healed up pretty quick. Now, for the longer, like I said, it feel better now. But the day I did it, and then the next day, I felt like I had a BBL lip. I said, "Bro, my lip got a BBL." I felt like my lip was like it. Like, my lip was, like, fat or something. I said, everybody gonna be walking past, like, "Look at that lip." Look at his lips. I feel like I had bow ties, and I was making the brothers laugh, man. I said, "Yeah, I feel like I got BBL injections." They said, "Bro, you stupid." They said, "You stupid." But I said, "God, I thank you for my lip feeling like a BBL. Like, I mean, they big already. They luscious the way you made them." But I said, man, I just been, you know, I said, "God, I thank you for the busted lip." I said, "God," and I just went out there. And that's why I said, when we thank God, we don't just thank God for the good, we thank God for the bad. I said, God, as much as I hated, I said, God, I was out there hollering. I said, God, I embraced the struggle. I said, I thank you for the struggle, man. I said, God, I thank you for every bad thing that was going on. I said, God, I thank you. Because you used that to mold me to who I am. I said, God, I thank you for everything that I didn't like. And I thank you for the things that I do like. I don't just get to choose when I want to bless God. I don't get to choose when I want to turn it on and off. You hear me? What's up, Texas? I said, I don't get to choose when I want to bless him. I said, you bless him when it's good. You bless him when it's bad. I said, man, I told God. I said, God, I thank you that I had a father in my life for 23 years. And I said, God, I thank you when you didn't bring him back, when we prayed for him to come back. I thank you still for just listening to us. I thank you for being okay. I said, God, I thank you for the anxiety I went through. I thank you for the bad I went through. I thank you for the struggle. I thank you for the good times, the hard times, the people that walked out on me, the people that came in my life. I said, I thank you for all of it. I said, God, you heard our prayers. You exercise our faith for us to be stronger. And I said, God, thank you for everything. Thank you for listening. I said, even if you said no every time, I said, it don't mean, I said, God, and you know what I told God? I said, you know what, God? I said, you're going to get tired of me. Hey, you know that's real faith. When you start talking, I said, God, I said, you're going to get tired of me. I said, because if I got to come to you every single day, I said, God, I'm going to give you thanks every single day. And I said, now, I've never been one to really pray on what I want, but I said, God, I'm praying every day for what I want. every day for what I need, and every day for what you did. And I said, God, if you don't bring it today, I'm gonna come back tomorrow. You don't do it tomorrow, coming back the next day. You don't do it in 21 days, man. I'm coming back 22 days. I think I'll come back every day. I said, if you keep saying no, I'm just gonna keep coming back. Keep coming back every day. And I told him, I said, God, I said, it's an honor. It's an honor to be able to ask you. It's an honor when you say no. It's an honor when you be like, ask again. Keep coming back. Like God is like, he's like the magic conch shell. It's like, can we have something to eat? No. Like, oh, what do we do now? Nothing. And you be like, you just gotta sit there. And that's when I told him, I said, God, if you got a plan for this nature, you got a plan for me. You got a plan for these animals. I said, you got a plan for me. And I had to tell myself, I said, Steve, understand things take time. I've been on this journey of mine around like a year and a half now, not even 2 years. So sometimes things take a little minute to grow. But I said, look at all the stuff you got done within a year and a half. Basically about a year and a half. Look at you. You got these music channels up. You got a channel right here that's changing and influencing a lot of people's lives. You got good connections, better connections in your life. Stuff that you was upset about and people that walked away and the girl you was upset about and crying about because they don't like you and y'all crying with each other. Like, look what you got. Better options, better stuff in your life. I said, look how God, and that's why I said, how dare you act like God ain't made. And I said, bro, he did it all. I said, do you understand what he does? God tests us with a little to see if we're going to be faithful with the big. I kept saying, I said, well, God, you need to do. And I said, he did do. He did. He sent his blessing in the form of a person. I said, Steve, did you not realize that you had these connections? I prayed on business. God sent business people right around me. I said, are you telling me he didn't move when you said it? I prayed to God on financial decisions, and God brought some good financial decisions. I said, are you telling me he didn't move when you prayed? I asked God, hit the algorithm, and God literally touched the algorithm. Are you telling me he didn't do it? Because I'm like, well, you know, my views ain't always at 200,000. But I said, it don't matter if it's up at 200,000 or just 200. I looked at my views lately. I don't went up about 2,000. I put a video out about like 2 years ago. And again, I told you, YouTube, some reason the algorithm works different and it just spikes your content. All my content has been spiking up, dude. I said, Steve, that was God literally touching the algorithm. Just because he didn't do 20,000 or 200 million doesn't mean that he didn't touch it. He still did it. And I said, thank you. I said, God, thank you. When I found 20 bucks off the ground, I'm rejoicing. Yeah, thank you, God. When I found 10 bucks, I'm thank you. I found $2 and I'm still, thank you, God. Because I said, that's small compared to what God want to give me. I said, he got so much more, but he's trying to see how you're going to be over this $2. I told you when people come in here, I love when people donate 30, when they donate 50. And then there's people that come in here donate $1.99, $2.99. I'm still happy. Because I want y'all to understand, anything that y'all contribute to me, I'm grateful. I don't even deserve a hay penny from y'all, but the fact that y'all feel the need to do that, or y'all feel like y'all want to do that, I'm forever grateful. And I'll show y'all that me being grateful over the small is big to y'all. It's big to me. You ain't gonna walk up to a random person and go give them $2. Most of the time, not. But if people like you and they do that for you, I said, you need to make sure you bless them in return. Like I said, the Bible literally says, how you gonna run with the horsemen and you don't even know how to run with the footmen yet? You know what I mean? So it's pretty much saying, how you gonna be faithful over the big, you can't be faithful over the small. You can't be faithful over 10 bucks. What's up, bro? How you doing, man? I said, you can't be faithful over 10 bucks, so how you gonna be faithful over 10,000? How are you gonna do that? And that's why I said, take time to thank God for the work. I don't think he's gonna do everything overnight. God sometimes can do that. He can do whatever he wants to. Like I said, he can literally take this world right now and turn us all upside down and have us in space. If that's what he wants to do. Of course, he's not gonna do that because he don't want to. So if the God of heaven and earth can make that big old moon up there, he can do for me. And when you hear everybody else's story, what does everybody else say? I went through some hard times, some hard struggle. I went through some years of some ups and downs. I said, Steve, look, did it not say in the Bible when Joseph got his start, what did Joseph do first? Joseph started off as a slave, as a servant. And then after that, what happened? He got in prison. I don't know how long he was in prison for, but he was in there for a pretty good minute. Before he got his name. There's never such thing as being too late with God, man. You don't know. It can happen at any moment, any time. And I said, remember the 7 years of good and the 7 years of bad? When it said God to give him 7 years of, but I said, what did they do within them 7 years? They worked. And I said, Steve, you gotta work. Stuff don't just magically happen. You got to work. They did this for 7 years. I said, you are on like barely even year 2. I said, so understand, and I'm not saying it's gonna take 7 years, but I said, but understand things do take time. And you know what I said? I told God, I said, God, you have never lied. You have never led me astray. You are the only person in my life that has never let me down. You have never given me a reason to doubt you. I said, you do everything for a reason because you said so. So I said, God, if I don't have these things right now, and if I'm not where I want to be, I do believe it's the work I have to do for myself, and I have to do on myself. But I said, but it's the reason that I'm in this situation. I said, God, you know when it's my time. You know when it's my time to start flourishing, getting better. So I said, I'm going to say yes to you. Yes to your will, not mine. I said, God, I'm going to do the work every day because I'm going to still work. But I said, but I'm believing you to, I said, God, whenever you feel like you're ready to do this, whenever you feel you fit to do this, then you do it. You're going to do it anyways. God's going to do it anyways. What you don't understand is God going to do what he wants to because he said so. So whenever he feels like it, he going to do it. So I just told him, I said, okay, well, if that's the case, I said, God, whenever you want to, who are we to tell him? I said, look, God, I'm going to still exercise my right of still not commanding, but standing in faith, exercising my authority. But I said, but whenever you feel like you want to, whenever you're ready to, is when you're going to do it. All I'm doing is preparing myself to be ready for what you give me, what you bring. As I said, I know this trip was from God because he literally gave me the ticket. This is like a $500, $600 ticket here, dude. Like, I got him for free. You understand? Me and another dude got him for free. I'm talking about we getting quality, good food. Yeah, we getting some good food. I got in on a meal ticket for free. As I said, you know it's God, but it's free. I knew it was God that morning that I was about to not go. And I was like, bro, I was thinking about just texting him, like, I ain't gonna go, man. And, you know, this phone service, T-Mobile been pissing me off for like the last couple of years. Like, T-Mobile just always up with them. And so I said, and I told you, I said, I want new everything. I said, I want new phone service. I want new everything, like just everything. So I went to the T-Mobile store up the street. And I was like, you know what? I want to cancel my old service. Can I get with y'all? And they gave me a brand new phone. I was just gonna use my old phone. They gave me a brand new phone and just added on to the service. It's not a big charge. And I only walked out the store having to pay $50 for this. Only $50. So I got a brand new service that's way better than T-Mobile, a brand new phone for a better price, a brand new price. So I said, okay, number one, that's God right here. This is God. Going camping was 2. Spending time with the brethren, that was 3. Look at all the stuff that God is doing. Look at the connections I made with people who do music like me, that's looking for music that I make. Do you think it's a coincidence I happen to be eating dinner with people that was looking for ambient music? A brother literally was talking about he loves ambient music, and I'm like, dude, I do ambient music. He said, yeah. He said, bro, it's crazy. He said, bro, because he was like, I don't know if you know the term of it, but it's called ambient music. I said, bro, I know him. And then we was talking about some of the artists we know. As an artist, the people that actually got me into ambient music, as a group, I think it's just 2 dudes. They call Hammock. That's their name, Hammock. And I heard their stuff. I first heard their stuff back in 2013, man. I remember. That's when I first heard about ambient music. So I remember we was in the front room. Daddy was watching. We was watching something, and YouTube had autoplayed. And so it was a video with these dudes doing parkour in slow motion. Camera work was phenomenal, beautiful. They had like frozen freeze frames where everybody in the background was frozen while they was flipping. It was cold. It was real cold. But they had this song in the background that went with it. It was like a free running song. It was like real ambient type. And so we sat there and watched the video. Daddy said, he said, the best thing about this, man, is the camera work. And I said, the best thing about this is the music. And at the end of the video, and it was like a parkour video, but at the end they had who the music was by. So I started looking up on YouTube who these people was, and I found all their music. And I said, bro, I want to make music. I said, I love this type of music. I want to make music like this. And so I started making music like that. Again, at the time I didn't have the software and the knowledge to really know how, but I was making it my own way. This is back in 2013. Then y'all see why I put these streams out, like tutorials on how to make ambient music, because again, when I was trying to look up how to make that type of music, there wasn't a lot of videos back in 2013 that really showed you how to do that. So I was trying to look up how Hammock was doing their stuff and what they was using, and they didn't have no videos on how they made it. So that's why if there's people that's on my channel that's looking to make it, I show them how to make it, because I didn't really get to learn how to make it at that time. I had to kind of experiment with it and kind of wait a couple years. And so I've been listening to them for years, over 10 years. And so I told him, I said, yeah, there's this group called Hammock. He said, bro, I love Hammock. He said, bro, I said, I know, man. I said, bro, I love Hammock. And then there was another dude that created it. He's the father of ambient music. His name was, I think it was Brian Eno. Brian Eno or Enu. I said, yeah. I said, bro, I heard him. I said, yeah, man. Like, I mean, we literally just like, man, we link in with just anything, bro. We would just have a combo over anything. You know what I mean? He said, bro, that's crazy. I listen to a lot of that type of music when I do, when I'm painting, because he's an artist. He said, when I do painting, I said, bro, I make that type of music. He said, bro, give me your card. I got to hear some of your stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? And so I said, that's a connection right there. And then another dude, he was just like, he said, man, I believe God got us. It's the same guy that did music. He said, I believe God got us out here, man, just understanding like the beauty of his nature. I was like, bro, I just came out with a tape called The Beauty of His Nature. I said, look at all these connections right here, bro. Right on time. Like, look, literally what I've been saying. And I'd never known that, man, if I didn't, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me see if I got a picture. Let me see. I'm gonna see if I got a picture, y'all, real quick. Hold on. It's me just sitting out there, man. It's just like, it's peaceful. I know y'all can't see, it's kind of bright. But look at that. Remind me of like something out of Shrek, man. Like, it's just peaceful out there. Hold on. Like, look. Beautiful. Y'all so beautiful out there, man. Like, man, it's peaceful. Let me go to this other one. Look, we out there just playing like
fellas, man.
playing softball, like baseball, stuff like that. Beautiful, man.
Baseball with the fellas, man.
Look, I'm about to cross. Beautiful out there, man. It's just real tranquil. Just the way that, look at the sun. Look at how the sun is peeking through like the trees. It's, oh man, it's beautiful up here, bro. Check it out. Like, it's beautiful out there, man. Look at that. That's the hill. Like I said, you see all that down there? That's where the camp is. Like, real, oh, it's beautiful, bro. Like, it's beautiful out there. Like, some of the food we ate. This is, hold on. What is this? Oh, wait, hold on. This is like the food we ate. It's a steak. But they got real steak out there. And I told you, every time I go eat, I take my stuff elsewhere. I don't like sitting in the building with everybody.
Myself, boy.
I just sit outside and eat nature, man. You know what I'm saying? Beautiful, dude. Like, and I know y'all can't see this. This is the night sky. I know it's so dark, y'all can't see it, but it's beautiful. Look how bright that moon is, dude. Beautiful, man. Hold on, I made a video just talking though.
Yeah, doing. So, last day at this men's camp retreat that I'm at. Didn't even think about coming out here, man. I'm not even gonna lie.
I don't know if y'all can y'all hear this? I don't know if y'all can even hear this, bro. It's kind of loud out here, so.
The morning of, I was gonna just cancel. So I was stressed about some stuff and taking care of some business and just was not in a good place.
Let me know if y'all can hear me talking on it.
But knew the enemy was trying to keep me from coming out here, man. And
Okay.
came out here and got a lot of healing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of mental scars and wounds. I'm not gonna say they've been 100% healed, but they've definitely been healed a lot more and a lot better.
This video is like 2 minutes though. Like, I did kind of talk for a little bit. Again, I know it's kind of hard to see because, like I said, it's dark. But look, look, they got an indoor gym. Your boy and Duncan. We are just playing ball, man, just having fun. Like, they had a lot of stuff out there, bro. Like, a lot of stuff. It's all about having a good time, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was hanging myself on a rim. Like, I took a freeze frame. I said, look, y'all. I'm Jordan. And I said, look, I'm Jordan. Look, hold on. Where's the other way? I said, yeah, look at me. I said, that's Jumpman right there, boy. Yeah, I had a lot of fun out there, man. Like, I'm trying to think. Yeah, a lot of this is, like I said, I didn't take a lot of videos because, like I said, I wasn't on my phone that much. But the stuff I took, and also the other stuff, man, I took, it was so dark out there, so it was like, you couldn't really see everything. But yeah, I was like, I said, LeBron ain't got nothing on me. I said, come here, LeBron, I'm going to dunk on your 6'8" self. Like, boy. That's harder than it look, boy. Dunking is hard. And that wasn't even an official 10-foot rim. I think that was like 8 or 9 or something. Like that was still pretty high. So, but yeah, man, like I said, we just had fun. Just went out there and had fun. You know what I mean? They had a part out there where they was going shooting too. They was out there like they was shooting like the little clays and stuff like that, like the little frisbees. I brought all my stuff. I just didn't go out there, man, because I thought I had to buy the clays. They was like, no, you didn't have to buy it. But I brought all my stuff. But like I said, I was linked in and surrounded with some cool, good people, man. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I got a lot of healing, man. A lot of healing out of there. So, how tall are you, Steve? I'm only like 5'6", like 5'6", 5'7". But I've been known my whole life to have hops. Like I said, I've been jumping high for forever. I was always the shortest dude. Like I was like 4'8" when I went to school. I was like, that's why I said I'm handsome and sexy now. But I said at the time, I said, bro, I was ugly. I look like JJ from Good Times, bro. I was ugly. That's how I look. I look like that, bro. I look like the one dude from Fat Albert, the dude with the toboggan always over his eyes or whatever. The big old teeth, whatever his name was, sister. That's how I looked. I was like, bro, I look so ugly. And what y'all don't know is like when I was in middle school, I broke my front tooth right here. Like I broke it like in half. So to teach me a lesson, he's like, cause again, I was stupid. So he said, you know what, man, cause you did that, I'm gonna let you walk around like that. I walked around like this for a long time. So, you know, I went to school in the hood, so you know, hood ain't got no mercy on you. So that's why my jokes are good, cause I had to learn how to joke. So they called me Snagger Tooth, Snapping Turtle, Can Opener, Dracula. I think they called me Vampire. They called me all type of stuff, man. Just, you know, in the hood, you don't get no mercy, so they going in on you. So then that's when the yo mama jokes. I was like, wait, look at your mama. Look at your mama look like. That's when I started doing that, you know what I'm saying? And so, but yeah, so like I said, I was pretty ugly. I was pretty ugly. I'm sexy now, but I'm pretty ugly. I was pretty ugly at the time. But as I said, I feel and look better now. I forgot where I was going with this. I got caught up by my sexiness. Like, I had some sexiness. Oh yeah, but I was always like short, you know what I'm saying? And but I had hops though. I would be playing basketball, be getting rebounds over dudes at 6 foot. I'm not even lying, bro. I would get the rebound before them because I had hops. Like I was just like it, you know what I'm saying? That was the first time I played basketball in years, man. I don't even play basketball again no more. But you know, I still got hops though. Like I said, I told people, y'all seen me hop fences before. Like there was a gate back there where to get in the pool, you gotta have the I forget how you open it, but I just hopped over the fence. And so they was like, why you hopping over the fence? I was like, bro, look, I wasn't always saved. Steve used to have a lot of B and E on his record before he found the Lord, but you know, statute of limitations ran out on that one. We still, why y'all think I moved from Kentucky? I said, bro, I didn't move from Kentucky because I want a good senior. I moved from Kentucky because I got warrants. There are a couple of people still looking for this handsome fella. Like, what's up, long time no talk? What's good? What's good? What's good? How you do in the hood or wherever we doing where it's good. But yeah, man, like I said, God loves me despite all my warrants. Despite all my felonies and past convictions, the Lord is still good. So. But that's just to let y'all know, man, if you a felon, God still loves you, man. Don't ever think that God don't. And so that's what we learned about too, man. Learning about how like God loves us, you know what I'm saying? Like especially as men, as we mess up and we've been through stuff that we can't tell nobody. It's like God, He heals you, man. He loves you. They play a lot of movie clips, you know what I'm saying? That related to like these scenes, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of these movies and shows, I'm like, I gotta go watch these. Like, it's like good. I never like noticed about that show. And yeah, man, it was good, bro. It was so good. And so they were right. They said, and they did one. They said if you could write to your father, they said whether you had a good father or whether your father wasn't there or he ain't here no more. They said go out to the wilderness, because we all at the end of every session we go have like at least 30 minutes of silence. We walk past each other, don't say a word, like nod each other's head, like okay, what's up, bro? You go to a quiet place, talk to God. And they said pray on it, talk to God. He said write a letter to your father. If you could write a letter to your father, what's good? What's good? He said if you could write a letter to your father, tell him how you feel. Tell him what you would say to him if he was right here. Like, tell him about his mistakes. Tell him about everything. And they was like, look, we understand that people got to get it out. They was like, if you got to use profanity or if you feel like that's what they talk to you like, they said, write it. Because they said at the end of the day, God's going to heal you. He's going to deliver you from that. And so I went to the wilderness and I sat there and I was like, man, Daddy been gone for almost 10 years. You know what I'm saying? So I said, what would I write to him? So I started writing. I was just being honest. I said, man, Daddy was a great father. I said, listen, there was a lot of times I didn't agree with everything that he did. There was a lot of times that he was hard and he didn't really talk. You know, he didn't really want to hear your side. He was just always just quick to cut. And sometimes he even noticed he was doing it. Like he wouldn't really hear you out. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, you know, part of me was kind of angry about that. I was just like, man, I feel like I could never really talk to him. And like, and I even wrote down, I said, man, I always envisioned like seeing a lot of fathers and sons having catch, and you know, like that's every boy's dream, like having catch with their dad. I said, we never really did that, you know? And I was just like, because again, like daddy was more militant. A lot of times because again, he had to train us for this world, but you know, he didn't know how to really turn that side off. You know what I'm saying? So he thought, again, daddy thought that. He was like, oh no, I'm the fun parent. He thought like, oh yeah, y'all can come to me, talk to me whenever. I was like, I mean, not really. Like, nah. And then he realized like, we didn't really get to talk to him because like I said, he wasn't really a person that was conversating all the time. He was just more like, hey man, do this. You know what I'm saying? Which is good. But I said, but I didn't grow up thinking like he was, because again, daddy kept saying, he said, I'm not your friend. He's like, I ain't your friend. Which you need that when you're young, but when you get old, that's what you're thinking, like, well, he ain't my friend. Like he said it. And so he was like, why don't y'all say something? I said, because you said we're not friends. So I can't talk to somebody that ain't my friend, you know what I'm saying? And so he started realizing that, and then daddy started approaching me as a friend. I started coming, and that's why I said daddy was my man. I was like daddy was my homie. Like, hey man, that's my man over there, that's my homie. And so we started talking. We started talking as not just father and son, but as like, hey, that's my brother, that's my friend, you know what I'm saying? And so we would conversate about the job, we would conversate about life. We be watching a TV show, man, we was conversating, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I hurt so much, man, when daddy died, man, because like that was right when me and him was starting to become friends, you know what I'm saying? I'm like hurt too, man. I was like, dang, dude. Because I said, that's what I always wanted, man. I seen a lot of kids with their father, like I said, they was goofy and they goofed off. I said, daddy was not a goof off type person. He didn't, like we was goofy, but he didn't do a lot of them jokes. And he was always like, you know, don't what's up me, you know what I'm saying? Because he was like, I don't want y'all being common, which is true. When you're young, you can't be common with your parents. But as we got older, he was still kind of like it. He didn't realize like, because he was scared that we was going to grow up and walk out. He thought we was going to leave and then walk away. I'm like, no, it ain't that. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I said when he started talking and then we started just having conversations, that's when we was able to break bread. And so I started breaking bread with daddy, not as my daddy, but as my friend. You know what I'm saying? That's why I hurt so bad when he died, because I'm like, man, I finally got this wonderful moment, man. I finally got this beautiful moment. Didn't last too long, you know what I'm saying? And it was like right when he died, that's when me and him was really starting to be friends, you know? And I'm just like, dang, bro. And so I just started writing that down. I just wrote down everything in the journal, man, just what I was feeling. And a memory popped up of mine, man. I remember a memory popped up, I think it was back in like 2013. And that's when we used to barbecue a lot outside. Like we was always like barbecuing and stuff. And so while he was doing, I think we was barbecuing that day. And so I don't know if y'all know a show called According to Jim. But it's like a funny show, According to Jim. But in the show, he has a lot of father wounds because his father walked out on him. And so he's trying to be son for his wife and his kids that his father never was. And so I think his father had wrote him like a letter with like his number. It was like, hey, I want to reach out to you. So he was angry. And so his wife came and she was like, honey, I think you need to just think about it, give it a try. He kept trying to put it off. She was like, listen, just think about it. And so he took the note and looked at it and he got mad and balled up and threw it. And then he went and he grabbed it and opened it. He was like, I'm gonna give him a call. And so I remember daddy was watching it with me. He said, son, you see that? He said, you see that right there, what he's dealing with? He said, son, that's real. He said, that's real. That's what it feel like, man, when your father didn't want you, when your father don't love you. He said, by God's grace, you don't know what that feel like. He said, but that feeling that he's feeling, he said, that's real. That's what I feel. And I didn't understand what he meant by that. And like I said, it's back in like 2013. So this is a long time ago, you know. But a couple of years later, man, when he passed, and now I'm starting to see, I'm just like, dang, bro. Like, I'm grateful to have had him in my life, but I'm just like, but daddy ain't here no more. Like, I can't call him and be like, hey, what's up, man? Like, what you doing today? You need something? You know what I'm saying? I used to love, before daddy died, I used to love checking up on him and mama, man. Like, I still check up on mama, of course, but I said, but definitely I would ask him. I was like, hey, man, you know, you need some help, or you need, I'm about to go get some chicken, or go to the store, get some food. You want something? Like, I would get him a meal, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm considerate. And so, yeah, he's like, yeah, thanks, son. You like, thanks, man. I appreciate that. You know, like, he was starting to look at you as a friend, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, daddy was my man, man. He was my man, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, once he died, it's just like, dang, the only time I get to go talk to him now is at the gravesite. You know what I'm saying? Talking to him at the headstone. Hoping that there's still some way that he can hear me in heaven. You know what I'm saying? God lets him see me or hear me. But I'm just like, I never thought in a million years, man, I would talk to my father here. You know, I never thought that would be him. I never thought he would go, you know? But that's why I was getting a lot of memories just coming up out there, you know? And like I said, I got a lot of healing from that because I just started writing. And then he said, after you write a letter to your father, write what God would say to you. Write what you think God would tell you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really get that far because we only had like 30 minutes. So I sat down and kind of talked and just prayed on it. And then I wrote down just like, you know, about Pops. You know, I didn't really write the other letter. But Yeah, I was like, there was a lot of healing in that, man. You know, a lot of healing. And like I said, it was a lot of dudes dealing with their father wounds and, you know, just dealing, because I mean, everybody's a 100% person, man. Like, they still, your father's still your father, but they still a human being. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has flaws and mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Mom and daddy, the greatest parents I could ever ask for. But again, even your parents may do stuff you don't agree with. They might be a little too hard up. They might be a little too, not stuck up, but just kind of like, you know, strict. You know what I'm saying? There's times where it is a little hard, you know what I'm saying? Where we all can't stand each other. That's why I said this is why we all kind of like spread out from each other, because we all can't stand each other. Like, we love each other, but we was glued to each other for years, man. And then doing ministry, that glued us with each other even more. So that's why I said, like, it kept us, like, on each other. So I'm like, we need to spread out. We too close, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said once I started working, I was never home. I said, because daddy was always like, y'all in our space. I'm like, you ain't got to worry about that. I was never in y'all space anyways. I'm out working, hanging with people, man, doing my own thing, you know what I'm saying? Because I said I love y'all, but from a distance. Like, we got to be spread out a little bit, man. But what's up, Deja? What's good with you? What's up, Brandon? That's what's up. That's what's up. So your dad's quick to do work. He got a lot done. More productive in the last 10 years, and then he's still pouring into my life. He's still pouring into a lot of people's life, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm just like, man, if he was here, like, what would I say to him, you know? And that really made me think, you know? And so that's why I said this really healed me from a lot of things I was dealing with, man, I was going through, you know? And so I was talking to some brothers out there, because a lot of them are my fathers, man, and they got kids, and they told me, they was like, you got any? I said, thank God, not yet. And until I get my wife, they said, boy, if it ain't the truth. He said, man, it's not about having kids, man. He said, it warms your heart, man. Definitely warms your heart. You know, and he was like, me and my wife didn't want no kids. One of them was like, well, they didn't want no kids at all. He said, but we just started having. He said, then we got like 3. He said, my son's a little devil. He said, but the girls, he said, I love my girls. He said, the girls are so innocent. He said, a lot of times I'm on my son. He said, because my girls can do no wrong. And so my wife was like, you know, they started. He said, no, not her. Of course not. Of course she didn't do it. No, she's my angel. Like, she's my angel. And I told him, I said, yeah, bro, I'm terrified to have daughters, man, because I'll be ready to just kill somebody with them. You know what I'm saying? And they said, listen, bro, we all said the same thing. They said, it's really like it as a parent. But they was like, when you have it, man, you'll know what to do. They said, you'll know. And so that's why I said being around real men that understand how stuff goes, you know. Definitely a moment I needed, man. Definitely a moment of clarity. I'm gonna show y'all the video again for those that didn't see it. Of me busting my lip. Like I said, my lip is kind of killing up. I know some of y'all came in a little late. But my lips is all like bloody. Like I said, a glow stick came and clocked me straight in my mouth, dude. That thing hurted. Hold on, I don't know if y'all can see that. Hold on, let me turn the sound up. Y'all see that? That's like that.
Where the doctor's on.
Yeah, I'm busting my lip. You see that?
Look at that bust.
Nigga busting his lip, man, trying to catch you.
All the blood went like down to my beard. I was wiping my beard. It was red.
I'm busting my lip.
Went down to my necklace. I had to clean my necklace off, my hands, and
Nigga busting
everything.
his lip, man, trying to catch you glow sticks. You feel me?
Dang, bro.
Doctor's on.
You see my lip is like split. I don't know if you can see. Like my lip is like split right there in the middle. Like it's like gas
His
open.
lip, man, trying to catch you glow
I mean, that
sticks.
thing. I had to check my teeth because I thought my teeth broke. Because it hit me like full force. It's like you could hear it like whenever something hit your teeth or bone, you could hear it just like. Doop. And so I was checking my teeth. I said, oh man, because my tooth hurted too. Like right there, it hurt. I was like, oh man, it hurts. Thank God I didn't break my teeth, but I was like, man, it hurted. Because it just like hit my lip and then like hit my teeth right there. I said, dang, it hurted. And so, like I said, I checked my lip and you could feel like it was like split. Like the whole lip was like split. It healed up relatively fast though. Like the next day it was already sealed. That's why I said the human body's so selfish, it wants to live. It healed up like so fast, it patched its own stuff up. So that's why I said like it kind of like did its own thing. But hold on. Yeah, I don't know if y'all can see a lot of it, but that's like a lot of the that's it. My lip was busted, boy. Look at that thing busted. Then like the blood, you can see the blood all on my necklaces and stuff like that, like my hands. Like you can see it in my beard a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just, yeah, I clocked the crap out of my lip, dude. That thing hurted. But after all that, like I said, the dude was still in the field telling funny stories, and I was still over laughing. I was crying laughing, man. And it hurted because my lip was like, I feel like it was splitting open even more, so it hurted to laugh though. But it was so funny, bro. I was on the ground crying laughing, bro. This white dude is funny, man. He was so funny. And I told him, I said, bro, you gotta stop with the stories because my lip can't take no more. I said, bro, my lip hurts. He was just telling all the stories about like when he was on base, when he was on in the military and stuff he had to see and the stuff he dealt with, bro. It was so funny. He was like, yeah, man. He said, man, me and a bunch of other dudes jumped this. He said we jumped this dude with a bunch of Land O'Lakes butter. I said, man, what? He said, bro, we went to the store. He said he was the commander's son, and he was like, he was a self-entitled brat. He said everybody hated this guy. He said they didn't like him. And so they said what they did was they took a whole bunch of, they went to the store. He said they went out of town because they didn't want to go to the nearest town to get traced back. He said they went to the nearest town, got a whole bunch of Land O'Lakes butter, put it in the freezer, and then got socks. Put the butter in the socks. And so he said the butter's like frozen solid. He said, so at this time, he said we knew his routine where he ran it every day. So we caught him on the trail. He said we had on ski masks. Oh my God. He said we waited out there for a good minute. So he said the butter was kind of starting to melt. He said one of my friends was a big old like linebacker, big old like 300-pound something dude, or whatever he was. He said he ran outside the bushes when dude ran past. He said he ran and tackled him and got him on the ground and just sitting on top. He said it's a big old 300-pound type dude. So he's sitting on top of him. And he said they all come out and just start beating him with the butter. He said they start beating him. Good night, Nala, I'll catch you. He said they start beating him with the butter. And so he said dude is on the ground. He said he's trying to scream for help. So they said they talking crazy when they beating him. He said the funniest thing about it was, he said so much butter was everywhere. He said the butter was just like clumped up in the sock. It was leaking everywhere. So he said this kid is just like soaked in butter while we beating him. And he said, Buddy tried to scream for help. He said they took the butter and shoved it in his mouth so he could shut it up. Oh my gosh, bro. He said, dude was like, help! He said they shoved it in his mouth and still beat him with the butter. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. This is probably the funniest white dude you would probably ever see, bro. He's some type of white dude, like, I know you hung out with black people. Like, this dude's so funny, man. What's up, man?
You influencing right now?
Yeah, just live
You want
streaming.
to influence at the club that I'm working at? We got
Is that
a
at that,
mechanical bull.
what's that called again? The venue?
Yes, sir. I work there. We got a mechanical bull.
Is that like a PBR type? Kind of like it?
No. It's just like a club. Like
Oh, it's like a club or whatever.
right now we're having an event, super rodeo, fucking mechanical bull. So
Yeah.
if you could bring that, man, but bring it.
What days you got?
Dude, it's the mechanical bulls are right now. So if you put your thing there, the way you have it stationed here,
Yeah.
you're gonna have a different background. But the background's gonna be girls riding mechanical bulls. So I would suggest that you come on down.
Is it only on Sundays? Or is it like
now,
every day?
right now.
Oh, right. It's only for today.
Yes.
Oh, okay. What's the event called again?
It's just a rodeo.
Oh, it's just rodeo. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and I'll come back.
How long are you at this?
I'll get you in there. I'll be right back.
All right, cool.
You'll make more. You'll make a lot more.
I might check it out. Yeah. Talking about a rodeo here. But yeah, they was like, bro, they was beating this kid with butter. Oh my God, it was so funny, bro. And so he was just like, he was hitting this kid with butter. Oh my God, I cried laughing, bro. And so he said they shoved the butter in his mouth to shut him up. He said he tried to scream help. And he said, help! He stuffed the butter. And they're like, shut up. This is beating him with the butter. He said, bro, it was a literal crime scene. He said the police came. he said what's funny was it was in the base paper, like on the base, the army base news or whatever. He said they put it in the paper. He said so they he said they had a crime scene laid out and everything. He said there's literal detectives investigating it. He said his kid was he said, bro, it was the funniest part was he was like, he named the type of butter they got. Cause I'm thinking he's gonna sell like Blue Bond or Imperial. He said, no, it was Land O'Lakes salted butter. I said, why did it matter what type of butter you got when you beat him with it? I said, bro, you had to get salted butter. And so me and the homies are making jokes. And so he was saying like, we was like, yeah, the one dude, he's another funny white dude. He said the local paper be like, crime is spreading, get it? He said crime is spreading. And so he said the caption of the newspaper was assault and battery. It said assault and buttery. Oh, bro, we are at this campfire crying, bro. This dude is funny. I was like, bro, is this how I sound to people on YouTube? Cause this dude is hilarious. Like, bro, this is one of the funniest white dudes I done seen, bro. He's hilarious, man. I mean, he had me out there crying, bro. He had to stop his story a couple of times because I'm on the ground crying. He was like, bro, you good? I said, no, man. I said, bro, you got me over here crying over it. Like, this dude is funny, y'all. That's why I said, like, this is why I'm glad I went out, man. Because a lot of funny dudes out there. That's why I said dudes, we stay funny, man. And so he was hilarious. I mean, he was making everybody laugh, man. This guy's hilarious, dude. And so that's why I said, like, he was just telling all, like, his stories and all type of stuff because he's a military medic. And so he was talking about the stuff he had to deal with and the stuff he had to see. And like I say, how I be telling my stories, how I be so casual. And it's funny because y'all be like, you so serious. But that's how he was. He was so serious when he told it. But it was funny the way he was saying it. So it's like his attitude he had and the stuff he was saying. And I was like, bro, that sounds like how I tell my stories. Like, this dude, I could relate with this dude, man. He's funny. And so, what's up, Crystal? And so, like I said, we was just, we was just chilling, man. Just chilling out there. But we all got a lot of healing out there, man. You know what I'm saying? And so, like I said, me and old boy, man, we was talking about women. You know what I'm saying? Because he was dealing with a woman issue. All too relatable. Because like I said, y'all women, man, y'all be frustrated. Something be wrong with y'all sometimes. And so, like, he was dealing with, like, one that wanted to kind of, like, distance herself and same old cliche, stupid stuff. And, I got a lot going on and I need space. And then I told him, I said, brother, listen, they said that to me before. And I said, because in this case, she's a good woman. So I said, maybe she's a good woman. But I told myself, brother, I said, bro, do you know what's happening to both our girls? Both our girls are getting plowed right now. I said, they're getting plowed by other men. I said, yeah, dude, usually girls say that when they want to go get plowed real quick. And then, like I said, they realize you a good dude and they won't come back after they all dripped up. I'm like, nope, I'm good. I don't want that. And so, like I said, hand them some baby wipes. Only God can handle them. You can't. I said, brother, God saves these hoes. You can't save them. I told him, I said, bro, I've been in the game so long, I don't even care no more. I just get over it. I don't care, man. Like, I said, women start talking to me like it. I'm just like, you know what? Your sister's fine. You see, she's hotter than you. She's finer. So, what's up, y'all? But I said, your sister's hotter than you. So, but he was just like I said, me and him was relating because I said, yeah, man, I was talking to one a while back and they did this. And he said, brother, she said the same thing. I said, bro, women have the same cliche stuff when they say stuff. It's the game. I said, bro, y'all know how the game is. I told him, I said, I don't got time to wait on you. I try to care about you. So, like I said, I just block you. I just block you. And I said, bro, they be upset because they think somebody gonna chase them. I said, girl, you are not even that fine. Like, girl, your friends are finer than you. I'll go chase them. They way better target than you. But I told him, you know, he was dealing with a lot, you know what I'm saying? He was just like, man, it sucked because it happened this morning when I came out. A lot of dudes were saying the same thing. The same morning they was coming out, they wasn't going to come. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, yeah. I said, bro, I said the same thing. Like, we was all relating. Like, we all almost didn't really come out there. You know what I'm saying? Some of us was really like, man, I don't know if it's going to be for us. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I'm glad overall I ended up still, like, staying and going. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, you got to relate with a lot of people, man, that was dealing with the same thing. And that felt good. That really felt good to relate. You know what I'm saying? And I told him, I said, brother, don't be stuck up on women issues. I said, bro, look, I said, bro, if Jesus Christ himself was standing right there in their face, he's not going to force you to do nothing. You can't change people's mind. And I told him, I said, bro, once a woman make up her mind, they done. So I said, bro, you got to learn to just let that be. Nobody cares no more. I just don't care. And that's not to be heartless. But I'm just like, when a woman starts acting like that and feeling that way, I don't care. You're not my problem. Once you want to start acting like you don't care, I'm done talking to you, man. I'm on to the next. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, it ain't difficult. Dating me and talking to me is not difficult. So if you're going to make it like that, then that's your problem. You know what I'm saying? He was like, yeah, man, she got a son. And, you know, she let me around her son and stuff. And he was like, you know, she loves me and trusts me and stuff. He was like, and I said, bro, probably that's what it is. Like, you the first real man that she actually experienced, like, you real to your word. He's like, I'm a man of my word. And I said, and I know, bro, that's what scares me. I said, that's what scares women, is that you are true as you say you are. You're not no weird dude or trying to get in their pants. Like, you really, like, legit. He's like, yeah, she was talking about she's serious, want to go all the way. And I said, bro, beware when they start talking. When women start talking like that, beware. They gonna do something stupid. And that's when they start to realize that reality hits them. And then they realize how real it is. And then they want to, well, I got to back out now. Like, women run. Y'all run too bad sometimes. Y'all do. And I told myself, bro, just be ready for them to run. Don't chase after them. Just like, okay, well, you know, he was like, you know, I just want to tell her, like, you know, I care about her and I love her. I said, bro, don't do it. Don't keep doing that. I said, women know you love them and care about them. I said, you got to let them make their own decision. You got to let them learn how to decide for themselves. I'm not going to tell you 1,000 times I love you. Nigga, you know I love you. If you don't care, that's your problem. I said, so while you decide like you don't care and you don't really want to care about nothing, I'm just going to go weigh my options. So, because I'm like, I don't know if you're going to come back, and I don't got time for that. It's not hard to do this. This is your idea. Y'all up in a Negro face, so I said, you should know what you want, right? And I told him, I said, bro, sometimes you got to learn how to just have peace and tranquility. He was like, well, I want to text her again. I want to call her. I said, brother, don't do it. I said, don't do it. Don't do it. Women don't respect dudes that blow their phones up like that. I said, don't do that, man. Don't do that. He was like, because I love her and I care about her. And I said, I get it, bro. I get it, but sometimes you got to learn to just let people be. Y'all still here? Y'all hear me? Making sure. Well, thank you, Chris. Appreciate you. But I told him, I said, bro, look, you got a lot of women issues, man. They just, like I said, men, we got our issues too. But I said, women got theirs that they put it on people just as much. And sometimes they don't take accountability either. You know what I'm saying? So I said, it's not easy for neither one of us, And I told him, I said, bro, don't chase women. don't do that no more. I told him, I said, bro, I came off of something about almost 2 years ago where I was doing the same thing. I said, I'll never do it again. I said, I care more about success. I care more about relationships, like good connections. I care more about like doing what I want to do now. And like I said, just enjoying the goodness of God out here. I'm not thinking about no woman. I said, if you want to be honest, a woman is like on the bottom of my list. I'm not even gonna lie to you. A wife is on the bottom of my list right now. I do not care about nothing like that. I don't care about none of that right now. What I'm doing right now requires dedication. It does require a little bit of singleness. Like I said, I still might talk around and try to, figure out what I got. Because I'm like, you want to still want to be a human. You're not trying to isolate yourself and, like lose that type of side. And, like I still got the game, still a player, But I'm not really thinking about that. I said, I care more about success. I did this for years. All my 20s, all I did was just be a pretty boy. I don't want to do that no more. And that's why I said I'm learning how to be better, do better, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I mean, like I said, again, most men, we are reassuring. We do be like, hey, I'm here for you. I care about you. But I'm like, there's only so many times we gonna say that. I realize I'm just like, bro, that is unattractive. I got to keep telling you that. And if I feel like I got to keep saying, I'm like, well, maybe I'll tell her again. Well, I love you. I love you. Every like, don't do that. They know you love them. They know you care. That's why they scared in the first place. That's why they want to run off. So I said, okay, let them run off when they want to be serious. Let me know. Because I said if men did this to them, they wouldn't like it. So we're not going to put up with it either. I'm not putting up with immature behavior. Like, I understand you're going through a lot. Because he was like, she's going through a lot and she got a new job. And I told her, I said, y'all know, man, I know that people being a single mom and they got stuff going on. I said, I understand it. We're not saying we're heartless. But I said at the same time, I said, understand they came to us. I said, just like she came talking that game, they got to understand what they doing when they putting themselves in that situation. You can't just come in and just want to throw yourself out now. You can't do that. Because I said, look how they hurt you. Look how they do you. That's not fair. So I said, that's not fair that you get to do that either. So I told him, I said, bro, sometimes, he was like, well, what if she never come around? I said, well, bro, sometimes they don't. I said, that's just how they go, And I said, if they don't, worst case scenario is you find somebody else. You find somebody better than them. I'm all for finding people way better than the last person, And so, like I said, I'm not really like it. Because, again, I like the person I talk to. But I said, bro, like, I kind of do like when it's over. Because I'm just like, I get to go find somebody better than you. I don't even care no more. If I got to reassure somebody that's just too broken to just be... When they started in the first place, I'm just like, then I don't got time for that, man. You know what I'm saying? That's not attractive to me, So I told him, I said, look, bro, it's easier said than done. But coming from a person that did this a lot, you got a lot of experience with this, man. It's not being heartless. It's just letting go. Like, he was like, well, she gave me he was like, she didn't say it's over, but she was saying, like, they just want to take a step back. I said, they all say that. I said, bro, they all say that. Women would never really tell you it's over. They would never really tell you that they're breaking up with you, that they want to go. They will say stuff like, well, I think we need to take a step back, or I need space, or I just need time. It's always something. I said, bro, they never are direct. They never are direct. It's always yes, no, maybe, stop, go, yellow light, green light, red light. You don't know, bro. It really just gets on your nerves. So that's why I told him, I said, bro, do you know what I do? I treat it all the same. It's all the same to me. If you don't know what you want, it's the same as cheating. If you're cheating, it's the same as not knowing what you want. If you can't stay consistent and communicate, it's the same thing. I don't play no differences. Are y'all still here? It says 2 people. Are y'all still hearing y'all? So I told him, I said, bro, look, you can only reassure somebody and care about them so much before you get tired of that stuff. That stuff gets old. And I said, bro, well, this is why we're having this event out here. So we can all come together and understand what it's like being men, dealing with women, not just women, but just our life and ourselves. And I told him, I said, bro, do you know they always say the downfall of every good man is a woman? And I'm not saying women out of blame. I'm not saying it like it. But I said, but a lot of times that is, and it's true for women too. Like a lot of women can't, yeah, it is lying. I don't know what's wrong with this. But I said a lot of women can't focus when that dude is messing with them in their face. Just like a lot of men can't focus when that girl don't call them back, don't text them back, And I said, bro, sometimes relationships can be the downfall of your success. It can, because you don't want to get up out of bed and work. You don't want to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, this happened the morning of me coming out here. He was like, so I was kind of like, man, I don't even know if I even want to come. And I said, you see how that affects you? So I said, I made a vow not to let a woman affect me. I let nobody, not just women, just nobody, niggas, nobody, nobody gonna affect me no more with nothing. I said, you know what? You want to be like it? Get out of my life. I said, because, bro, it's not hard. And I said, a lot of times, a lot of women do complicate the game. And so it's harder for them to say stuff. And we get that people have been through stuff. Don't get me wrong. But I said, but I don't have time for this. You are a grown individual. You all up in a Negro face. Don't try to act like reality hit you now. And I told him, I said, bro, reality's hitting her because she realizes that this is really, that scares her more than the mother dudes. And I said, you being in her son's life and being a real man to little man, I said, that really scares her. So, of course, she's just like, well, I don't know. I said, but she also should know you shouldn't just be talking a fair game and saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. And I'm like, you're not ready for it. You can't have reality hit you. That's why I tell women, don't just fall in love with me when you see me. Don't just like what you see, but really study me. Really get to know me. Because you might like what you see, but the end result is, again, they playing around, and then guess what happens? You get your heart broke. And like I said, every woman I've been with, like, they cry. They start crying. You know why? Because they didn't see the full picture. They was coming here playing. They really fell in love, and then they realized now they scared, and now the devil telling them, you got to leave, you got to run off. And then they go listen to the devil when they ain't got to listen to the dude. And then they come and, I don't know. I'm like, because you don't, like, it's not hard to choose. It's not hard to know what you want, man. Y'all cry about these dudes all day. You cry about how people don't care about you. You find somebody to do, and then you want to bring up, and I'm scared. Stuff like, I don't care about you being scared. You came to me. You said you want the same thing. Ain't nobody forcing you. You're not in no camp. You're not in no loner island. And I'm like, no, you did this too. So, again, the same way that I didn't agree with Adam throwing Eve under the bus is the same way I'm not going to agree with you throwing me under the bus. Now, you said, like, no, because women are good. A lot of y'all don't take accountability. Women are not known for doing that. A lot of them are not. And they also throw people on the bus too. And now it's your fault. And they can't find nothing. Now it's still your fault. Like, that's why they always say, like, when you wrong, you wrong. When she wrong, she right. You still wrong. Like, no, you're not. So, yeah, I'm not, like I said, I ain't one of the type people. Again, nobody cares, man. Like I said, everybody got their own life to deal with. We could probably be in World War III tomorrow. Nigga, we do not care about your feelings, girl. Pick your chin up and shut up. Like, we all got our own life to deal with, dude. Come on, man. Go to a camp for women and deal with your stuff like I had to go to a camp for men and deal with my stuff. You ain't immune from this. Like, girl, nobody want to hear that. If a woman says that she needs space, she don't want you. You're not the one. That's what I said. That's what I tell them. I said, they be like, oh, I need space. Okay, take all the space you need. And guess what comes? Mac Daddy come. Now it's time for me to go Mac on another one. Okay, not Mac. I don't say Mac. It sound bad. But I said time for me to go talk to another one. And guess what I do? Wait options. That's why I tell people, okay, block. Do you know what the first thing that women are? Because women know I don't play that. Do you know the first thing they worried about? Are you going to block me? Why you care? You going to hurt me? Why would I hurt you? I'm not crazy. Like, I don't care about that type of stuff. So I told him, I said, bro, I said in her case, maybe she does. Okay, that's fine. She needs a little space. Because she has a lot going. Okay, she got a lot going, whatever. And they kind of like a little further away. So it's kind of like, it is a little tougher. And I told him, I said, bro, look, usually when women speak like that, their mind is made up. As I said, we love them, but I don't think not one of them is worth it. Not one. I said, when they start talking like that, I find that extremely unattractive. That is not attractive to me. I don't care how fine you are. I don't find you attractive. That's why I said, but they want to still be friends. That's why I said I can't be friends with you after that, because I'm just like, bro, you pissed me off. Like, I don't even want to be cool with you. So, and then they get mad at that, and they get blocked. I'm like, we're not friends. We only had a good connection because we had a connection. I'm like, we don't got that no more, and you got to lie to me and play with me. I don't want you. You know what I'm saying? And then that's why I said, and I told somebody, because somebody tried to do that, they was like, well, I don't know, we just done. I don't know how I feel about stuff. And then I told you, I said, I'm going to show you, because again, when you don't care, you're nonchalant. And then you showed them, like, I said, okay, I'm going to show them. Watch, I'm going to show them how when I say stuff, it's not going to work. And then I told them, well, maybe it's just you thinking about too much. I said, ain't nothing wrong. Well, no, I still just fight. Okay, nigga, you done talking to me. You done. Goodbye. You done. Ain't no chasing, ain't no FaceTiming, ain't no follows, ain't no nothing. You niggas better be glad I don't. Some people I don't block, but I'm just like, I'm about to start really blocking a lot of people. Because sometimes I forget. I'm just like, I ain't even worried about it. Like, you ain't even my type anyway. I don't really care. But, it's always the ones that don't really even be your type. Like, you gonna care when they walk away. I'm just like, no, please, come back. Please don't. I'm like, no, I don't care. Because when you find somebody faster than them, that's why, and that's why I told him, I said, bro, do you notice every TV show, every movie, when a woman wants to come and break up with a dude, And he's just like, okay. And they sit there and like, why are you okay? And I'm upset. Like, why do you care? It's what you want. Beat it. Go. I said, bro, people have done it to me. And you know what I told them? Okay. I was just sit there and would say that. I was like, all right. I said, do you know what the first thing they all said? Say something. Say something. Don't just sit there. Like, what do you want me to say, nigga? You already want this. Like, I'm not going to. We want me to beg. Don't ever beg no woman. And women don't ever beg no man. Man, that stuff is so gay. That's just weird. Y'all begging people, man, who ain't even worth it. That stuff is not even worth it. That's why women come to me and want me to worry about. It's like, girl, I do not care about you like that. I care more about making this dinero. I do not care about you. So like I said, it was nice just to be out of camp, away from that type of stuff. That's why I said I found a lot of women attracted till they start doing that. And when they can't deal with their life and their drama, I'm done. So I told them, I said, bro, coming from somebody that's had this experience, I said, listen, stuff gets old. And that's why I said over a while it gets old. Like, it's old. You don't want to do that no more. Like, this is so immature. And I said, don't think about somebody got their career together and they a little older in age that they know something. They don't know nothing. I said, they are still just as immature as a 13-year-old person. Like, they don't know nothing. So, ain't even no need in trying to figure it out. Because like I said, the same homie I went there with, he was saying, like, his wife would do that too. He was like, she'll just look at him and just be like, I don't know why. I just want to fight with you right now. I just want to argue with you. I don't even know why. And he was like, I try to understand. I said, bro, I wouldn't understand none of that. I would have been like, well, girl, I'm just going to walk out this door. I said, oh, like, no, you ain't going to. He was like, well, yeah, I try to understand. I said, ain't nothing to understand. You're not going to argue with me just because you feel like it. Deal with your devils, too. Like y'all tell them insecure dudes to deal with their feelings and their mommy issues. You deal with your daddy issues and mommy issues, too. We don't care about that either. We don't. Everybody's been hurt, alone, and abandoned. Let's talk and let's work it out. Don't try to fight us, man. Because we walk off. That's it. I know people like that run people purposely out their life and then wonder why people run out their life. Like, dude, you keep pushing everybody away. Like, and then I told him, I said, bro, do you know one thing I noticed about women do? I said, women never forget. Never. I said, they might stop talking to you now. They might not care now because they want to go have their wild fun or they want to play this old stupid game where they got dementia. They don't understand that. I said, but they remember later. And when they remember that was a dude that cared and that loved them, they going to come back into you weeks later, months later. Some even come back years later, which is so weird to me. I said, because then they realize that Negro they was with don't care about them and don't love them. Now when they want a good feel, women think they can just sweet talk their way. And like, no, you're not going to sweet talk your way in this one. Like, no, it don't work like that. I notice a lot of women get mad when they realize they cannot arouse you with them talking. It does not work like that. Like, you are not Jezebel enough. You ain't Delilah enough, man. It don't work. You can't sweet talk me and woo me. I don't care about that type of stuff, man. You better come with a tray of lasagna or something, because you just talking with your words is empty. You got to come with a gift when it comes to Steve. I like gifts of affection, whatever that little thing is. You got to present to me grapes or pears or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't just come to me with your empty words, girl. That stuff sucks. I'm like, dudes fall for this? Like, people fall for this stuff? That stuff is so low. I've been doing the game for a long time, y'all. I've been doing the game for a long time. And so he was like, man, I just want to express to her how I love her. I said, bro, you did. I said, you already did that. She knows it. I said, bro, you can give, sometimes you can give some of these women 75% of the world. They'll be mad because they ain't got the other 25%. Like, that, some things are just not going to satisfy people. I said, bro, you did your part. There's nothing that you can do. I said, now, and I kept reiterating. I said, bro, I'm not saying she's like that. I mean, don't take it like that. But I said, but more than likely, people just need. I said, bro, when a woman says they give it time, leave her alone. Stop trying to fix her. I realized, you know what I realized for real? Don't fix people. Leave a woman alone. Don't ask them, are they okay? Stop asking them, are they okay? That's one thing. Stop doing that. Stop saying you love them. Stop doing that. I said, bro, women get grossed out by this stuff. You keep blowing their phone and keep doing it. They don't like that. Stop doing that. And I said, it don't take all of that. I said, because again, if it was me, like I said, they wouldn't like having to do that for somebody else. If I decided to go cold and distant, and people, and if I was like, look, I really do need some space, and they keep, well, you know, I care, hey, I love you, hey, I was checking on you. Like, that would get annoying to me after a while. I'm just like, bro, I told you I'm good. Let me think. So it's the same with women. You got to allow them to think. Like, bro, let them think. Not everybody's trying to play the game. And I told them, I said, not all women are like that. Trying to play. Some of them really are legit that do need some time. You know what I'm saying? But I said, but don't ever come off simpish and chasing them. Don't do that stuff. Like, because again, they like the fact that people are simps, but they don't respect the simps, man. They don't want that. And I told him, I said, he was like, well, worst case scenario is, like I said, we don't work out, but, you know, there's still other options. I said, well, yeah, of course, man. Like, there's always going to be other options. I said, bro, don't feel bad because of that, man. Don't ever let, and then women don't ever let no man make y'all feel bad either. This stuff is so stupid, man. Like I said, I understand people love reassurance, but you don't need reassurance every 30 seconds. Like, come on, man. This stuff is just stupid. And I said, maybe it's not necessarily we always got to clean up a men problem. Maybe sometimes a lot of women got to clean up their insecurity problem too. It goes both ways, man. That's why I said it wasn't that Adam was more wrong than Eve or Eve was more wrong than Adam. It's that both of them was wrong, man. So that's why I said men and women are wrong. We both got to do what we got to do to be better. It's not about who's at blame group, man. Can't point the finger at the opposite sex or the same sex. We all wrong. You know what I mean? Like I said, Adam should have never abandoned Eve. Eve should have never ate from the apple and listened to that stupid snake or whatever she was listening to. Which I think that just goes to show you, women are listening to anything. And so I was like, let's not, because I had to tell some of these girls, they just hate men so much. I said, girl, let's not forget that the first sin was created by a woman that listened to a snake. That just show you women will listen to anything. And it be true. And that's why a talking donkey can come and tell them Steve out here cheating and they gonna believe it because they listen to anything. And that's why I said the devil, as much as he talked to the men, he would definitely talk to the woman first, probably. Because he knows that the woman gonna listen. And so when he say, Steve don't love you, Steve out here messing with other girls, Steve got big booty girls in his phone, what's the first thing she gonna think? What if he do? He's acting different. I notice he don't look at me like that no more. It could just be a day, I'm just tired. I just walk past, I ain't really said much. Well, then you know what they say? What do you mean by that? When I said stuff, they be like, they always gonna bring up what you say. Well, what do you mean by that when you said that? Like, what I meant. Like, what else do I mean? And it's like, well, do you still care about me? I'm like, yes. Why would I not? Like, why would I not? It'd be one thing if I gave people a reason to think that. I don't give people reasons to think it. So the fact that they kind of do that is kind of strange to me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay. I mean, and I give people, and I said, I'm a reassuring king. I love to give you reassurance, but I can only do that so much. If you're going to keep doing the same insecure game, like, it's old. So I told him, I said, bro, look, we just out here, man, trying to figure out our life. I said, this is why I kind of stayed single for a minute, because I don't like dealing with this type of stuff. Because, again, I'm not really good in these type of situations no more. I usually kind of be like, you know, text them, like, hey, you know, what's good? I just like, you know, hey, I'll give you some time and stuff. I'm like, I ain't giving you no more time. Like, you got 2 days to fix yourself. I'm blocking you by then. I don't got time for that. I told you, it was one thing when we was in our 20s, man, we 30. And if you don't know what you want by 3 decades, then you just slow. I said it. You don't know what you want by 3 decades, you just slow. Done talking to you. Done talking to you. They just need compassion. No, ain't no more compassion. You had it. You came all up in their real face. And I said, think about if it was the other way around. If it came to the man, they would not have compassion for the man because he did that. So we're not going to do the same thing. It's not that we don't have compassion. We're just not going to waste our time. So no, you don't have to waste your time just because somebody's broken. Because men be broken too, and they still don't want to wait on you. So no, we're not going to do the same thing. It's just not fair. That's not fair to us. Don't be in the dating field if you ain't ready for dating. Don't be in the mating field if you're not ready for mating. Yeah, still hear me? Let me know if y'all can hear me. That's why I say that stuff is the oldest trick in the book. Don't do that stuff, man. Come on. You got stuff to do. Yeah, so that's why I said when people start holding themselves accountable too, and stop trying to just blame dudes and blame black men and blame everybody, I said maybe it is them too, but it's definitely you. Definitely you. All men ain't dogs, and if they are, it's like, well, then why you keep laying with a dog, my nigga? Like, what does that make you? You know what they call a female dog, right? I said, so if you don't want to be called that word, stop messing with dogs. Don't do that. Mighty funny, the ones keep saying they got all these kids by everybody else, but I said, but all men are dogs. I'm like, well, then how did you get these kids? It takes a dog to mate with another one. Like, last time I checked, a dog ain't mate with a monkey, so like, how is you getting these? You attract what you is, right? Stuff is crazy, man. That's why I said no accountability. What y'all doing this little country people y'all thing over here? So I told him, I said, bro, let's just have a good time out here. I said, bro, look, you'll get healing from it. And I told him, I said, bro, give her a couple of days. She'll come through and say something. I said, let her take her time. I said, bro, she needs, he was like, well, she said we can still talk. We still talking. And I said, well, that's good. I'm like, you know, she was like, well, she still says that, you know, hey, I love you and stuff. I said, okay, that's good. Maybe she does really just need some time. That's fine. But I told him, I said, bro, don't blow her phone up. Like, don't do that. Because again, the last thing a woman wants when she's thinking and she's frustrated is people keep, because I don't like it either. When people keep bothering me and poking me when I'm like, bro, leave me alone. I don't like that stuff. So I said, women don't like it either. Leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? I said, give her time to figure out what she really want to do in life. And when she's ready, because he was like, well, I feel like she's going to forget. I said, bro, we all feel like that. I feel like that too. I'm like, what if they don't remember? And I said, well, if I'm not important enough to remember, then I don't want to be with you. I said, because when it comes to you, you are one of my priorities. I can't go all day without texting somebody that I like. You know what I'm saying? I can't go all day without saying something to somebody that I like. So if I got to tell a nigga to remind them to talk to me, I don't think I want to talk to you. And again, I told you, I do think we have to be understanding and understand like what people are just dealing with stuff. I said, well, women got to understand that too when a dude's doing the same thing. You know what they call us when we do this type of stuff? When we going through some stuff, we cheating. We're seeing somebody else. We're messing around. We don't love you. We're not making you. That's what they say. You're not making me a priority. That's what they say. But then they do it. Oh, I just have a school and work and I got a lot. I don't care. I said you should have known about school and work and a lot and everything else when you came to talk to me. Don't care. That's why I said the minute you stop talking to me is the minute you stop talking to me for good. I'm done. I got money to make, man. I care more about that than you. Like, girl, we are not doing this stuff. All throughout history, man, all we have heard is Delilahs and what's up, LB? Look at that. See, Steve care more about one of those. I care about one of those than some woman. Like, I like that. I like that. That's what I want. That'll be I'll marry that Ferrari, whatever it is. First man in history to marry a Ferrari. It got more value than you, girl. Like, shoot. The warranty ain't gonna never run out unlike you. But that's why I said I'm just like, bro, sometimes people care more about stuff than just doing the same stupid stuff. Like, bro, we don't want to stress out no more. We don't want to keep overdoing ourselves. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I said it takes time to just think, man. It takes time to just get out and, you know what I'm saying? Take some you time. Ain't nothing wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? Definitely take some you time. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said I used to think it was crazy being single. No, it's not. It's not crazy being single. Like, bro, everybody wants to be single now. Everybody wants to take a break and take a chance to just think to themselves. You know what I'm saying? Because again, I used to look at people. I was like, how can they be single for 2 years? I was like, how can they be single for 2 years? And then I start to realize how people can be single all this time. It's like, bro, that's pretty nice. You don't want to deal with somebody's attitude, man. You don't want to deal with somebody's life. Who won't deal with it themselves. It's one thing when they trying, but I said when they don't, that's not my problem, dude. And we've been taught to make stuff our problem. That's not our problem. Like, we don't care, man. Like, hold on. What's up my phone real quick, yeah. 1 second. Got to text people back and all type of stuff. Like I said, I got a new phone. It's so new. It's still, I ain't even got a case for it yet. It's still in the box. It's still in the box. So. But yeah, ain't nothing wrong with being single, man. Oh, no, Siri, stop. Stop. Girl, stop. Hey. At this point, I'm about to marry Siri, man. Siri got more knowledge and sexier than you. The camping trip was good. It was good. Like I said, I came back refreshed. Came back even more handsome, more jacked. Did my workouts, one of my runs and everything, man. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a business trip. It was just a men's getaway. Like, it was something for like a retreat for men, you know what I'm saying? Just healing, you know what I'm saying? Just healing and all that, you know what I mean? So, like I said, we learned a lot about that, you know what I'm saying? Like, he talked about like wounds, healing, women, relationships, just all type of stuff that men deal with in life, you know what I'm saying? It was good. It was really good, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is a pretty big thing. This happens like nationwide, you know what I'm saying? So these guys are pretty big time guys. They do this with a lot of people, you know, so. Bro, we ate some good food. Bro, I'm gonna tell you how you know Steve has changed, bro. They had a nigga eating salad. When have I ever eaten salad? When? Bro, the salad was good. The salad was superb, delicious. Didn't need no croutons, no nothing. I ain't gonna lie to you, cuz I thought I was turning white. I said, Lord have mercy, oh heavens, look at this salad. They slapped a side of salad on my son, because at first I told them, like, they give me your plate. And they be like, yeah, you want some of this? And I was like, it's got red onions in it. So I was like, I like red onions, stuff with red onions. Oh, that's pretty good. And I was like, I'll take a little bit. Because it went with the meal. I forgot what the whole meal was, but they went with the meal. So I was like, yeah, because it was that nice green lettuce. So I was like, yeah. Oh, I think it was in Spanish. I don't know what it was. So I said, yeah. I tasted it, boy. They put like that malt, like some type of vinegar on it and some, I think it was like coated in like Italian dressing or something. I said, oh Lord, this is Jesus delicious. I said, man, this is good. I said, no. Well, I'm over eating like a savage. They were like, look at that black kid eating this salad over here. He's digging in it. I was like, I could feel it on my knees. I said, oh Lord, I changed. I came out of a white man named Todd Schwartz. Boy, my credit score like 835, man. Shoot. Man, went in black, came out white. Like, hello, live stream. How doeth you do today? Today's weather forecast is 72 degrees on the height. You leave your keys, not going very far without these guys. Start saying all the white quotes. I said, boy, I turned into a white man. Todd Schwartz. Got a Negro reading and writing. Yo, I said, the Negro me is getting healed in the name of Jesus. Like, change it. Man. But they said, no, this food, that's why I said they cuisine was actually top notch. They stuff was good. Because they said the year before they used to, I think they used to like cater or something like that, but they said they started like, I forgot what they said, but I think they changed their food services up. And so in the kitchen, like I said, it was another black guy I saw. Me and him was like the only black guy from what I seen. I'm talking about they had to cooking steak, man. They had to cooking like, the breakfast was fire. Man, every meal was fire, man. They was cooking so much good stuff. I said, yes, Lord, that's woo. And I got it for free. They got the vegetables, man, the broccoli, everything. Oh, it was good, man. It was so good. Now, the second time around, they had salad coated in ranch. I was like, I'm good. I don't like ranch. But that first salad was delicious, man. It was so good. I'm talking about, man, they fed you, boy, 3 meals a day. Boy, they fed you. You know what I'm saying? So they had like some red onions in the salad and everything. I said, you know Steve done changed when he ate the salad. The Lord is talking to your boy. Yo. I said, boy, I don't care if I look like a salad-eating homosexual. I'm going to eat this salad. Hold on. Yeah, man, I was getting healed. And they had like candy out there all day. Like they had bowls of like granola bars and like candy and all type of stuff you can just eat all day. All day you just snack and eat whatever. I was just out there cooling, man. It felt good. Definitely felt good, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, the only women we saw was the two of them was like those guys' wives. So they was actually like helping out in the kitchen, like cooking and stuff like that. Super nice people, super nice people, you know what I'm saying? And so we all had like a nice little fun time, you know what I'm saying? Just doing our thing and, you know what I'm saying? Just all fellowshipping and whatnot. It was good. It was definitely good, bro. So yeah. And so, like I said, I'm very skeptical about doing stuff with all men. I do not like all men stuff, bro. We're not Roman Spartans or Greek Spartans. I don't like that stuff. Like I said, this ain't a fanny bandit club. But these men are not fanny bandits. They ain't your typical local Negro on YouTube trying to preach to other men. They not one of them. They actually like real men that have like businesses and wives and kids and stuff like that, you know. There was young dudes out there, man. I think one dude was like 19, 20. He was already married. Him and his wife just bought a house. He said, he's from California. He's like, when I go back to California, he said, me and my wife are moving into our brand new house, you know? And he's the one to do music too, you know what I'm saying? And so he said, I know it was God, man. He said, because my landlord also does music and he's like right next door or whatever. And I think he gave him like the house for a good price. I said, nah. He's like, yeah, they gonna come over and do music all the time. I said, Russ, what's up, Russ? Dope. I was like, bro, if I'm ever in California, man, let me know, man, make some music together, you know what I'm saying? So it just felt good, man, like being outdoors, man, with good people, you know what I'm saying? Like, But yeah, man. Then I got back today, man. I heard there was a mass shooting up in Austin, man. Like I said, I don't know what. I feel like a lot of this is like a lot of propaganda stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it did happen, but the way it happened, man, it sounds staged. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people were saying like, bro, that sound kind of staged. Like a dude went with a hoodie talking about Allah or something. You know what I'm saying? Like it sounds like a setup. It's like it don't even sound like right. And why is all of this happening now? Out of all days, this is happening now. That's crazy. I said now they're trying to make the face of mass shooters like this black Somali or whatever he was. And I said, let's not forget that Trump was in the Epstein files. He's trying to use that to cover up. Like, nah, you ain't getting out of that, boy. We knew you was in them sex files. You ain't getting out of there. I feel like they would do anything to divert the attention from what's going on. Did you know that Cash Patel, this nigga name is Cash App, y'all? Y'all know that? This nigga name is Cash App. He literally fired everybody that was investigating Trump in the files. He's literally a sent agent for Trump. Notice how they don't want to get on these Epstein files. I say, yeah, because y'all niggas is in there. That's why. Y'all bees in there. They said Trump's name was mentioned more than Jesus' name in the Bible. Do you understand that? And the Epstein file, that's crazy. That is crazy. His name was mentioned more times than Jesus' name was in the Bible. In the Epstein files, allegedly, from what I've heard, which I believe it. That's crazy, bro. That should tell you it's a serious problem. Serious problem. And you talking about we shouldn't investigate this? And what did Trump say when he first got, what did he say when they questioned him? He said it 3 times in a row, I've been exonerated. He said, well, you know, I've been exonerated. It was a conspiracy. I've been exonerated, by the way. He's like, yeah, I was already exonerated. It's like, why you keep saying it? Because you know you're guilty. You only got exonerated because you told him to exonerate you. That's why I'm like, nah, y'all ain't getting out of this Epstein. Like, nah, we're not gonna take away from what y'all doing. We ain't gonna take away from that. And that's why I seen somebody today on social media. They said, don't try to take away from now. Y'all want to pin this on this dude that did this. They said, because when your mass shooter was the one that went up in a black church and killed them people, you stopped and got a nigga Burger King because you worried about him being hungry. Y'all taking mass shooters alive. That's y'all colors. So don't try to act like now this is an act of terrorism when your people the one that invented it. Mighty funny niggas won't talk. I say these are patriotic Americans won't talk now. So Charlie Kirk type niggas won't talk now. Didn't your people kill everybody? And you want to sit here and talk now? I'm like, don't try to come and try to put the face of something on the immigrant. Like, nigga, please. Let's not forget who killed all the immigrants here that was living here. That y'all just discovered, right? I love the fact y'all said that. So when I kick door your house and take your stuff, I discovered your jewelry in that room right there. I discovered that scarf, your Louis Vuitton handkerchief. I discovered your car. Remember that. So when you get your pockets ran, nah, they went on an exploration and discovered a piece of property right there. Now when it comes to y'all want to make the laws and statutes and say, well, as much as y'all think I'm on Negroes case, I'm on these white people case too. I don't like some of them either. Because some of y'all be hypocrites too. It's very tragic when something gets shot up, but I said, we're not going to pretend like now they want to play the race card now. It was an immigrant. I said, well, this was a white American that killed black Americans. What about Buffalo, New York? When that white boy went up there in that black superstore and killed them black people up there? What about that? That was white people. That was a white person that did that. Mental health. That's why I wasn't a big advocate of mental health at the time, because of them. That's why I thought mental health was baloney, because of them. Because every time something goes on, what's the first thing they say? Mental health. He didn't get enough love from his mother. Daddy wasn't in the picture. They didn't care, but he never got a hug. And he was looking for identity on chat rooms. And he had a history of schizophrenia. He didn't take his meds today. I said, well, maybe Buddy didn't take his meds today. Maybe the black boy that's robbing people didn't take his meds today. That's why now when black people are doing stuff, and what does everybody in the comments say? Oh, he's mental health. We all just say mental health now. If that's how you want to play it, mental health. Oh, I was mentally ill. That's why I beat the crap out of him. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I can't control myself when I get a temper. I didn't take my medication today. Mighty funny you want to put a stamp and a label on, nigga, please. So I said, nah, some things I do believe mental health on some things I don't. And I just say a PSA for anybody. I don't care who you is, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, African, Indian, Jewish, whatever. You walk up in a place and shoot something up, I'm putting one in your temple, and I mean that. I don't care about no race or nothing. I'll kill anybody that do something wrong. I don't care about that. You come here trying to kill us, I'm going to kill you first. I promise you. So ain't gonna be no mental health, color, nothing. I don't care who you is. You hear me? Man, woman, 16, don't care who you is, nigga. We are serious about ours. And that's why I told y'all women, y'all walk around, get your weapons, dude. I don't understand for the life of me how y'all sit here and walk around without no protection. And then something pop off and people sit there, cockeyed, like, what you, like, every time something going on, it's always some woman right there in the middle of the floor. In the middle of this situation. And then when it comes time to protect themselves, they sitting there a sitting duck. I would never. That's how you know you shouldn't go to nightclubs, because you can't take your firearm in there. So if something pop off, you at the mercy of whatever goes on. And you're gonna be dead, not from the gunman, but from everybody running you over. So anywhere I can't take my firearm, no thank you, I'm good. That's why I told you, y'all be careful, man. Stuff pop off anywhere. That's why I said don't walk nowhere without your sidearm and your fire piece. Like, don't do that, dude. Get you a knife, man. Get you something. I I don't care if it's propaganda, white, black, nothing. We can just kill this nigga and get over with it. Then what they gonna do? Interview their mamas. He was a good boy, man. Yo nigga, but man, please. I hate when they say stuff like that. He was a good boy, boy, that nigga dead. Probably in somewhere real hot. That's what he get. Well, you know what, Mom? You failed to raise him. You suck as a mother, and that's on you. They talking about have compassion for the mother. For what? For what? She knew that little nigga was a killer. Then you check out a nigga room and his journals, heavy metal, death drawings all day, and she's sitting there. He was just, he was different. Yeah, he was different. Nigga need to get whooped. And no dumb mama sitting there. Why you get that? I said, you know, somebody's gonna beat his mama up. This is your product. This is your fault. Let's start blaming the mothers and the parents for why the kids are doing what they doing. Let's start blaming them. You knew he was weird. Then little boy go rape somebody. I go be in a pedophile ring. Y'all sit there. I don't understand. Well, like, you know what? You need to get whooped too. How about we throw you in that circle and set all y'all on fire? Y'all all the problem. Just burn all yours. I love now they want to try to come and get words of compassion now. Just their statement. We don't need your statement. Come get this whooping. You need this whooping. Somebody get DP for that, boy. That's why I told y'all, beware of these little weird niggas. Beware of these weak men too, because these weak men will be the same ones that won't protect y'all when something like it's going on. They might use y'all as a shield. They might use y'all as a shield. Like I said, don't trust nobody. Protect your own self. That's why I say ain't a place I go without mine. Ain't a place I go. I went out there, even still, I went to this little retreat. I don't know where I'm at. I don't know these people. I only know like 2 dudes out there. I don't know everybody else out here. I took all mines. We out here in nature. There might be stuff out here walking. I takes mines. Like I said, I got an excuse. I was gonna take it anyways, but I said I got to bring my shotgun because we was like shooting stuff out there. But I said I took the other stuffs too. So I took some all now. I took them all. You know where I'm at. Might be a clan member up there in the hills somewhere. That might be. We got a lot of war hogs here in Texas. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I was walking because again, it was peaceful. The moon was illuminating everything at night. I was just walking and talking to God. But I said, Steve, just because you out here walking and talking to God don't mean you ain't immune to get attacked by a white animal. Because if we recall, did not David get attacked by a bird? Like, didn't a bird run up on him? Didn't a lion run up on him? On Samson too? I said a wild boar can run up on you too. And guess what I did? Guess what I did? This is how you know you're safe with Steve. My instincts kicked in. I said, I'm looking around, bro. That's like it's kind of dark. It's like it's still illuminated, but it's kind of dark out there. Cause like I said, like everything that's moving, it looks like it's actual something. So I heard something in the bushes, bro. It was like something in the grass, and it sounded like something breathing. And so I'm like, if this is a clan member or this is a pig, I'm gonna shoot it. My instincts kicked in. I stopped. I said, I turned into a Texan. I said, I said, looking like it. Cause I'm looking. I'm just like, and I got a light on my Apple Watch. So I'm just like, I'm looking around, like, bro, what's going on here? And so I started backing up. I said, you win this round, nature. I said, you win this round. I turned around. I said, yeah. I said, yeah. And like I said, I ain't stupid. I was still talking to God, but I had my hand right there on that piece. And I said, Lord, I'm going to still pray, but I'm going to shoot and air out everything. It might be the cutest little bunny rabbit. I'm killing it. And I don't care about it being no rabbit. I'm going to take it and skin it and say I got a souvenir. Sure did. What'd you do at camp? This is what I did. There you go. I would have presented to y'all. Here, y'all, you want to see a dead rabbit, a dead bunny? Walked up on a nigga, he didn't know about nigga culture. He didn't know about that culture. Don't walk up over here. I'm not even lying, bro. I was out there talking to God. I said, God, you so good, you merciful. I said, you doing everything good? And I said, hold on now. I said, God, and I started thinking about that story. I said, well, David dealt with a bear, and Samson dealt with a lion, and Darby dealt with Negroes. So I said, now I got to deal with a boar. I got to deal with a boar. I said, yeah, you ain't immune from nothing now. I said, no, you in their territory now. So that's why I said, I'm going to let you know, this is man's territory. This is man's dominion. I said, God, you did for the animals. I said, I know you do for me with the Smith & Wesson. Shoot, you bless Smith & Wesson to bless me. Back in the days, they had slingshot and knives. I said, boy, I got a farm. I got a dagger. I got all type of stuff on me, man. Cause I was just like, if the gun don't work, I'm going to jam you a couple of times. Like, I'm going to poke a bird like you stole something. Poke like you stole something. Yeah. I started thinking, I said, you ain't immune to nature. I said, you know, like I said, God provides for you, but he also provides for the animals too, and he might just provide you for their next meal. You don't want to be their next meal. I said, we don't have to worry about where our next meal come from. I said, some of the animals kind of do. They just like, look, ain't no deer around, ain't no fresh elk, so I'm gonna have to eat this nigga over here. And the bears are looking like, who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell this nigga? I'll be daggone. They talking about if you ever encounter a bird stand still, nigga, like hell, I'm standing still. I'm running. What you talking about? I'm standing still. And that's why I said, ain't gonna be no standing still. Ain't gonna be no running. I'm blasting. I'm shooting anything and running. Like, oh, we ain't doing that. That same dude, that same funny white boy, he had told me, he said, bro, he goes hunting a lot. He said, bro, he said, I shot a mountain lion, man. He said, I even had to shoot a bird. He said, because we was hunting these elk. He said, so this bird was coming up trying to steal our prey. So he said they had to fire warning shots. I said, ain't no warning shots, nigga. You shoot one time. I said, you shoot one time. He said, the guy was like, give it a warning shot because they technical on birds now. He said, give it a warning shot. He said, the bird didn't back up with the warning shot. He said, all of them left their rifles right there to go deal with this elk. He said he was the only one on the one standing watch with his. And I said, that's rule number one, never drop your rifle. I don't care where you at. Don't ever drop your rifle. So he said, he's still coming. He said, fire another round. He fired another round, another warning shot. Bird's still coming. He's like, what do I do? He said, he's still coming. Fire another round. He fired 3. I said, nigga, how many rounds is it gonna take y'all to realize that dumb boy doesn't understand the rounds? Buddy looks at y'all niggas as a meal. He looking at y'all as a slab of Burger King. He don't care about those rounds, man. He think y'all playing. Y'all bluffing. He said, how many rounds you got left? He said, 1. I said, it took y'all 3 rounds to realize that some big old grizzly bird is like, nigga, no. You wouldn't have to tell Steve. I'd have shot it and then stabbed it and shot it again. Like, you ain't gonna tell me to fire no warning round. That is your warning, nigga. You should have came over here. I put you down. It's man's country. It's man's country. But he said, so he took his final round. Bird ran up on him. He said, I kid you not. He said, about like right there to like where I'm at, he said, that's where the bird stopped. He said, because I had to shoot it. He said, I finally shot it and it dropped. He said, you know what the crazy part is? He said, I got locked up. He said, the cops came and put me in handcuffs. I said, what? He said, yeah, they locked you up. He said, because technically, you can't shoot a bird. I said, devil is alive. I don't care what type of law or statutes is with a bird. You see a big old 500-pound big grizzly bear walking at me, boy, I'm airing that little nigga out. I'll take, nigga, you ain't gonna give me 20 years. Boy, I almost became fresh brisket. You talking about it's against the law. You say that when a bird is eating me alive. Like, boy, please. All y'all would have found is my bones and remains. Nigga, please. Care about that bird, man. Forget that, bro. I'm smoking on a grizzly pack. What you talking about? What you talking about? Nigga try to run up. I said, boy, I took his paws off his hands. Like, boy, please. And he said they locked him up and was questioning him and stuff. And he was like, well, why do y'all got 3 rounds? He said, there's 3 rounds already fired. He said, because we fired off warning shots. Because, again, it's against the law. I think it's against the law to hunt bears. And so people was out there, like, hunting bears and, like, killing them and stuff, which is against the law, you know what I'm saying? But I said, I don't care about no law. If I got, like, bro, he's like, why'd you shoot it? Because it came at me. Like, what kind of question is that? Like, I'm on the prowl looking for a big old 2,000-pound bear. Like, nigga, what do I look like? He said he saw our elk, was trying to take our elk, was trying to come and charge at us, so we killed it. And he said, I got questioned. He said the sad part about it was they let him go. He said, but he couldn't even take no remains of the bird. He couldn't take a tooth, couldn't take a souvenir. Because he's a hunter. He was like, well, can I take some of it? They said, no. He said, well, can I take a foot? They was like, no. He said, well, can I take a tooth? He said, no. He was like, what y'all gonna do? He said he's gonna go to labs to get like research. He said, there's plenty of bird to research. I just want a piece of it. Like, give me a piece. He said, nobody's gonna ever believe the story that I shot a bird. He said, can I have something? He said, no. He said, but I told you it's gonna destroy it. He said, yeah, but it's not for you. I said, you know what I would have did? Knocked out the officer, took the bird, started taking the knife, cutting off the bird's arm, just turn run. I mean, I can't have a piece of a bird. I kill, boy, please. I said, but I would never told nobody. I would have threw that big old bird on the back of my truck. Now, I don't know I'm gonna move a big old 3,000-pound grizzly, but daggone it, when it's free, you gonna figure out a way. Like I said, black folk is free. You gonna figure out how to move something. That's why most black folk, we can move our stuff from my house on one move. And we gonna make it, hey, Daddy was like, we gonna make it work. We ain't taking multiple trips, daggone. We gonna make it work on one trip. So when I moved to San Antonio, I didn't realize how much space I had in my U-Haul, but stuff was starting to get packed. And I said, we definitely can't afford to make 2 trips. I said, nah, bro, we gonna make this work. We gonna origami the crap out of something. We gonna fold it, we gonna stuff it, we gonna pray on it, like, bro, we gonna be good. I said, don't open this trailer till it's time to move, till it's time to the destination, because everything might just pop out like a box of peanuts or something, you know what I'm saying? I said, nah, you just want to like be jam-packed in that mug, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I said, I'm just like, I was like, yeah, I was just like, nah, I ain't taking no risks. I said, boy, shoot, I came out there with everything. I came out there with my shotgun, my rifle, my side piece, my daggers, my throwing knives, my actual knife. I came out there with everything, man. When I tell you Steve was prepared, Steve was prepared. I came out there Bear Grylls kind of situation, like do the situation. I ain't playing. People are too trusting and loving of animals. They don't care about no animal. I know people that's like, oh, I could never shoot a coyote. I could. I laugh while I'm doing it. I hope I'm not sadistic, but I laugh while I'm doing it. Yeah, you try to run up on me, make me tell some doggy child. Look at you now, nigga. I said, girl, I ain't got a heart when it comes to animals. I only got a heart when it comes to people. I said, girl, I don't have a heart till it's me. Until I go through it. I'm just like, that's not funny. What about how I'm hurting? What about what I'm dealing with and going through? What about me? I swear, Steve think it's all about him when I get hurt, when I'm upset. I swear I'm the only person in the world just like, man, why me? I be like, God, what did I do in my life to deserve this? And I start thinking about all the wrong. God reveals all the wrong you have done. He did the wrong. And I started thinking, I was like, I said, well, you remember how you said it to that person? Remember the years ago you cussed them out? You said, I was like, yeah. I said, God, I deserve it. And you know what I say? I said, God, I deserve this. I deserve this. And when you admit it, you can get through it a lot easier. Because when you don't know the answer, you just sit there like, what's everybody else's fault? And when I start thinking, I said, maybe this is punishment for talking to people like I did. Or maybe this is going above and over the line. You know what I'm saying? I said, yeah. I said, God, I deserve this. Like I said with my busted lip, I said, God, I deserve this. I talk crazy. I said, yeah. I said, God, I talk crazy sometimes. I said, I deserve a busted lip. I said, that thing came straight down and clocked me straight in my mouth, boy. That thing split my lip open. I said, well, what you get for talking all the time? So you need to stop talking. I was like, yeah. I'm still talk crazy, but I'm like, I'm just going to talk crazy on the right occasions. The right occasions. I know I'm goofy, man. Don't listen to me, y'all. I haven't had my breakfast yet. What time is it? That was 2 hours ago? So yeah, man. So yeah, I've just been chilling, man, and just enjoying my time, you know what I mean? So it's funny, the white dude, he told me, he said, he's like, you know, man, he said, I dated all type of girls and stuff. He was married before and he got divorced. And he was like, see, I dated all type of girls, man, and, you know, he's like, bro, he said, I'm not even gonna lie. He was like, bro, he said, because again, he wasn't like used to a lot of black people where he's from. He said, bro, he said, I actually talked to her. He said, I talked to this one black girl before, man. He was like, I talked to her. He was like, bro, she was beautiful. She was cool. And he was like, she was like, you are so funny. She was like, but you just a little too country from me. You know what I'm saying? She was like, you're a little too country from me. You ain't really my type. And he was like, I was cool with it. He said, well, look, if you ever want to come dancing with me, he said, I know I dance, you know, I do two-step and all of that. And so he was like, she was so cool. She was like, you know what, I'm taking you up on that. So her and her friends, like all her friends was like, hey, I want to go dance with you. Like, let's see what it's like. So he brought them out and they all went dancing. And so she was like, she came back to him. She was like, yeah, my friend's just like, he's a cute white boy. She's like, girl, you got you something good. He's goofy. He's funny. I said, he said, yeah, I got me a black girl. I said, you know, this dude definitely around black people. Like, he's funny, man. This guy's funny. He said, yeah, they're not really as common where I'm from. You know, you don't really see a lot of them, you know. But he said, yeah, my granddaddy, he said, I ain't gonna lie, my granddaddy was an open racist, man. Like, he was a big racist. And so he was just like, yeah, because again, he hung with a lot of black people. So, you know, in the military, they talk like that. And so he was like, yeah, they was calling, he said, my granddad would call people N-bombs. And he was like, he was standing at the game and he looked at me, he was like, I have permission to say the word. He said, I'm not going to say the whole word. He said, he was trying to say the other word. He wasn't going to say like the hard R. I was like, bro, just don't go there. Don't go there. I said, don't go there, brother. I said, I know your military boys might be cool. I said, I ain't your military boy. I know what you mean by it, but I understand the concept. You ain't got to say the word, bro. I know. You ain't got to say the word. He was like, yeah, he said, I couldn't understand how he would just call people that, you know? And so he was like, his daddy's actually married to a black woman. I think a mixed, she's like mixed, but she's like mainly black or whatever. And so he was like, he said, he had said, his daddy came to him and was like, he said, yeah, I'm seeing somebody. But of course, they don't really like to say black or like African American because that does sound kind of like I said, honestly, man, African American is more derogatory than calling me black. I said, I hate that. He said, y'all never understood it. He said, why do y'all call y'all African American? I was like, I don't know, bro. That's so weird. I said, we're not African. You know what I'm saying? But he was like, yeah, man. He was like, his daddy came. It was like he's dating somebody. He's like, who is she? And he said her name was something. And so he was like, oh, and then he was like, he said his daddy said she's a Milano. He was like, a Milano? He's like, oh, so she from like Milan, like Italian. He said Italian. He said Italian. He's like, no, she ain't Italian. He was like, well, she's from Milano or what? Or Milan? He was like, no. And then he was like, what the heck is a Milano? What is a Milano? He's like, she's. He was like, Dad, you mean black? He was like, yeah, she's. I said, bro, I've been called a lot of things. I heard a lot of names. I've never heard of Milano. I was confused when he said a Milano. I said, nigga, what in the world is a Milano? I said, what is. Yeah, he's funny. This dude is hilarious, bro. I was crying laughing with this guy. I'm in the woods, bro. I'm crying laughing with this guy. This dude is funny, y'all. He's so funny. Bro, I was laughing with this guy. You can definitely tell he was a funny dude on the base. Like, he was funny, man. Even his humor, you can tell, like, he hung out with a lot of black people. What's up, man? Because you can tell he hung out with a lot of black people, man. Because he was just like, he said, my best roommate was from Chicago, so he said, we used to joke all the time. He said, what we did for the Army, he said, everybody jokes around. So he said, what we did, he said, I'm the most country white boy you would see. He said, he's like, from Chicago. He was like, he's Chicagoan, that's how they act. He was like, what we did was we decided to swap each other's clothes. He said, so we went down in the lobby. He said he was wearing my country white boy stuff, like doing like the stereotypical, like y'all, you know what I'm saying? He said, I went down wearing one of his do-rags. And he said, bro, I got in trouble. And he was like, yeah, I got in trouble for that. He was like, I said, you got in trouble? He said, yeah. He said, because there was a black commander. It was like one of the rankings or whatever. And he looked at him. He was like, what in the world are you doing? He was like, what? He was like, why do you think this is appropriate? Like, why are you doing this? He was like, we both are doing this. He's like, what's wrong with it? He said, bro, we just playing around. And so he got, the dude got real mad at it. And there was a sergeant hired to him. He came, he was like, what's going on? And so everybody was like, he's calling out the white boy, but he ain't calling out the black dude. He was like, it's a joke. They both in on it. And so he looked at the dude. He was like, he said, why are you only calling him out? Like, bro, it's a joke. They in on it. And so he said in the military, like, racism is a very serious crime. I like stereotyping somebody. So he was like, sir, he was like, look, he told the dude, he said, do you want to press charges against him? Or, you want to file a report? He was like, nah, man, like, he said it was just a joke. Like, we both are joking around. He's like, I don't think he saw him doing it too. Like, we both are in on it, you know what I'm saying? And so he was like, he said it was weird. He said they made the guy apologize to me. He's like, I didn't really care. He was like, but I didn't want to get written up. I like get in trouble because of that, Because again, he was like, I didn't think it was offensive, like, because he said we both was doing our thing. And I told him, I said, yeah. I said, look, because again, he did say, he was like, because again, where he's from, they don't know, like, colored is a bad word because they don't know a lot of black people. And so he said that's what they was trained to say, like, colored. And he walked up to him and like, he said, y'all a bunch of cool colored people. They was like, what did you say? He said, but they all the black people. They were like, what you call us? I told him, I said, bro, you can't say colored. You can't say it. He said, yeah, I didn't. He said, I didn't know because where I'm from, like, there's no black. He's like, we didn't know that. So he was like, yeah, I walked up. He said, I never really seen one in real life. So he said, I thought that's what they get called. Like, I thought that's what you call it. I said, yeah, back in the 1957s, like, bro, you can't say that no more. And he was like, yeah, I'm starting to understand you can't say that. He said, I didn't mean no offense by it. It's just what I thought. I was like, yeah, I know what you thought, but bro, you gotta be careful nowadays. I said, bro, they'll jump you. Don't say that. And so he said, the dude walked up to him. He's like, what you say? He said, yeah. He said, color. He said, yeah, I didn't. He said, I didn't know. And he's like, you know what, man? You a cool white boy. He said, he's like, everybody's like, you a cool white boy. You know what I'm saying? But dude is funny though. He's hilarious, man. But hold on, what's this? He was like, yeah, man. He said the word, He's like, I don't want to. He said, I'm not gonna say. I don't want to say the word with the hard R. But he's like, if I can say another variation, I said, bro, I know what type of variation you saying. I get it. Your military boys are cool. I said, I personally don't care, but bro, just don't say it to me. Like, I know, man. Just don't say it. He said, look, I've been called all type of cracker, hungry, all type. Yo, this dude is funny. Yo, this guy's funny, man. He said, I'm the whitest of the whitest thing. Even he couldn't stand white girls. He was like, bro, he said, white girls just be so. Oh, bro, this dude is hilarious, man. That's why I said, y'all, he had us crying in the field. He was telling his story. He was laughing, too. But I'm talking about the dudes, us and the dudes are hitting the floor, like, laughing. And he had to stop his story a couple of times. He's like, bro, y'all good? I said, nah, man, we crying over it, bro. I said, it was so funny. And the other guys wasn't helping because they was throwing jokes in it, too. And they was just as funny as he was. You know, you get a bunch of dudes together, man. We are so immature, man. We just stupid. I feel like it's cool when we do it. Like I said, women, you get a bunch of them together. It's always a bunch of fights and her hair and her butt and yikes. It's just always something. So we had a topic. One of the last topics we had was about like when a man knows what a woman is. So it was talking about like your first experience, like understanding what a woman was, maybe your first time. Or like when you started growing up and you started realizing women was women. And so he was reading back, because there's a couple of Bible scriptures in there where a dude explains the beauty of a woman. And I always thought it as a kid. I was like, that is so funny how the Bible has the word breast in it. But dude was explaining to the woman, he said, your breast is like, it's like the vineyard or it's fruit or something. I was like, nigga, what? I said, what? I said, that's my favorite scripture right there. I said, hold on, let me meditate on that scripture. Hold on. He said, yeah, that's probably why he compared it to fruit. I said, yo. I said, the Bible sure do say that. I was like, whew, very touching verse there. Hold on. He said, and the dude told his story. He said, yeah, he said, I remember when I was young. And he said, when I was a boy, I started realizing what a woman was. He said, there was these two women I'll never forget. He said, I didn't know what these was. He said, but I just remember I was a kid. He said, she would always come and like give me hugs, like, hey. He said, here I am, just like, right in the middle of it. I said, brother, look, I had the same experience. I said, I remember being a kid. I didn't know what none of this stuff was. Again, I thought you had a baby because you said a man and woman get married, and I thought they said they want a baby and God give them a baby. And so I told mama when she was pregnant with Hannah, I told mama and daddy at the time, I said, y'all asked God for a baby and God just gives y'all a baby. I remember they looked at each other and said, nah, son, that ain't how it happens. They said, it's not, thank God they didn't have to talk. Oh, thank the Lord they didn't have to talk with me. I'd have been mentally scarred at 6 years old because I was 6 years old when my sister was born. I said, I thought you just said, and God just like, well, y'all married, I'm gonna give y'all a baby. And I remember that. I remember the look they had, and they started laughing and smiling. They said, nah, son, that ain't how babies are made. And I was like, oh, thank the Lord they spared me from that. I could not have that conversation with my mom and daddy. Like, oh, it would have been terrible. I would have been like, man, don't ever talk to me till I'm 19. Don't talk to me till I'm 19 years old. It was terrible, man. And so, yeah, like I said, that was definitely not a conversation I wanted to have. But I remember as I was a kid, you know what I'm saying? Like, nobody had to tell me. It's just like you knew. It's so weird. I think it really does just, like, start to function and come in. I never watched no videos. I never, like, had nobody tell me. It's just something that just clicked in me. And I was just like, it was weird how it happened. I said, when I get older, I want to put this part in my wife. It was like nobody told me. It's just like it came naturally. And I didn't know. I just thought, well, it's just me and my wife having fun. I didn't know that was really how a baby was made. I didn't know it was, like, reproduction. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think really people have to talk. You know what I'm saying? Daddy didn't have to talk to me. Thank God. He was trying to have to talk when I was around like 17, like 16. No, I was like 15. No, I was like 14. I was 14. He was trying to have to talk. I was like, nah, it's too late. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Don't worry about it. Like, we don't need to talk, man. We straight. I don't want to talk. I remember because that's when Mama and Hannah and Stisha walked in from Walmart. And he was like, yo, we'll continue this conversation later. I said, we never did. I said, thank the Lord. I said, thank God we never had a conversation. It was getting cringy. Because Daddy would say thing. He would say, yo, thing. He said, see, son, he said, when a man thing get hard, I was like, Daddy, please stop. I looked at him, I was like, I was trying not to laugh, but I was like, he's so serious. And I'm like, well, Daddy talking, don't laugh because he's serious. And so I'm looking, I'm just like, you know, like you just want to like shrug your shoulders, cringe. It was so cringe. I was like, I don't want to have this conversation right now. I really don't. I don't want to have this conversation. And that's when Mama and Hannah and Stisha walked in. I said, thank God. That's all, thank God. And we never continued that conversation. I said, thank the Lord. Oh man, it saved me from a lifetime of cringe. I was like, I don't even want to eat dinner right now, bro. Like, that was crazy. That was Solomon. He knew the female body. Well, hey, Solomon was a man, a good man. Solomon was a Mac Daddy. Shoot. Solomon was a play. Listen, I used to be like King Solomon. I was a King Solomon, bro. I had 700 hoes, man. I don't want that no more. There's no peace in that. There's no peace. You got 700 women talking about their feelings and blowing up, talking about they upset today. Girl, please. I don't care about one woman talking about she upset, so let alone 700. Like, girl, girl, please. Like I said, Steve don't care about your feelings. I don't care about you. You just get to look at and meet with. No, I'm just playing, y'all. But 700, absolutely not 700. I'm like, girl, please. I thought that was cool before, man. I remember when I first started getting the dating game. Because, you know, you think the more women you get, the more successful you is. I said, oh, man, I'm at 20 women in my phone, and I'm going to be looking like I'm so stoked and stuff. I was like, bro, that was the worst idea I ever had in my life, bro. Women are the worst people on earth sometimes. Women just cry about the dumbest stuff. Oh, We even talked about that in the class. He was like, you know how like, he said, man, our problem solvers, women want to talk about the problem. I said, I know. I said, bro, we be having a solution. Women want to talk. Like, nigga, we don't want to talk to you. Here's a solution. You ain't got to cry. Like, he played a video where it was a girl that had a nail stuck in her forehead, and she's talking to her man. He was like, she's like, don't touch the nail. I don't care about the nail. It's not about, you always try to make it about the nail. And so she was like, I just have the worst headaches and worst pain. He said, it's probably because of the nail. She said, stop bringing up the nail. It's not about the nail. So he was like, you know what? I'm just going to be quiet. And so she just started talking. He started listening. So then she was like, oh, you're such a good listener. He was like, yeah. So they tried to go in for a kiss, and the nail was hitting both of her head started hurting. He said, she said, stop, leave me alone. I said, brother, it's literally how women be. I swear. They don't want the problem solved. You want to talk about the problem. I just want you to listen. I don't want to listen. Here's how we deal with it. Shut up. We all shut up. Everybody shuts up. There's no talking. That's why they be wanting to talk about all. I'm like, girl, look, here's the solution. You're worried about me doing something. I proved to you I didn't do nothing, right? Okay. I told you I love you. I did everything I did to show you. Okay. There's nothing wrong. I don't want to talk about what's wrong. There's nothing wrong. Let it be. Like, it's just, I don't, like, bro, you literally fix the problem. They don't want to fix the problem. They want to talk about it. Well, I want to know you understand. Understand what? Like, bro, I hear you. Bro, a lot of times women don't think you understand. I'm like, nigga, I hear you. I listen to you. And then when you sit there listening, oh, you understand? I'm like, yes. Like, well, I don't want you to just sit there and listen to. Oh my God. I'm like, bro, y'all, oh man. Every day I know why the devil was able to talk to Eve. Like, oh my gosh, bro. Like, you just can't win, right? You can't win. You know, you just stop talking, let me talk. And then you sit there and let him talk. Why are you not saying nothing? You just nonchalant. Now you nonchalant, don't care. I'm just like, oh my God. And you know, that's what I do. Stand up, walk off. Like, there's no, when you decide, and I don't want to sound condescending or passive aggressive, but when you decide to calm down and decide to have a reasonable conversation, let me know. I can't deal with screaming. I can't deal with somebody hollering, somebody bickering at me. I can't deal with somebody playing this game. Like, if you're going to keep saying I don't understand you, then maybe I won't understand you. I could care less. I'm going home. So I'm just like, look, if that's how you feel, I don't want you to feel that way, but there's only so much I can do as one man. I'm only one man, dude. Take it up to God. He cares. I don't. So I'm sorry. I don't have time to waste on somebody who just don't want to be healed. I don't, man. And so he was like, bro, he said, one dude was like, he said, yeah, I try to talk to my wife about stuff. And he was like, she just wants to talk about the problem. I'm trying to give her the solution. But she just wants to talk more about the problem. I said, yes, bro. It's like, yeah. And so he's like, sometimes, man, we just sit there and listen because we got to listen. I'm like, no, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. Because I don't expect a woman to listen to me. I don't expect nobody to listen. You don't got to listen to niggas. Like, nah. Like, bruh, you need to figure out what's going on with you. I reassured you. If my reassurance is not working, I'm done talking. Like, there's nothing I can do about that. Like, I don't know what people want you to do all the time. And so he was like, sometimes it's just how women are made, which I get it. But you need to deal with that. You need to deal with that. They're like, oh, well, that's why a lot of women like me, because they're like, oh, well, you listen, you understand. I said, yeah, to an extent. When I stop listening is when you try to blame me for something. I'm just like, when you don't want the solution, that's why I tell people, don't come to me with your boyfriend or your girlfriend problems or your baby daddy or baby mama if you're not ready to hear the solution. If I'm telling you what to do, you ain't doing it, then you won't want to hear it. So that's why I said, when a girl comes to me talking about her boyfriend and her dude did this, which I think is weird anyways. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe you need to leave him alone. Well, no, because, okay, I'm done talking. You don't want to hear it. So they want, what the world? That was a shooting star. They saw a shooting star too. It's crazy. That was a shooting star. Weird. Man, I ain't listening to nothing. Man, you know what I'm listening to? These beats. The beauty of his nature. I saw a TikTok when a dude, his woman would come in, she just kept talking. So he cut the blender on. And while she's talking, he got the blender just going. And then when she leaves, I cut the blender off. He's about to take it off the blender. She come back in talking, he just puts the blender back on. It's just, I'm not even lying, bro. Sometimes, like, when people just be talking, I just zone out like, wah, 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 wah. It's literally like it, bro. I be thinking about, like, future cars or something. Like, flying cars of the future. Like, I do not care. I'm sorry, but it's just like, if you're not going to listen to what I'm saying either, I'm just not going to listen to you. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry, not sorry. I don't really care, so. Again, it sounds like a you problem. But yeah, man, that's why I said, like, when you're married, both spouses should listen to each other, man and woman, you know what I'm saying? But you gotta tell the women listen too, because sometimes they have a hard time with listening, and they go off, some of y'all go off y'all feelings too much, man. Like, it's not bad, but it's not good either. Like, you can't do that. Because I told him, I said, that's not fair. If you feel like I'm cheating, then I'm just like, that's not fair to me, because what if I feel like you holding around? You wouldn't like that. They don't like being put in the same category. That's why I told people, if you want to be technical, you got to make sure you be technical too. I told them the same thing when it came to black women. I said, y'all always talk about all men and black men. Y'all put us in the same category, but then when it comes to y'all, no, hold on. Not all black women. Like, well, then don't categorize us either if you don't want to be categorized. That's not fair. See, you don't like being talked to and treated like that. So I said, don't do us the same way either, man. Come on, man. I love how people don't want to be done that way, but they do. Everybody else like it. You know what I'm saying? All men are jerks. And you say all women are silly. No, not all women now. I'm like, well, they're not all men. Don't do that. Gotta be fair, right? Fair. That's what Daddy would say. Daddy said, he said, our main problem when we would counsel married couples, he said, what's the first thing a woman say? He don't listen. And then the man is like, she won't shut up. And I'm just like, I feel like it's true on both ends. Like sometimes the men don't listen because there's a lot of brutes, you know what I'm saying? Again, I always listen to my woman, so my woman ain't never got an issue with that. All we do is talk. That's all we do is talk. We not arguing all day. We not fighting all day. Like, bro, we just talk. So of course we gonna talk, you know what I'm saying? But I said, so when I'm talking to you and you still acting like it, I'm just like, well then that's a you problem. That sucks for you. I'm not passive aggressive or condescending, but you gotta use your inside voice, man, because I'm not raising mine, so you're not gonna raise yours. And so my boy told me that. He said his wife did that with him when they first got married. He said, because she's a real nice woman, but he said one day she was just hollering and screaming at him. He said he just stood there and was like, okay. He said, I just let her get it out and let her talk. You know what I'm saying? Just express how she felt. He said, because I understood, you know. And I was like, I mean, I can understand to an extent, but everybody gets one. That's the one and only time you get that. Because the next time you do that, would it be the next time I just walk away. I just walk away from it. I don't agree with married couples leaving the house, but if you're going to make it hard for me, it says, the Bible says a man would rather be up on the thunderstorm on top of the roof than to be in the house with an angry woman. There's a reason it said that, because sometimes women don't shut up. So there's a reason it said that. So as I said, a lot of men can work on stop being soft and being weird and half gay, and you women can learn how to shut up sometimes and stop putting your feelings on everybody. We don't care. Like, y'all don't care about his, and sometimes we don't care about y'all's. It's just how it goes. It's not that we don't care, it's just not our responsibility. We can't deal with your life for you. You don't want to deal with his mama's boy, we don't want to deal with a spoiled, entitled brat. So we don't care either. So don't do that. You don't want to be labeled as some side hoe. We don't want to be labeled as some sad man because you still hung up on your ex-boyfriend. So no, we don't do that. Nobody cares. When you realize you in the world of nobody cares and you realize that God cares, take it to God. Take it to people who are just like you, who's learning how to deal with that. Stop bringing it to people who don't got nothing to do with that. And that's why people come to me, and most of them end up eventually seeing it. Some don't, but most of the people end up eventually seeing it. It's just like, okay. Because they realize, because again, I'm a patient man. I'm a very calm man. Like I said, I don't raise my voice unless it's dealing with niggas or dealing with somebody just stupid. But I understand everybody's a human being, so I give everybody the grace to be a human being, of course. They human. We all human, right? So when people see that you do understand and you talk, they're like, okay. And then they start to say, they was like, okay, well, you know, you do understand. You don't go off on me. You don't treat me like that. Of course not. I'm not going to go off on you and treat you like that. You know what I'm saying? I understand because I'm a human just like you. Sometimes you need to just talk instead of just ranting, going off. You know what I mean? I hate yelling. It's best to talk, man. It's always good to talk. And that's why I said a lot of times, man, it's not really that a lot of women are talking. They're just hollering. And they're passive aggressive. And it's just, they nagging. That's what we call nagging, just nagging. We don't like that. Don't nag at me. Don't talk to me like that. Don't talk to me like I'm stupid. I'm not your mama, and I ain't your little son. I ain't your little, your other little nigga. I ain't your gay best friend. I'm Steve. You talk to Steve respectfully the way that I talk to you. And if you can't respect me, if that's too much to ask to get respect like I'm giving you, then you don't talk to me at all. I don't care what type of broken heart. I don't care what type of traumatic experience you've been through. I don't care. You do not get a right to talk to everybody like that just because you've been through that. Because I've been through some stuff too. My life has been on the line several times. I got I don't want to say pretty bad PTSD, but I got some type of levels of PTSD and some anxiety I deal with. Does that give me a right to go up to everybody and talk to them crazy and cuss them out? Well, I almost died a couple of times, so I get to, like, no, you don't get to cuss people out just because you've been through that. You don't get to do that. It's unfortunate the things you've been through, but you don't get to talk. We understand why. Don't get me wrong, we understand why. But you don't get to just do that just because you go through those things. If you feel like you can't handle yourself, don't talk to nobody. But don't you dare come looking for a relationship, get in somebody's face, and then tell them it's their job to deal with you. No, it's not. No, it's not. And that's why you get very upset when you deal with me, which is why most women like me. Because they realize I'm not going to put up with you. I'm not going to put up with your crap. Your other Negro's a simp trying to get you back. I will never get you back. I will block you and swear I'll never talk to you again. I don't need you. Before I was created, I needed God. I don't need you. And I will go find other people that I do need. So you can keep your love and your breastises and whatever you think you got to offer, because believe me when I tell you, you don't got nothing to offer me. It ain't as good as you think it is, believe me, which is why I've been single for so long, because you don't really care no more. I enjoy this a long time with God. I enjoy my success. I enjoy my business, my money making. I enjoy fellowship and connections with people. I do not care about you. I'm not stuck up on no exes or nobody I was formerly with. Good luck to you. I pray for them all the time. I say, God bless them with the desires of their heart. Because I know there was some of them was just, they just was a little mental. They needed some help. Okay, whatever. But I said, as long as I don't got to see your face again, ever. Not because I'm mad, but just because I just don't need to. I'm not stuck up on my first girl and the last girl. I don't care. I don't like, bro, I got a life to live. I'm not going to let you talk crazy to me for 6 years. Like, I don't got that time to waste with you. And just like the dudes that get into stuff with their wife that should know how to be a husband, women need to learn how to be a wife to their husband too. Again, we your best friends, so you can't, we don't mind if you trauma dump on us. I'm okay with that. But do it as our best friend, man, not as somebody you just get to be a punching bag. Like, we ain't your punching bag, man. That's why I said I heard a lot of women talking about they hate men. I said, well, a lot of men hate y'all too. It's the same thing. Other women hate other women. Like, bro, women don't like each other more than men don't like women. Like, bro, a woman's greatest enemy is another woman. Never a man. I know women that act like that don't even like women that act like it. Nobody likes people that act like that, dude. Do you know what all girls say? I hang out with dudes because other girls act. Even the girls that act like that say they best friend are guys, because even they don't like girls that act like that. Nobody likes people like that. That's why I was asking a lot of the dudes that's away from their wife at the trip, and they said, I love my wife, she's cool. They said, but I did need this moment to just get away. I need this moment to just kind of get away from a little bit, take some time. Everybody needs a break, man. Your wife need a break from you. You need a break from her. Relationships, boyfriend, girlfriends need a break. Everybody needs like a little space to themselves. You know what I'm saying? You can't sweat somebody all day. That's one of the worst things, man, being with somebody that's insecure, especially you women that's with these insecure dudes, man. Y'all be with these insecure niggas. Where you at? I can't check your location. As you with the other guy? What you doing? Like, man, I don't care about that stuff. I said, do you know why I'm not worried? Because buddy ain't better than me. I already had you first. So then, like, bro, you was with me first. I didn't chase you. You pursued me. So I don't really care. Like, if that's how you feel, I can do whatever you're doing. I can do way better than you. So believe me when I tell you, you don't want to go do that game. And that's why I told you, I said, bro, sometimes women will ask these stupidest questions. I don't know what it is. I don't know if maybe y'all just really just bored, or maybe y'all be truly sincere, but sometimes women ask the dumbest questions. Like, oh my gosh. Would you still love me if I was a worm? No, nigga, because I love my species. What kind of question is that? You can't love a worm. They literally ask stuff like that. If I was 600 pounds, will you love me? No. Are you 600 pounds now? Have you seen me talk to it? No. Okay, there you go. Stop asking stuff like that. And then I hit him with the way, if I lost my abs and I lost my muscles, okay, shut up. Like, I don't care. Stop asking. The stupidest questions. Girl, I'm not calling. Listen, Denise. I ain't talking about you personally, girl. I'm talking about everybody. That's why I say I'm talking about men and women. So it's men and women. That's why I keep saying, like, men and women need to work on that. You good, Sabrina? No worries. You ain't missing out on nothing except these jokes and this roast. I said sometimes women ask the dumbest questions. Are you okay with me having guy friends? Yeah. Are you okay with me having girlfriends? Like, okay, there you go. I don't care. It's only they care, so that's why they ask. Because sometimes women, some of them are legit. Don't get me wrong. They want to know, like, hey, I hope this ain't a problem. But some of them are just like it because they want to see how far they can go without crossing that line. And and then they realize, I'm like, okay. And then guess what women do? They get worried that you gonna do it. It's the same thing with these dudes that worry about y'all doing it to them. They do the same thing. They want to weigh their options, so they worried about you weighing your options. I'm like, yeah. So if that's how you feel, okay, whatever. That's why they was like, well, would you have your girlfriend? Would you be mad if your girlfriend did a meet and greet with Chris Brown? I said no. They said even if she took one of them pictures, I said no, of course not. Because you best believe when Shakira come in town and I get to take a picture like that with Shakira, she better not say nothing. When a J-Lo comes in town, and J-Lo does her meet and greet, and I get the chance to put my arms all up on J-Lo, you better be shutting up. Because you best believe when I get that opportunity, I'm not taking it. So I hope you understand what it's like. See, I hope you understand what it's like. I mean, everybody, it's Chris Brown. Obviously, he's famous. I don't care about that stuff. It ain't like y'all got history. And then on top of it, like, you ain't got a chance with this dude. He don't care about you. It's what he do for a job. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, bro, everybody knows somebody get like celebrities or whatever. So what? I don't care about that stuff. And I said, you just be okay when it comes to Shakira. When Shakira talking about, oh, baby, when you're talking like that, you make a woman go, man. Shakira doing the tango, I got my hands all on the hips, and oh, yeah, Shakira. Yeah. You remember that. That's why I said, just if you have a problem with me doing it, maybe you shouldn't do that. Duh. It's the stupidest question they ask. I had somebody ask me a question before. They said, would you be okay with your girl kissing other girls? Would you be okay with me kissing other dudes? Okay, there you go. There's your answer. What kind of question is that? If you're talking about loyalty, doesn't loyalty mean keep your lips to yourself of both genders, right? And that's why I said, like, no, you got to say it with some of these women nowadays, because sometimes they get down like that too. Like, no. Because, again, they don't consider that. Like, oh, no, see, we're friends. No, we're just goofing off. We're drunk. No, we were just high. It's always, okay. And so I told the fellas, I said, okay, well, if she ever does that to you, just say, oh, that's just my friend from college. Oh, I was just drunk with her. Oh, I was just high. Girl, you know how I get at that time of night. Let's just say the same thing to them, see if they like you. I said, yeah, that's how they do that. That's why they be wanting to know, like, if you be cool with them doing whatever, they be like, are you just saying it because you gonna do it? If you don't want me to do it, then don't do it, nigga. Bruh. That's how women know it be wrong. They trying to figure out, like, how you feel about it. If you got to figure out how I feel about something, maybe it's because it's wrong. If I'm about to bump and grind with somebody, and I got to stop and think, would you be okay with me bumping and grinding? What kind of question is that? Obviously, you will have a problem with me bumping and grinding and don't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind, obviously. You don't want me to bring it around town, girl. You don't want me to bring it around town and then doing this and this and this and this, girl. You don't want me to do all that, girl. You don't want Steve to come and tell like the Mac Daddy is. So maybe you shouldn't be a Mac Daddy neither. Don't do that. Don't play dumb like you don't know. That's why some people like, nah, you ain't gonna play stupid. Like, well, is it okay if I don't? Yeah, sure, because I'm gonna go do the same thing. Don't worry about it. Oh, stupid stuff, man. That's why I say women ask the dumbest stuff. Y'all really do sometimes. If I was 600 pounds, would you love me? Was you 600 pounds when I met you? Okay, I would have had a 600-pound woman. And ain't nothing wrong with people at 600 pounds. If that's what they want to be. I don't agree you should be like that, but, you know, at this point, I'm probably about to go one of them. I know they won't cheat on me. She ain't going nowhere. That nigga gonna stay right there on the couch. She ain't going nowhere. Like, girl, be still till I come back. Like, boys, you know, I'll bring you back a whole rib shack. You remember like he did Norbert. He said, daggone Norbert. And when you come back up to the rib shack, baby, I think of ribs. You dispute you. You're the queen of whores. Like, girl, please. I told you, I'm about to give me a big Tammy that cook a good hammy. Shoot, Tammy ain't going nowhere. Me and Tammy gonna watch that movie at 12 a.m. Shoot. Like, Tammy, I don't know what you just cooked, but it was good in the mug. Didn't need no season, salt, nothing. Shoot. That's why I said big women's where it said, boy, they loyal. They gotta be. Get something too sexy, boy, she gonna leave. But they don't understand. Steve already left them first. I don't care. Like, girl, I don't care about you. Like, girl, you ain't gonna never be nothing without me, nigga. Like, girl, somebody done told you wrong. Go get in there and cook my salmon and grits, nigga. You sitting there wasting my time with all that stupid stuff. They sure do got a man, because Negroes is getting put out. They ain't got nowhere to live. So, obviously, who gonna take him in? A woman that ain't got no love. A big woman pay all my bills and buy me that PS5 I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that's the love of my life, boy. That's when you say all types of God sent you. This is heavenly ordained. What you say? What you say? Start using biblical scripture and stuff. Start saying like, oh well, you know, y'all we ain't had sex since marriage. Yeah, because you can't find it. That's why. You wouldn't know where to insert it. So obviously, when you realize you ain't gotta have sex and you get all this payout, of course you're gonna say stuff like that. Like, yeah, this is a heavenly ordained marriage. Of course you're gonna say that. I say one dude, he was 600 pounds, got a woman. He said, yeah, we haven't been intimate because we're waiting till marriage. And dude was like, boy, you ain't waiting till marriage. You can't find that little Vienna sausage you got. He said, boy, you can't find it. That's why. He said, boy, that girl don't want to go in there, lift up all that skin, try to find it. Justin Whitehead, bro. Check out Justin Whitehead. He rips these big old 600-pound life dude. That nigga funny. Yeah, he funny to me. I'm not funny, y'all. He's funny. I'm talking, there are some people, y'all, that put me to shame when it comes to comedy. Because they just blessed with it. They just got funny comedy. I said, boy, look, let me tell you something now, boy. I like my women like I like my vitamin D milk. I said, look, I'm trying to get me a country bumpkin, boy. I'm trying to get me a country girl that speak with a country accent. You feel me? Like, I'm tired of you city girls, man. Y'all get on my nerves. Like, getting tired of these niggas. Country bros, bro. That's why I say country bros be cool, bro. Like, that was little Mama Sita right there with a country hat on, girl. I see she already laughed. She laughed at my joke when I said the country girls, because she a country girl wearing a country hat. Yeah, girl, I'm talking to you, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, sweetheart. Don't play with me. Come on. The girl, did I tell you my past life, I was a white man? Oh, white man named Ridley Scott. Ain't Ridley Scott a director? I think it's a director. I don't know, y'all might have to go holler at the Hee Haw. That's what Buddy was trying to get me to go to. That dude was talking to me on stream. He said they just actually took out the mechanical bull. That's why I'm walking past him. He said, yeah, bro, that's a mechanical bull, man. So that's all type of country girls that's gonna ride a mechanical bull. I said, brother, years ago, they used to be my scenery. I said, it used to be my scenery, man. All type of country girls. I do like a country girl the way they talk, man. It'd be attractive. It do be. There's this one white girl, man. She do this music. Her name was Ashley Cook. She do this music, man. I don't even like country music like it, but I said, but it's her. Her voice is so nice, man. She got that nice little country sound, and the way she sang. It's just, she got a song talking about how the dude don't get a right to come in and care about her no more after he done cheated on her, whatever. Very powerful song. She said, it ain't your place. She said, you don't get to call me up cause you're drunk. 2 a.m. by you, miss us. And no, you don't get to ask who I'm seeing now these days. It ain't your place. I said, girl, you tell him. Girl, you tell him, because now it's Stevie's place. Now you got to choose a nickel. The white man has missed out on a delicate prophecy. I said, girl, you got to use a black man that's going to treat you right. Because best believe if I had a chance with Ashley Cook, I'm taking it. I said, the way she sang too, she do guitar, she's cute. I said, yes, yes. That was my top white girl back when I was in white girls. Ain't nothing wrong with a country white girl. They be cool. Some of them really be cool, man. They really be something cool. It's the Taylor Swift, like, oh my God, it's like, oh my God, Becky. Like, look at those, nobody likes them. The country white girls always been the coolest, man. Everybody loves them because they are so cool, man. They be like the dudes. Like, they like to do all the stuff the dudes like to do. So they cool. You feel me? Like, the white girl I talked to before I moved to San Antonio, like I said, she was like a country white girl. Like, she wasn't like country, but she had like a little country in her, you know what I'm saying? And so she did like a lot of outdoors country stuff. We worked out at Grace Retreat. So we was always doing stuff at Grace Retreat at the land, you know what I'm saying? And she knew all about that. She was like, yeah, she said, I be driving like big trucks. And she was like, I deal with like, she like, I like to ride dirt bikes and ATVs. And I was like, she said, y'all like to shoot guns and stuff? I said, oh, my type of, I said, she's fine. I said, that's my type of woman right there, boy. She got a little spice to it, you know what I'm saying? She was like, yeah, she said, I like black dudes because white dudes get on my nerves now. I like black dudes. She said, best of all, I like you. I said, girl, I like you too. Girl, I said, Lord, bring me another country wide girl. Nah, I think they wrapping up the bull now. The bull is done, so I think they finished with it. Because they was taking it out, so some country girls just sitting there, she was laughing at me when I said country. I said, I'm about to give me a country girl. I'm tired of you city folk. See, Steve know how to make a woman laugh. Once I make them laugh and they start conversating, that's how I get it. That's how I get it. See, Steve is the mastermind. They talking to women. I don't care if you leave me. I'm gonna go find somebody else, girl, please. And you don't get to call me up because you're drunk at 2 a.m. Bet you messed up. Oh, girl threw it. She was killing in that song. She said, "That ain't your place, boy." She said, "It ain't your place to check up on me." I said, "Oh." I said, "Well, Mama Sita, you tell her now." Like, girl, shoot. It's the way she sings. She said, "You don't get to," I was doing the Bobby Shmurda money. "You don't get to call me up because you're drunk 2 a.m. I ain't gonna lie, bro. When I have my Apple Music subscription, I ain't got it no more. But when I have my Apple Music subscription, I have my trap playlist, my trap soul. I had a white playlist called the Cracker Barrel. That's where I put all my country music. I don't even like country, but there was some songs. I'm a musician, so I study a lot of music. So there was a lot of country songs that was like, oh man, that's nice. You know what I'm saying? It's the way they sang country. It's the way they harmonize with their voice. I love that. Like, I don't like country music that much, but when I'm out in the country, I like it. Like, it sounds so good, man. Like, you heard the original song, like, "The life is a highway," but when Rascal Flatts did it, they put that country on it. It sound good too, man. It sound real good. So I said, white girl singing country, she got a real nice, she got like a firm voice too. She said, "It ain't your place." I was like, woo! I said, girl, don't be doing it with the cowgirl hats and the something you see in Texas a lot. Everybody wears the cowboy hats, and you see a lot of women like it. Like, you see the black people. The black people out here doing it now. You got black cowboys, Mexican cowboys, white cowboys, you know what I'm saying? Everybody in Texas look better. So you got the white girls that be wearing their little cowgirl hats and the boots and I mean, because again, I don't know what they feeding these white girls in Texas, but these white girls, they ain't your typical Indiana looking ones. Like, these white girls be like, girl, she got some Indian in her family or something, like, but she 164 Cherokee for real. Like, they be thicker than a Snicker, thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. I said, girl, I know dudes that don't even like white girls, but when they come to Texas and they's like, bro, these Texas white girls are different. I said, I know, and they got so much class, and they look better. Everybody in Texas better, man. You see the black people doing a cowgirl stuff, you know what I'm saying? It look good, too, because you don't really see a lot of black people doing it, you know what I'm saying? But everybody in Texas really does it. So now I'm about to give me a cowboy look, you feel me? About to saddle up and go get me some cowgirls, you feel me? Like, shoot, I'm about to give me some cowgirls. That's why I said, yeah, you girls ain't like them city Negroes. Them inner city coloreds, yeah, ain't nothing like them. So yeah, y'all got class. That's me. I didn't realize that was country. What was country? You was a tomboy. Well, I was a farm boy. Oh man. You don't get to call me up 'cause you're drunk. 2 a.m. out, you miss us, and now you don't get to answer. I'm seeing now these days. It ain't your place. Like I said, that song wasn't even addressed to me. But I was jamming that song because I heard it. I was like, ooh. I was like, oh, I said, okay, mama, let's go, girl. I said, well, whoever she's talking to, boy, she sure is making a statement. I said, boy, that's what's up. You too, bro. I'll catch you, man.
You have $2 on you?
Not on me, nah. Actually, not, bro.
You have Cash App?
Nah. Yeah, I'm only sorry about that, bro. I got to pay my bills too, bro. Pay my bills too. Yeah, she got ATVs, 4-wheelers, dirt bikes, all type of stuff. I said, man, shoot. Yeah, because old girl was telling me, she said they went out to the country. There's like a summer home they get to like see out there. Like all the girls go out there, just have like a girls retreat. And she was like, some of them girls are just like real uppity and preppy and stuff. She was like, I'm a country girl. She said, I like that stuff. She said, we found out they got like shotguns out there. She said, bro, I was like, man, I'm gonna have so much fun out here. I said, man, that's my type of woman. I said, dude. She said, yeah. She said, I'll be like riding horses and stuff. She was like, yeah, I know all about like, because we used to ride with trailers. Like we would work for Gracie Tree. We always had to hook on. I'm good at driving with a trailer because we always had to do that, man. We haul so much stuff with that trailer. And so I've been doing it for years. You know what I'm saying? I always did it for years. And she was like, yeah, she said, I know how to drive a trailer. She said, I know how to back it up, parallel park it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like a little bitty white girl. Like, you know how to, like, you would never guess because she's so cute. You would think, like, she don't know nothing about that. She's like, I know all about that. I was like, word? I said, oh, man. I said, girl, you got your, I said, girl, look at you. Look at you, girl. Looking all fine. And that's why I said, I like a woman that get their hands dirty. And so even when she eat, boy, like, she was small, but she could eat. And I said, that's what I love. I hate eating with those girls that's too clean, the one to take a bite off the fork and just eat a salad and stuff. Like, I can't stand them. I want a girl to get their hand dirty like me. You feel me? I want you to stuff your face like me. Like the Bible said, it said when Gideon was looking for the men, it said if they picked up the water all clean with their hands like they're looking down, like get rid of them. But the ones that lap like a dog in the water, get them. And I said, it's the same. When I see a woman eat all pretty with her fork, you ain't the one. But when I see a woman get her hands dirty with wings and burgers, that's the one. That's the one right there. She's not gonna tell you about her feelings all day. That's not gonna be the one crying about everything. That's gonna be the one she's a nigga. That's the one I want. I want my woman to be like a nigga. I need you to be like one of them. I don't want you to be all preppy in your feelings, man. Like, sometimes that cute stuff ain't it. You too cute to eat, so you're gonna be too cute to even do anything, so. She gonna like me, a woman like that. That's why I said when I hear about how a woman is, and she was, like I said, she was a girl that wasn't big in her feelings either. Like, she didn't really do all that type of stuff. And so I'm just like, I like stuff like that, man. Like, we would just talk and have casual conversations, and that's how we can get our feelings out by doing that. It's the ones that's always crying every 10 seconds. I can't stand those. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. I had to tell some girls, I'm like, you need to shut up. Like, you need to be lower than mute. Nobody cares. Like, just that crybaby stuff is just not attractive. I don't know how people do that for a living. Like, shut up. They say, well, women have more vocabulary than men. Duh, because y'all talk too much. Obviously, like, girl, nobody want to hear that all day. Like, come on, man. Like, we are willing to, listen, there are some things we're willing to do, but we don't want to hear that all day. I don't want to hear that nonstop all day, bro. Like, come on, man. I got a life, and I want peace, too. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes dudes just want a girl that acts like one of the boys. Like, not saying she's got to be a tomboy, but just like, she understands how to have fun. That's why I said it's good being around a lot of women that's not overly sensitive. I can't stand this sensitive stuff, sensitive society. I can't stand it. It's mainly like because of the women, man, because they so sensitive to everything. You can't say certain jokes now, and now you say stuff that hurt people's feelings, and now you're talking about people weighting, you talk about people's height, but they do it too. Like, when it comes to some dude, now you ain't tall, you ain't 6 foot, and they be mad because dude is, you know what I'm saying? They always want some nigga over 9 inches. You know the stupidest stuff women say. And I said, well, what's wrong with a dude saying he want a woman with a big old butt? Like, it's the same thing. See, now you're objectifying. Well, you objectifying a nigga too, because he ain't black and because he ain't got 9 inches. Like, that's so stupid. No wonder y'all be getting y'all feelings beat up because of that stuff right there. That right there. And I said, yeah, was it worth it? Stupid, was it worth it? That's why I can only see myself with black dudes. And that's why. Because you mess with the wrong black dudes. Did you get what you want? Is that what you want? Oh, goofy. And that's why most men don't even care about that color. We don't care about that race stuff. Because we realize, because men understand, like, bro, women is women. What y'all don't understand is some women might not be attracted to white men because they think of a certain thing about them. But I said, well, bro, what you don't understand is that niggas act like white men too. Any dude that's a mama's boy that's soft, that don't deal with his life, acts the same. And men understand that about women. Whatever color and whatever race she is, if she don't deal with her life, she's the same type woman. It doesn't matter about her color. I've seen nasty white girls like I've seen nasty black girls. I've seen nasty Hispanics like I've seen, like, bro, it does not matter about your race or your color, you hear me? It's about how you act and how you treat people. All ethnicities do this. I can't really speak on Asian. I'm sure they do, because like I said, I've never talked to Asian, but I can't really speak on the Asian because that's just the one people I never talked to. But I said, as far as all the other ethnicities I talk to, they do this. They definitely do this. So it's not a race thing, it's a woman thing. That's why I told you, I said it's not ghetto when black women act like that, because all women do this. White girls cry just as much as black women do. Hispanic women cry probably more than all of them. Like, they all do this, dude. Hispanic women I know for being very dramatic. So it's the same thing, bro. So men don't care about it. If you're fine, whatever, we know we got to deal with you either ways. We don't really care about you being black or whatever. We don't care about that stupid stuff. I seen girls like, well, I would only talk to black guys because they think that's going to make it better. I said, and then they realize, like, dude, that don't make it better just because they black, because y'all black. A lot of them dudes know that, and they take advantage of that. That's why I take advantage of some of y'all women, man, because they don't care. Like, hold on. It's crazy. I gotta keep my phone in this case until I get an extra case for it. This is how I was walking. Again, I didn't use my phone all week, so I had to keep it in like a. I kept it in the box anyways, but I keep it in the case now because it's brand new. I said I don't want to drop this or break this. Brand new phone. See, brand new phone. Brand new, dudes. Brand new. So, yeah. Want to make sure I don't break my stuff. I done broke like everything I get, so. I be doing a phone review and I sit here and drop my phone and broke it. But I sit here and be pissed, man. You feel me? But yeah. There's the same white girl, cowgirl, that keep walking past me. She heard me say something about the cowgirl earlier. That's right, girl. I like me a girl. I like me a cowgirl. Watch this, y'all. Yeah. Oh, baby, turn them doors and turn them loud down low. Hey, girl. I can play your Saddle, or what's it, Pony by Genuine. That's the only cowboy song I know. You want it? Let's do it. Hey, can I follow you? You going rodeoing? Hey, girl. I own a 10-horse stable garage with Noble Steeds. With Noble Steve. Like, girl, I own a lot of stuff. That's really what I want to do, man. I want to own a bunch of animals and stuff. You feel me? Like, on a whole bunch of things. Like, be Donald Trump out there with my animals. Look at the way the horse runs. Lots of things I own. Lots of things. Like such great horses. Such great quality time with my animals. Yes, it is. I want to saddle one of them, but it doesn't like me. It's totally unbelievable, unwatchable, untamable. I noticed the white horses, patriotic, good horses, good clean cattle, do its job, pay its taxes. The black cows are just the worst. Immigrant cows that coming into our country, they're eating our dogs and cats. I forgot, what did I do? I did a lot of stuff. You're gonna have to be specific. I thought that was Gideon. I look like Gideon over. Probably is. Oh, you don't get to call me up, cause you're drunk too. Hey, Steve gotta get his cowgirl, y'all. Steve is a Texan. I gotta start acting like a Texan. Get a cowgirl, man. I'm tired of you city niggas. Tired of you city girls. Tired you want a slim fine. What she say? Slim fine mama with some twerking something? I don't know what she said. I remember putting that song. My friends like a song. Like, he gonna buy me Gucci if I ask for it. That's the funniest part. He gonna buy me Gucci if I ask for it. Nigga said, ooh, girl, please. Smell like a whole burnt waffle. You think I'm gonna buy you Gucci? You would be a hoochie before you buy your Gucci. Girl, please. Take somebody back. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna get copyrighted for this song, though. I don't care. This ain't even an official live stream anyways. I don't care. Y'all pay me, so it don't matter. It ain't your place. I love the way old girl sing, man. She cute too. That's my type, boy. Cute country girls. Oh, you don't get to call me up, cause you're drunk. 2 a.m. and by you miss us, and no, you don't get to tell me. Let's see. Ashley Cook, that's her name. That's why I be playing in the country. Like, well, not really. Somebody said who would cheat on her. That's what I said. It ain't your place. Oh. You don't get to call me up, cause you're drunk. 2 a.m. You miss us, and now you don't get to change. I love that song, bro. She cute. Hey, I do music. I'm gonna have to tag her and something like, hey, girl, I do music. That'll be my place. Be my place, nigga. Somebody said, who would cheat on her? Exactly what I said. It'll be my place if you have me. So, yeah, that'd be dope, though. I always wanted to date a country singer, so. Oh, you don't get to call me up, cause you're drunk. 2 a.m. but you miss us, and no, you don't get to know. You know what I'm gonna start doing? I'm gonna start tagging a whole bunch of artists in my stuff. So maybe one of them will watch it. Who's still here, y'all? Y'all still here? What time is it? 10:06, still kind of early. Oh, you don't get to. Tomorrow we're doing a whole bunch of music too, man. So we being very productive. I gave myself time to kind of rest and relax. So now we're gonna get back on our music rant. You know what I mean? So. Cause you too way you miss us. Hopefully my talk of the country white girl didn't run y'all. If it did, good riddance. If you ever start to wonder why all the rain and all the thunder follows you around, you better cut that girl loose. Most of times everything's fine, and as soon as she starts to whine, if you have the patience, you better cut that girl loose. Are you tired? Who are you hurting? You have the power. Then do it yourself, kid. Then do it for her. Some of y'all don't know about that song. You better cut that girl loose. Set her free, let her be. It's pretty much talking about you better let go of that girl. That's a problem, nigga. I love that song, like, but you better cut that nigga loose. I ain't got a problem with cutting no girl loose. Girl, please, you old news. Some people really, I know it sounds easier said than done, but it's like we really be like it. We look back on our situation like we were so dumb for feeling that way. But it's like, bro, there was nothing to cut that girl loose or that dude loose. You know what I'm saying? You don't even care about them no more. Like, why do we let one person influence us? That's why I don't like a lot of love and relationships, because I'm like, it makes you feel like you're dying, but you're not dying, dude. That's what anxiety is. Anxiety makes you feel like you're dying and you're killing yourself, but you're really not. Our credit score don't get affected by some girl leaving us, dude. Like, come on, man. There's a reason why I said God made billions of people, man, so I can have another choice if you want to leave. I don't need you. That's why I said maybe it's just my preference or other people's preference, but I don't see how somebody can be stuck up on one person. All these ethnicities of people out here, and people are stuck on one person who don't care about them and don't want them. It's like, man, please, I'll go get another Mexican. I'll go get another black girl. Who cares? Like, you ain't important. You ain't that cute enough, man. Especially if I already had you. I'm like, you yesterday's paper. Like, who cares, man? I'll just go get somebody else. And if people say, well, maybe it's because you got to fight for that. No, you don't. No, you don't. I'm not fighting for nothing. If I got to fight for it, that means you ain't willing to do it yourself. So, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not fighting for no woman, nobody else that ain't worth fighting for. It's not my problem. I said, everybody says some stupid stuff when they heartbroken until they get with somebody else, and you don't even care about that person no more. You get with their friend, or you get with somebody that look better. You know, I'm so glad that everybody left because I got to get with somebody that look better than them. And then I'm like, bro, I feel so much more rejuvenated because I'm with somebody that's better than you. As I said, I was upset about the white girl that I had to break up with. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I moved here. But then I got with a Hispanic girl who was the most advanced woman. Like I said, me and the white girl had the best connection I've ever had with anybody else. But the Hispanic girl, she was the most advanced woman I ever talked to. So I learned a lot from her. Like, again, she taught me a lot of things. And everybody played a part in my life. That's why I said everybody was here for seasons, played a part and a role in my life. That's how it goes. That's how it's supposed to go. So that's fine. So I'm just like, I don't think about that stuff no more. I don't care about those people because I'm like, look where I'm at now in life. You know what I'm saying? Look where I'm at. Better. I don't care. And now I got so many different options. Dude, boy, I go to Ethiopia and go get me a woman over there. Ethiopians are fine. Ethiopian women are gorgeous. You got this old ugly nigga Miriam was mad at Moses because he was with an Ethiopian woman. Have you seen an Ethiopian woman? Have you seen an Ethiopian woman? Ethiopian women are some of the most finest women on the face of this earth, dude. I really believe that. They are some of the finest women on the face of the earth. And the old bitter nigga over here was mad about that. Like, why you mad? Do you understand what they, like, bro, you don't know because you ain't never had one. I can see why Moses chose the poor. I can see why, like, obviously. Ain't that like a nigga worry about what somebody else's choice is? Because that ain't one of them. That's why it ain't you. Most of these people crying about like, boy, please, ain't women on this earth finer than Jamaicans, finer than Ethiopians. Shoot. I know a dude that was in Mexico at the time. He said, bro, the most beautiful women in the world he's ever seen is somewhere in Mexico. He said, bro, they got the most beautiful women. One of my friends, we got the same birthday actually, but she live in Mexico, Mazatlan. She said she's in a city where it's the most beautiful Mexican women in the whole like country. She said these women are gorgeous. She said these are the most beautiful women. She's gorgeous herself, but she's like, I'm average compared to them. And I said, if that's average, man, you look good. She said these are and dude told me, he said these are the most beautiful women in Mexico. He said, but their self-esteem is so low because of the dudes that they deal with. You know what I'm saying? They having a men problem there too. You know what I'm saying? Which is why a lot of Mexican women said that too. They wouldn't date Mexican men because of how they treat them, how they are. So everybody's starting to see that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said I'm just like I couldn't do it. I'm like, bro, I got too many options. A Mexican don't like me, I go to Peru, man, get a Peruvian. I don't care, man. I go get a Bolivian, a Colombian. Nigga, I give me a daggone Venezuelan. I don't care. Like I give me whoever I like, whoever I want. Why do people care, man? Well, they don't like me no more, baby daddy. Well, look, you know, we find somebody better than baby daddy, man. People been upset, man. Dude was mad because this black dude mad because white girls didn't like him. I'm like, well, bro, go to another race. What are you crying about? Why is that the only one you want? There's plenty of them. Like, oh my gosh, man. Like, that's why I never understood what a lot of black women be mad because black dudes don't want them. Like, what every other race do, every other black dude do. Why you care because one don't? One dude, a couple of dudes in the city don't want you. Like, a couple of dudes on the internet that you don't even know don't want you. Why you care? That's why I be trying to tell y'all women really let stuff get to y'all faster than anybody else. Like, don't care about that stupid stuff. Why care because somebody black don't like you? Care about that old stupid stuff. Like, bro, so go get another nigga. You don't want to get a nigga at all. You want to get somebody intelligent. Go get a good black dude. You don't want no silly nigga. A dude in Mississippi living with his Mississippi mama. Like, why y'all listen to them type? Y'all listen to the worst people. I hate how there's always some big uproar and revolt because some black dude said something about a black woman and y'all, I can't stand the fact he don't like black women. Well, go be around people like black women. Why you care? Everybody don't have to like you. It's not their job. You are not entitled. You ain't special and better than nobody because you think you black or white or whatever. Like, people don't got to like you. Some of your niggas is black and I don't like y'all either. Like, bro, I don't like, a lot of us don't like each other either. So we ain't gonna pretend like it's only them, like everybody else that don't like us. Like, please. Like, you gotta stop that stuff, man. That stuff be so overplayed, man. Stuff be overplayed. Go get you a Peruvian, man. Get you a Mexican. Go get you a Jamaican, man. Get you a Haitian. Get you somebody, man. There's always somebody out here for you, man. Go get somebody out here. You feel me? I can go right now and go get somebody. I don't care. Any color, any ethnicity. Who cares? Y'all gotta stop being sensitive, man. Letting people affect y'all mood. That's the stupidest stuff. Like, well, he don't respect black women. So what? So? You can't make them. You talking about a nigga ain't gonna make them respect you. They don't got to. If they in y'all face, that's different. But if they over there saying what they saying, stop playing into that stuff, man. That's how white people get y'all too, man. They know y'all gonna be affected by this. So they let a bunch of Negroes do that and let y'all fight it out because they know y'all gonna be offended by everything, dude. You ain't God's golden child. People can talk about you. People can not like you. They didn't like our Lord and Savior. Why they gotta like you for? You ain't special because you a black woman. You ain't special because you a white woman either. Like, you ain't better than nobody. We gotta tell them man for decades. Tell white women this and then we gotta tell black women this. Like, you ain't better than nobody because you black. People can talk about you. They ain't gotta like you. Can't nobody, I don't think people should disrespect you, but I'm like, but if people don't like you or they don't prefer you, that's not wrong. That's their preference. If they didn't want our Lord and Savior, why they gotta want you, man? Everybody didn't want Michael Jackson. Everybody don't like Michael Jordan, so why they gotta like you? They better than you, so why you care? Stuff is so stupid, man. They just so triggered by everything now. It's just so stupid. Everybody triggered because white people don't like black folk. Well, I'm not where white people are. Like, I don't want to be in an all-white community anyway, so who cares? They don't want us in our communities. I don't want to be in their communities. I don't care. Like, I don't want to be up there. I don't want to be across the street from Hank and George. I don't want to be around that. Like, brother, if they racist, I don't want to be in a racist community. I just go make my own community. I want to be out in the country in no man's land away from all y'all niggas. Like, I don't want to be around nobody. And I said, well, you wouldn't want Hank and George in your community either. So why stop trying to integrate yourself in everybody else's stuff. If they don't want you there, go somewhere where you want it. The Hispanics will take you. The other blacks, the Jamaicans will take you. The Haitians will take you. Like, go there. Other black people over here will take you. Why you care? Because one white person, like, you don't even want them. People just find anything to be offended about. Everybody get all butt hurt, man. It's so stupid stuff. That's why Negroes got butt hurt when they found out my preference. My preference is really anybody. I don't care about the color. But when people found out, like I said, who I dated in the past, and you talk to white girls, so they ain't got nothing to do with them. Now, oh, so you one of them? Yes, I'm one of them niggas. I one of them. What does that mean? I'm one of a nigga that like girls. I like girls, actually. Women's. I don't like men's no more. I like some women's. I'm like some of these niggas y'all call black men like other men. You ain't got a problem with that. You got a problem with a dude liking a white girl. You niggas got a problem, dog. You keep talking. It ain't gonna stop no interracial, no integrating. It ain't gonna stop none of that, I promise you. It's just gonna make people do it even more because you said something about it. I don't care nothing about it, but you keep talking. I'm just gonna do it just because you don't like it. Tell me what I should marry and what I should date again, and I'm just gonna do the exact opposite. I'm just gonna marry the exact opposite of all I want. If you be honest, everybody got trap and Hebrew in them. They got Hebrew blood. So any woman I get is a Hebrew woman. Dummy. On stupid stuff. I'll go do opposite. I'll go get a light skin nigga. I'll go get a light skin. The mortal enemy of some of these girls. That's why I said they give y'all light skins a hard time. Stevie love you. Stevie love your white girls and little light skins. Like, I love me some light skins. Boy, ain't nothing wrong with it. I love all ethnicities. I don't care. That's why I said the darker she is, the better. I like it. But if she light skinned or she white, who cares? Like, if you a biological woman, you ain't got a slong longer than a Johnsonville sausage. Like, I'm straight. I don't want slong. I want a woman that can wear a thong. I love how this all just comes together. Just comes together. But you have a concern. What's that? Like I said, it's all about, remember they always say, I told y'all the other day, they always say love is love until some interracial stuff go on. Like, it's so stupid. I said now it's an abomination, yeah. Not old Shaquan penetrating old Peter Parker with his pecker. Not that, nah. Just us dating somebody white and a mixed kid is an abomination. Of course it is, obviously. For the past year, only older dudes try to holler at me like at least a decade or older, and I can't figure out why. It's because they want them some young meat. If I was an older dude, man, like I said, let's say, God forbid, but if I was in like my 50s or 60s and I got divorced and whatever, you think I'm gonna go get another 50-year-old woman? I'm gonna get me a woman that's in like her 30s. Like, man, my ex-wife was a hag, man. That old drop bag of pudding I was calling a wife for years. I'm like, now I get to give me somebody that keeps up with themselves. I don't want a woman that's like a pudding pop box. I want a woman that's like a real one. Like, man, please. When you've been with something so old and worn out for a long time and you ain't with them no more, of course you want you a hot young thing. Not somebody that's like young, but you want you somebody that's like maybe like if you're in your 50s, maybe somebody's like maybe in their late 30s or like early 40s or something. Because they still kind of got it together, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, you don't look like, Chrissy, you're only like 35, right? Like, you don't look like you're 35. You're not ugly, so obviously people gonna holler at you. I got older women that holler at me. I'm only 31, dude. Most people think I'm like 23, 24. But I got older women that be in like their 50s, man, 60s trying to holler at me, man. And I know you say that's crazy, but when you in San Antonio, you gotta understand, like, old here is not old. Like, these women out here look different. Like, bro, these do not look like old women. They don't. Some of their sons be like close to my age. Their kids be like close to my age, dude. But the women still look good. I'm just like, man, this is the first time I had to really scratch my head. Like, bro, I think I'm about to give me a, grandmama. So, like, the firearm statement. I forgot what I even said about that. I forgot what I said. Denise, are you behind? I think your stream is behind like an hour. I said something about that like an hour ago. Like I said, ain't nothing wrong with older dudes trying to holler at you. Now, you ain't gotta like it, but that just shows that you got it. You know what I'm saying? Do you see them hollering at 600-pound life? Like, no, they don't holler at them because, I ain't trying to diss them, but I mean, not many people want that. But when you a young, fine thing, like I said, they be like, okay, you know, they see what they got. Listen, I'm kind of guilty of that too. Like I said, I've seen some older women that was older than me. Even Stevie was trying to holler, man. Stevie was trying to holler. I said, girl, look, I know you're 47, daggone. I was only like 22, and I was like, man, girl, look. Age ain't nothing but a number. I was like, girl, as long as you over the age of 18, 19 years old, I said, girl, age ain't nothing but a number. I said, girl, it's different for me. I said, because I'm taller and I'm more stronger and muscular than you, so I look like I'm older, but shoot, I ain't a little boy no more. I ain't a little boy. I'm a grown man. You see these cannons? Like, girl, shoot. Shoot, I ain't told to be a sugar baby. Give me a nice sugar mama. Take care of me, boy. Shoot. Y'all Negroes missing out. That's what I'm looking for now. I don't want to pay rent and bills no more. I need a sugar mama. Hey, girl, where my PlayStation at? Where my new game, my new Call of Duty, girl? What you making for dinner, honey? Like, come here, sugar mama. You mean all I gotta do is give you some sugar and you gonna take care of me? Like, girl, please. Sugar, right here. Sugar pie, honey bun. You know that I love you. I can't help myself. I want you and nobody else. Ooh. I need me a sugar mama, man. Nigga ain't trying to work no more. Men want to be spoiled too, man. We looking like we can't start OnlyFans because that don't work for men. It don't work like it work for y'all. We gotta finesse our way to a woman. Like, we gotta finesse and be a good talker. Well, you really think that I'm still cute and I got it? Like, girl, you been, mama, what you talking about, baby? Come on, baby, you been having this since 1987, girl. You been looking good before I was even born. He wasn't gone. Like, come on, mama, let's be real groovy. Be real diggy, you feel me? I'm trying to finesse my way like a pudding pop. I came across Spirit of a Finisher video. We need those videos back. I want to use the music you made in the background. Hold on, somebody text me. Posting something. I want to use the music you made in background for my video. That's what's up, bro. That's what's up, man. Yeah, I forgot all about that video, man. Spirit of a Finisher. But I remember making that video too. That was before my channel was big. But I like to like it before my channel was big because I ain't have to deal with a bunch of warthogs. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was cool, man. I thought about releasing some more. But I'm thinking about it. I really don't want to do vlogs no more. I really don't. Part of me kind of wants to do a little something, but right now I don't want to do at least right now. Like for a long while, I don't really want to. But I'm just tired of talking. I do live streams now. I don't even care about vlogs. But yeah, you can use my music in the background. Like I said, you just got to make sure you give me credit because YouTube will copyright you. Just do it in the description. You know, like I said, tag me. But yeah, you can do that. Just make sure you give. What in the world? Make sure you give out credit because, you know, like I said, YouTube is very technical with stuff like that. But yeah, I miss those videos, man. Spirit of a Finisher. That's the same video that some warthog was on there. Why you wearing a tank top? You can't show your flesh out in God's presence. Like, boy, because it's freaking 200 degrees outside of San Antonio. I'm at the workout park, you idiot. Like, obviously, I wear a tank top out here. Duh. So now y'all see me in a tank top every day. That's why. Y'all see me in a tank top? That's why. Because people keep running their mouth. And I told you every time somebody run their mouth, I said, I'm going to wear a tank top. Somebody else came in that same video, some spiritual weirdo. Do you think maybe you should cover up? Because women might come over here and see your arm. Like, what? Duh. They see what that like does. Like, nigga, like, had to turn Stephen Hawking on a nigga. Like, bro, obviously, they like me because my arms are big. Obviously, nigga, they like that. Like, dang, bro, like, why can't people like what they see? I'm at the workout park, dude. And I said, that shows they missed the whole message I was saying in the video. Why are your arms out? It was only men that did that. It wasn't women that did that. And I said, yep, you freaks. Yeah, that's because you battling lust for a dude with big arms, a big black man. They probably wondering what else you got. And that's why you repent. You got on a tank top, repent, Steve. I said, no, you repent for them homosexual thoughts you think about me, boy. Don't ever think of me that way. The Bible said, if thy eyes offend thee, pluck it out. I will pluck your eyes out for you if you look at me that way again, you freak. Talking about something. Why you looking? Yo, freak. That's when I was like, you know what? I got a channel full of Timon and Pumbas, man. They're not going to take nothing serious on my channel, what I'm doing. So I stopped just doing the vlogs, man. Bunch of freaks. Everybody else is, oh, bro, this is great, man. This is great to hear. I was even touching myself in that message. Somebody, why you wearing a tank top? I thought, don't you think that women might get the wrong idea? Well, that ain't my problem. Well, it's a good thing because I'm a single black man on the prowl. Don't be mad because your wife coming over here watching my video. Your wife probably sees something that I get you ain't get. That's probably what it is. Them be the type of dudes that try to say Steve Jr. took my wife. Like, boy, please, she was never yours to begin with. Your wife came over here because she's tired of you. Tired of you. All is welcome on this channel except a freaking warthog, obviously. Spirit of a Finisher doing stuff for people that's the spirit of offenders. I was offended over everything. So that's why y'all see me. If y'all ever wonder why I'm always in a tank top, that's why I always wore these anyways. But I really started wearing them more because I make people mad because they can't shut up. Like, dude, you are never gonna tell me what to do in the history of history. I will never take a lesson from you, stupid. They be like, well, you know you can't, well, you know you can't wear a tank top. Where in the word does it says I can't wear a tank top? Find me that scripture. You can't find it. No flesh or glory in his presence. I'm like, so me being outdoors at a freaking workout park, 300 degrees in San Antonio, and I can't wear a tank top. Yeah, you a freak. And then they wonder why I call them spiritual weirdos, because you're a freaking spiritual weirdo. That's why. Those are the type of people that tell you wear a tank top, you're going to hell, y'all. Those are the same type of people that tell women if they wear makeup, you're going to hell. Those are the same type of people that tell you if you wear jeans, you're going to hell. No, if you wear Chucks, you're going to hell. Don't worry, guys. If you wear a beanie, you're going to hell. If you have an iPhone, anything less than an iPhone 6, you're going to hell. If you're black and you're not handsome, you're going to hell too. It's always one of them type people tell everybody they're going to hell. And I said, guess who's going to end up in hell? Those type people. Guess who's going to end up in hell? The main people telling everybody they probably going to go to hell. Probably. Keep talking about me, and I said, well, my channel just keeps growing. Despite the tank top, despite this, the tank top, the people still watching the tank top. Music still doing good numbers, despite the tank top. You show your arms too much. Yep, I worked hard to get them. You see that? This is over 10 years of working out. 10 years of lifting. 10 years of being dedicated. Brother, this is 10 years of muscles and dedication. Duh, obviously. You don't think if I worked hard to get something, I'm going to show that out? Obviously. It's not about looks. Well, then why did the Bible say that Joseph was a handsome man? If it didn't matter, why did the Bible have context for, huh? Why? Esther's a beautiful woman. The king liked his women a certain way. If it didn't matter, why did it say beauty is a gift? A woman's hair is her glory. Why did the Bible say that stuff if it didn't matter? Because it matters, stupid. Guess who's the ones that say that the most ugliest, unattractive, unfit people on this planet Earth say that stuff? I had a friend of mine, again, she was jealous of me and my former best friend, a little light-skinned girl that I was cool with all the time. Because the light-skinned girl, like I said, she was cool. She just wouldn't shut up. She just talked too much. But she was very attractive, very cute. And that's why everybody thought we was a couple, because we was always around each other. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, no, I believe if we would have became a couple, we would have been good together because we started off as friends. We was real good friends. But she talked too much. Like, no, she's not, you know? Light-skinned women they be tripping. They be tripping. They fine, but that mouth, man, they just can't just... Ugh. But old girl was mad at it because I told her, because somebody had said something. I think I made a little joke. And so here comes this ugly, unattractive girl who, again, she was jealous of her because, again, all the dudes want to talk to her. All the dudes want to dance. Well, I told y'all, a woman's biggest enemy is another woman. Didn't no dude care about that. It was her. She was mad at her because she never got attention from the other dudes like she got attention. So she got offended and said something about like, well, it's not always about looks and it's not always about, I can't remember what we said. She said, you just think it's always about looks and muscles. I was like, I never said that. I never once said that. I was like, bro, I never said that. She said, well, it's not always about that. I was like, I never said that. I said, the fact you said that shows you deflecting, right? I said, you are mad deflecting. That's really what it is. You are mad deflecting. And I said, coming from the one that's jealous of both of us because people pay us attention, it's always one, man. That's why I said, be careful who y'all women call friend. I hope y'all can still hear me. Y'all still hear me? Be careful who y'all women call friend. Y'all remember the late, great, beautiful Selena, right? The late, great, beautiful Selena. Beautiful. Oh, man, Selena was beautiful, dude. I think that was every man's woman crush. Like, she's beautiful. And her little fat, ugly friend, Yolanda. And allegedly, Yolanda was the one that killed her because she was jealous. She was mad. That's why I said, be careful who you call friend. Your ugly friends are plotting on y'all. I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all think that's not true. It's true, dude. I told you, that's why some girls will keep the ugly girls around, because they the girls that make them look better. Like, you can have two ugly girls, but one is ugly, and it makes the ugly one, the one that's not as ugly, look not as ugly. So that's why they hang around you, to make them look good. So when dudes come and holler at them, they all might be butched and chopped. But one might stand out than the other butched and chopped ones, you know what I'm saying? And the butched and chopped ones are the ones, she don't want you. Nah, she don't like how you know? Old girl's actually feeling him. She laughing. She don't want you. I said, no, he don't want that refrigerator box that's right next to you. He don't want her. He don't want the mini fridge over there. He wants her. The nice, succulent cooler. The slim Coke bottle. He wants that. That's why I said, y'all women, y'all let other women talk for y'all. Why y'all let them do that? I would never let a woman talk. I wouldn't let one of my dude friends talk for me. That's so weird. Imagine someone trying to holler at me at my guy friends. No, he don't want you. I was like, what? I would start to think something's up. I would start to think homie want me, because I'm just like, why are you interjecting yourself in my business? Cause men, that's a rule with men that we know. Don't ever interfere in another man's game. We know that. See, women don't know that. That's why y'all be getting messed up, because y'all let some girl or y'all homies interfere in that. And I say, of course she's gonna interfere. It's not because she care about your safety, because you know they always say that. Oh, I just want you. No, they don't care about that. They mad because they ain't going home with a dude tonight. They ain't getting no numbers. Ain't nobody gonna buy them a drink or a meal. No Tubby over there is mad because she ain't never got the type of attention. They be hanging with you, but they hate you. I try to tell y'all, man, girls be hating each other because one is better than the other. Like, she don't want you. Like, no, he just don't want you. I don't know how y'all let people talk for y'all, but I would beg to differ. And that's why I say a lot of girls, they be wanting to speak up, but they don't want to upset their friends and stuff. And I'm just like, I would have said all my friends, I don't care. Nobody gonna tell me what I like and what I don't like, man, please. That's why I said when Daddy tried to do it, man. He tried to do it before. And that was when like I said, we got Grace Retreat out there. We was out there working. We got some next door neighbors that they actually some white people. Cool, man, they are super cool white people. And so they got a daughter that's like around, I think she's like a couple of years younger than me. I think she's like actually Joe's age or something. But she wasn't a bad, I mean, I didn't like her like that, but she wasn't a bad white girl. She was cool. She was cute. You know what I'm saying? And so the neighbor came and told Daddy, I think he told Daddy right hand man, he was like, hey, she's kind of interested in one of the boys. You know what I'm saying? Like, she was want to know if she can kind of talk. She want to know, get to know him. You know what I'm saying? And so again, Daddy right hand man told me this. And so he was like, yeah, he said, yeah, your daddy was like, nah, man. He's like, nah, they ain't talking to her. And I said, hold on, bro. Daddy don't speak for me. Daddy does not speak for me. Like, no. I said, bro, I'm a grown man. Daddy does not. He can't do that no more. And I told Daddy he can't do that. Like, you can't do that. I said, it wasn't even the fact that I want the girl, but I said, it's the fact that you speak for me. I said, you don't get to speak for me on what I want and what I like. Because when you told these old bush chop girls at the conferences come talk to me, you didn't say nothing about that. So you're not going to tell them when it comes some white. Like, no, you ain't going to do that. Like, no, absolutely not. No, you're not doing that. Because I had to tell him that too. I'm just like, you don't get to decide for me on what woman I want. That's not for you to decide. I mean, not saying he was trying to decide, but he was just be like, nah. He was like, nah, they ain't interested. How you gonna tell me what I'm interested in? You don't know that. It'd be one thing when I'm like 13 or 14, and I was like 22, 23 at the time. I'm like, you don't get to choose. I don't think Daddy could see all them butch chop girls that was at the conference trying to holler at me, but yet some nice white girl that I like, that's what you think I don't want? Like, I wanted her more than the girls that went to the conferences. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I didn't find one woman at that conference that was appealing. Not one. So I said, don't ever, and that's why I said people realize with Steve, don't ever tell Steve what he wants. Don't ever tell Steve what he like. You don't know that. He didn't know that, and you don't know it either. So it's weird. That's why I get real personal when people think they're gonna speak for me. Like, boy, you don't speak for me. And that's why I purposely don't listen to people. And I show people I don't listen to you because you stupid. I don't listen to stupid. You ain't gonna tell somebody what they like and don't like. Like, man, please, why don't you make me? You have any idea? I mean, people try to come over here and was like, where your black wife at? Why she gotta be black? And why you care? And if I did have a black woman, you would never know. A girl could be she could be Neapolitan. You wouldn't know. I would never tell you. I would never post it. Half of these freaks on this channel don't even know my own life. Like, bro, you would never know the personal stuff that I do. You don't know who I'm talking to, and you never will know. I don't want you to know that, and that's for a reason, on purpose. I mean, oh my gosh, man. I said, y'all women be letting dudes, like letting people decide for y'all and stuff. I'm just like, bro, please. Because my one friend was like, she was like, well, because like I said, she's like half Italian, half Mexican, but she looked kind of white. She's like one of them country girls. And she said, look, she said, I come from a real racist town in Indiana. She said, I was the darkest person there. And they even looked at me like I was dark, and she was pretty light. And then she was like, look, they don't not like a lot of dark people. And she said, listen, I like a lot of black guys. She said, but I'm scared to bring one home because I don't know how my family gonna react. And I said, what's your family got to do with what you like? And that's why I told her, get out your people's house. Why you gonna let them stop you from what you like? I said, that ain't their business. She said, well, I wouldn't want them to have to face that. I said, well, go somewhere away from your family. Them, if they racist, they gonna be like, yeah, go somewhere and like what you like. I said, girl, I ain't never let that stop me. I said, man, growing up, mama didn't like the fact that I like white girls. I did not care, bro. I never cared. Never cared, and I still don't. Mama didn't like white girls, and I like white girls because mama didn't like white girls. Like, you don't get to tell me what I like. Because I had to tell her, because she was like, well, nah, they beat. I said, no, they don't. I said, mama, not all of them do that. Because if that was true, I would have been lied on a long time ago. All of them don't do that. Just like all black women ain't niggas and don't do nigga stuff. Like, no, white girls don't do that, and Hispanics don't do that, and Africans ain't like it. Like, you gotta stop stereotyping everybody. A lot of people do that stuff, but not everybody like it. And I said, well, the ones I was with never did it, so that's all that mattered. And so I talked to some of them, and they said the same thing. They was like, we get a lot of stereotypes. She said, I don't do that. She said, at least me, I never did that. And I said, well, everybody says that because, again, everybody has a stereotype for each other. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? They say, white girls lie. I ain't had one white girl lie on me ever. Never. So that show you right there, that's a total lie. Like I said, people just say that because they trying to get Negroes to be scared to stay with them. That's what they say. Some people do. But I said, well, we got a lot of ethnicities, races of people that do this, bro. Whenever anybody has malice intent in their heart, just like murder is not just a white thing or black thing, anybody that has murder in their heart will kill, will wipe out anything. They don't care. So if a woman is just crooked and she gonna lie, they gonna lie. It don't matter what color they are. They gonna do that. Because I remember I was talking to somebody, I was talking to a couple people about stuff, and they was like, well, nah, see, that's all they do. I said, well, bro, if that was true, they would have did it with me. I said, nah, see, they just got a fetish. I'm like, no, they don't. Everybody, some people just genuinely like you for you. Why are you so upset? Because some things just work. Because I had to tell mama that too, because again, she was thinking that. I said, mama, my best connection was with a white woman. My best connection was with some white girl. Like, bro, we never did that. She never did that. Everybody doesn't do that stuff, man. I said she was the one woman I could really be around, be myself with. She didn't have an expectation. She didn't have a lust or a fetish. We actually didn't even realize we was even gonna click that good. Some people are just really genuine. And she was like, well, now I see a lot of them. And I said, okay, mama, yeah, a lot of them do have fetishes, but I said a lot of black women got fetishes too. A lot of black dudes got fetishes, a lot of white men got fetishes. Everybody got that. It's not everybody that does that. And I said, well, the ones that I happened to meet never did that to me. We didn't work out because of that. We didn't work out because we just probably just didn't see eye to eye, or it was just something going on where we had to stop. You gotta stop looking at everybody like that, man. And I said, no wonder the world's so daggone separated and segregated. It's like, this is all people think about. That's why racists will tell you when they get saved and they get redeemed, they said, well, I was taught, they said it's about black people. They said black people do this, black people do that. And they go off of that. And I said it's the same thing with a lot of black people that say that. We was taught this about a lot of white people that do this. Like I said, man, some people are just really legit. As I said, as the year to date, my best connection was with somebody white. And it's not putting nobody down. Again, it's not nothing putting nobody down, but I told you people take it that way because they so freaking offended by everything nowadays. And I said, well, that's what you get when you don't mind your business. And that's why I told people, stop trying to claim everybody. Like, they ain't your women. Like, they be like, well, nah, our women. Like, they ain't your women. Women are people that got emotions and choices too. They not yours. Black women ain't your women. You don't own them and claim them like that, dude. Go get your one black woman and then you say that about her. Stop trying to put the whole race on you. You don't own them. You get to say that. Just like how these white dudes be like, well, nah, black dudes taking all women. And then what did the white women say? They were like, we not y'all's. And the white women say the dudes look at them like a piece of property. And I said, now Negroes are starting to look at y'all like that. That's why they act like that, y'all. Now they doing what a lot of these white dudes would do to their women. Now the black dudes are doing this. Or maybe they've been doing it, it's just coming out now. But I said, but this is how they act. I told you, it's not color thing. It's anybody who don't want to mature and grow up thing. Men do it, women do it, black do it, white do it. That's why I told you, I'm not stuck on no color. Most dudes I know really don't do that. We don't really care. That's why I said, I'll go talk to a white girl, I'll turn right around and talk to a Vietnamese. I do not care. I love all type of coaches, man. I study all type of coaches because I'm just like, which one gonna be the best for me? I got to choose one in the future. I got to choose one and one only. So I got to go with the best one that I like for me, the one that's going to fit for me. I don't know who she is, and that ain't for me to know yet because it ain't time. Whatever color she is the color that I chose, that I wanted, that God saw fit for me to have. You know what I know? She ain't gonna be from Louisville, Kentucky, from my hometown. That's what I know. She ain't gonna be ain't gonna be one of these Negro-minded type people, and she ain't gonna be no snobby type woman either. So that's why I say whoever I choose, who I choose. That is my choice. You go get yours. Again, I don't care what people say. The publicity, people don't like it. Okay, I do stuff on purpose just because people don't like it. People don't like me saying spiritual word. I say spiritual word all day just because it pisses the freaking weird off. They don't like the tank tops. I wear tank tops because they don't like it. I talk crazy because they don't like it. I keep doing stuff the way that I want to do it because they don't like it, so I'm just going to keep doing it. So when it comes to liking who I like, I'm going to like what I want because I want to. I don't just do it because people don't like it. I just do it because, again, that was always my thing anyways. It's called Nunya Business. That's who. That's my woman called Nunya, last name Business. It ain't got nothing to do with you. Worry about yourself. Negroes will say, that's why I said people will say anything, man, just because they mad, don't nobody want them. And when they realize that they ain't picked, like they was mad at LeBron's son because he took some white girl to prom. A 17-year-old kid. And they mad at some 17-year-old kid. A bunch of women is in the comments angry. A bunch of freaking pedophiles. Because if this was some 17-year-old girl that did this and a bunch of grown men was in there, they would have said, these dudes are pedophiles. It's the same thing with women. Y'all can be pedophiles too. That's weird. You are that threatened by some 17-year-old black kid with some white girl. Y'all niggas be low-key retarded. Like, for real, man. You're a retarded pedophile. You mad because the nigga don't want you and want your little dirty daughter. And you mad? You wouldn't have a chance. And then what's the first thing they say in the comments? Nah, man, he should have got a black queen like his black mama. Like, why does a nigga want to think about his mama when we going to prom? The last woman I want to think about when I'm dancing with and when I'm with, and especially when I'm doing it with, is my mother. You gay, nasty, incest, pedophile niggas. That's why I said something up in the nigga community. Something up with y'all. I'm like, no, we need to really start investing in some of this stuff. Because I'm like, no, some of this stuff is low-key freaky. I know it's funny, but I'm like, this is really not a joke. This is serious. I'm starting to think of some real low-key incest stuff going on, man, because you niggas is weird. Man, if somebody ever tell you get a woman like your mama, leave. Do not get the exact opposite. Mama's a good woman. Mama's a very beautiful woman, but I do not want a woman that looks like or acts like mama, because I don't want my mother. Got these old fat niggas calling their woman old lady. Why you call your woman your old lady? Man, that's your wife. Call her mama. Like, bro, ain't your mama? That's why I say y'all black women, especially y'all better do some investigating. These niggas done turn y'all into y'all mama, into their mama. So incest Andy over here sitting here trying to make you in the very image that he wants. Niggas be nasty, man. All you see is a bunch of people in the comments. All you see is a bunch of people in the comments. Why ain't getting nobody like his mama? Why ain't getting nobody look like his people? His granny black and his mama black. I'm like, baby, that's why he didn't, because he don't want to think about his mama when he being intimate with his girl. That is an extreme turn off. Intimacy is a very serious, deep thing. Now, fortunately, Buddy didn't have the option to choose if he wanted to be breastfed or not. So obviously, he was breastfed as a baby by his mama. He don't want to think about that when he's with his next woman, while he's on hers. He don't want to think about that. That is really weird. I'm like, no, that's like not even funny. That's really weird, man. Niggas are nasty. That's the first thing everybody always say, man. When your granny black, why does it got to do with my woman? Maybe that's why I didn't want my woman to look like my granny, because I don't want somebody to look like my granny, dude. Keep it in the family type niggas. Like, y'all niggas are weird, man. Weird. And this is stuff that we say white people do. You Negroes doing it too. Y'all be the Sweet Home Alabama, except y'all Mississippi niggas. Just as nasty. I'm not saying you remember to get breastfed. I'm just saying everybody knows you got breastfed, because that's what mothers do to their kids, obviously. But if you keep having somebody remind you that your woman like your mama and she look like your mama, you don't want to think about you on your mama's breast, your mom's teeth. Like, come on, man. That's why the Bible says you gotta be intimate with your woman. The last thing you want to do when you being intimate is think about your parents. Why? That's why these girls be freaky too. Want to do just like they daddy. Want you to be just like they daddy, and you gotta be intimate with that. Like, don't you think that's some type of weird role play type stuff going wrong? Don't y'all think that's like weird? Why can't you just be my man, be my woman, be my husband, be my wife? What's wrong with that? My woman is my everything, man. I don't even tell mama who I'm talking to, man. I don't even want mama even involved in this because I don't want to hear mama on nothing on this. That's how old girl was. Like I said, a white girl, she was like, well, you know, she's like, what was your mom think? I said, who care what mama think? I said, well, she have a problem with it. If she did, what's she gonna do about it? Nothing. Talk and talk some more and then talk some more and talk some more and ain't gonna do that. Like, who cares? And I said, mama ain't got nothing to do with me and you. Me and you is me and you because we said so. She said, well, I just want to make sure mama wouldn't have a problem. I said, that's why you wouldn't be around mama, because if mama had a problem with it, I wouldn't talk to her about it. As I said, I love mama. Mama my girl, man. That's like I said, mama, I take care of mama. That's my girl. But at the same time, I'm like, when I get a wife, I said, mama, if you ever come between me and my wife, I will stop talking to you. And I mean that. It's my wife over you. And I mean that. And she even said it. She said, I would never get between y'all and y'all spouses and stuff because I ain't like it. And I said, good, because if you did, I would have to cut you off. And I mean that. Half of these Salisbury steak salad tossing niggas that can't get rid of their mama sitting there trying to talk to y'all. I can't stand a nigga on his mama all day, boy. You need to get whipped. Them is the house niggas. Them is them type of house niggas. Like, I can't stand them. You got a fine hot woman right there, and you better be on your mom's teeth, you little weirdo. That old 8 teeth. Oh, weird niggas, man. Yeah, I said it. Y'all weird niggas. Yeah, start calling this stuff out, man. That stuff is starting to turn into incest, dog. Like, for real, it's really starting to turn into incest. It's getting weird. Got dudes telling that girl to call them like not daddy as in like, you know, some people say it like as in like the intimate way. I'm like, they be saying it like no, I'm your real daddy. Like, no, you not. Calling your wife your old lady, man, that's disrespectful. Y'all ought to be disrespected if your man ever called you that. I would be so offended. Like, that's all I am to you is a second mom. No wonder he wants y'all to cook and clean and stay home and clean his toes on nasty niggas. Like, no wonder. Boy, they ain't got off his chimpanzee mama. That's what it is. Why in the world do I want a woman that look like my mama? Oh my God, bro, I get the exact opposite of anything that I know in life. That's why I'm glad I never really dated a lot of people in Louisville. That was one of the reasons I didn't mess with a lot of black women in Louisville, because we all was family. A lot of them look the same and we all look related. So no, I'm good. Yeah, some women that went to church thought they was gonna be the one. Like, man, please. I told you I had 2 married women trying to have a conversation with me about what my type was. Y'all niggas are married. Why are you worried about a single brother? What's your type? What you like? It ain't got nothing to do with you. And then I said, whatever she is, I said I like her because of who she is. Well, can't she just be black? That's what she said. Can't she just be black? Why you care because she black? Why can't she just be whoever? And that's why I said, control freak, y'all niggas got fetishes. You're married and still doing this. You're married and still doing that weird stuff. That is so weird. Nobody likes victims. Nobody else wants to be a victim no more. We don't do that. And then because they're not chosen, they gonna say some old cliche stuff where y'all just don't understand black women and black women got it hard. Like, no. Like, no, hood rats have it hard. Niggas like you have it hard. Again, I've never seen an intelligent, beautiful black woman say this. I don't even see light-skinned women saying this. Why is it a certain type of people always hear say this? And then you look at the ones that said, y'all got one thing in common. An intelligent black woman that is beautiful, soft-spoken. I'm not saying they rare, but a single one is. I told you, the single one is Hard to find. They ain't never single, dude. I've looked, I've tried, I've saw. They are never single. Ever, never, for never, ever, dude. They always got somebody. They are really hard to get on the market. Everybody wants one of them. Probably because they don't remind them of their mother. Yeah, it's so weird. It's weird, Crystals. People just be weird. Look, we all got work to do. We all get some inspiration in our life, man. That's why I say like this stuff is weird though. But you ain't know how to tell me when it came to that. When it came to talking to women, I was a teenager and I was like, bro, I do not want nobody like my mama. Even I knew that. I was like, bro, that was cringy. I used to think that was gay giving mom and daddy hugs. I was like, I mean, not really necessarily gay, but I was just like, it felt kind of funny because again, I'm not really an affectionate type person. And I said, we're not really an affectionate type family. So we don't really do a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, I mean, we're affectionate, but we're not like, oh, group hug time. Like, we don't do that. So I was like, this is kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? That's why I used to think it was gay to give Joe a hug when they be like, give your brother a hug. I was just gay. But it ain't gay to hug your brother. I said, yes, it is. Like, men we don't do that. That's weird. I always got people exactly opposite of my family. So like, bro, why in the world do I want somebody like my mother, man? Mama cool now, but mama was terrible growing up. Dude, mama, oh my God, dude. Mama just, she just did the most. So why do I want a woman to remind me of her? Like, come on, man. And then, like I said, me and mama got into a heated argument one time when I was like 16 or so. And we was talking about this whole situation, about this whole black and white thing. And then she said, and I told her, I was like, so you gonna force me? I said, you gonna make me? Because I'm just like, every man, the Bible says every man must choose a wife. Not his mother, not his father, but a man. And I told her, I said, so you gonna make me? She said, yeah. She said, yeah, we gonna make you get married. I'm like, I said, you ain't gonna make me do nothing. That was the one thing I did have a right to say. You ain't gonna make me do nothing. That ain't your choice to make. I listened to you and Daddy since I was young. Because again, I was young. I had to listen to y'all. I said, but my wife is the one thing you will never, ain't no nigga on this earth ever gonna make me do. You ain't gonna never make me choose what you said. I'll choose whoever I daggone want to. If I choose not to get married till I'm 50, because I can't, I'll do that. That's why I'm 31 and still ain't married. Because I said so. Because I said so. Remember Daddy tried to say that? He tried to preach that a long time ago. He tried to preach that years ago. He said, yeah, my son's going to be married when they're 17. No, we not. And that's why I ain't married at 17. Because he had to understand he can't do that. He thought he can't do that. And when he started understanding he can't do that, he started backing up and leaving it alone. You can't speak like that, man. You can't do everything. You can't make somebody do something like, bro, they not your children no more. They are grown. Black folk got that bad, man. They won't let their kids grow up and they talk to them like they little niggas. Like, no, we not little niggas no more. We grown. You got to respect us. Physical affection growing up, so I love on my children. Right. Most times you give people what you didn't have. You know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, that's crazy, man. I can never understand it, man. People want somebody that's just like they parent, like they mama. That's why I said I don't like these little girls that be daddy girls. What you think a daddy girl wants? Somebody like her daddy. That's why I usually prefer my women who probably don't have a father figure in their life because they don't do this. The worst girls I have talked to are the ones from two-parent households. I'm going to say it again. The worst girls I've ever talked to are the ones from two-parent households because they don't know nothing about life. Because daddy is going to take care of them all day, every day. And dear old dumb daddy dearest didn't teach them that the real world doesn't go like that. That's why they snobby and they snooty and they expect you to buy all their stuff and they expect you to step in and take care of their insecurities and their first nigga issues and little issues they got with their mama or their daddy. Every man wants to hold open the door and love on his woman, but they expect you to do it because you're supposed to because you a man. So they already feel entitled already. So it's like a man saying, well, you know, I just bought you an Arby's sandwich, pull your pants down. That's pretty much what they're saying. Like, what if a man thought that because he did something nice for you, you owe him now? See, they don't want to be entitled when it comes to them, but you want to tell a nigga what his job is. What if I say your job is getting in the kitchen? See, they don't like that stuff. They don't like being stereotyped, but they stereotype you. Why wouldn't you want to do it? Why wouldn't you want to do it? You with somebody, right? Obviously, you love doing this, right? You want to tell people what their job is. What about your job? I only noticed that from girls. These girls. Some girls that don't feel loved, they don't feel like nobody care about them, they are the ones who would never give you that problem. That's one thing about it I will say. They might not be all the way there, but they got an excuse not to be all the way there. So that's why I gave them compassion, because I understand. The daddy's girls, ones I never liked. Never. I've always happened to talk to women that came from broken homes. I like them a lot better because they are more mature. They are smarter. And they are way more attractive, honestly. And there's something about a woman that didn't have it all together, that's getting it all together, that's very sexy, that's very attractive. I like that because, again, they make me a better person because I had both parents. Still got mama, daddy ain't here no more, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't always do the best thing because I came from a two-parent household. And they teaching me a lot of stuff about myself. And I can appreciate that. So I do like a woman that's a little broken because, again, they don't act like that. It's only the daddy's girls that cry about their cell phone bills and other Negroes and stupid stuff. They got no problems. And so that's why they walk around wanting somebody else to be like their daddy. They got a high expectation of men. Because old dumb daddy didn't teach them that men ain't just their daddy. Just entitled. Have you ever seen somebody entitled? Niggas come to you and expect you to just do all the work now. They came to you and want you to do all the work. Come to you, now you're supposed to magically like them. You don't even know a nigga, don't even know who they are, and expect you to magically like him and put a ring on it. You don't even know who this person is. Entitled, spoiled, nasty nigga brats. I can't stand them. That's why they be looking at every other dude be thirsty. Steve ain't thirsty, dude. Steve ain't never been thirsty. I can't say never, but I definitely ain't thirsty like that. And if I was, it definitely wasn't over a daddy girl. It was over a woman that already had her own stuff. I like a woman who don't need me because that's a woman that's going to love me. Some needy, nasty Negro, you going to not stand them. I've seen daddy's girls, man, and got their life already messed up. Already out here just doing whatever. Already got kids with other people. And come and literally expect you to just step in now. Now you got to be a father to their kid. They don't even know you. Rush stuff already. Expect you to just stand up and already just be, and then you got to be the man. You got to make all the moves, and you got to tell them you love them, and you got to like, no, 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 no. That's why they be wanting to rush fast, because they don't know about life. Dumb daddy didn't teach him about life. And now some other nigga got to teach him about life. And when they get dumped for the 64th time, because people are tired of dealing with them, maybe it'll ring bells. You know what I seen? Daddy's girls will run to church and use religion to cover up their niggerism. That's what they do. They use religion to cover up their fear and their insecurities. That's why they come to me and, hey, I watch Darby. Yeah, I watch y'all all the time. And yeah, I watch y'all. And still be the stupidest slouchy Negro that you've ever seen. Still be insecure about every single thing. Still dealing with the spirit of fear. Still ain't never changed their life. Still dealing with first Negro issues because they don't change. Because they use religion to hide. You watch Darby, but you're still a snob, man. You still ain't changed your life. You're still entitled. You're still a user. You can watch this all you want to, man. That ain't gonna change your life until you want to change it. That's why I told people, just because I had Darby as a father, do you think I always automatically did the right thing? No, I had to do the right thing because I had to. You ain't automatically blessed with grace. Like, you gotta get the grace. I always want to be with a spouse like they parent. Who want to be with somebody like they parent? But I forgot. When daddy your man, that's gonna be your man. And when the times that get tough, guess where they going back to, daddy? You know what I didn't like about that? You know how easy it is for a girl to run back to her father and be like, he hit me. He hurt my feelings. Here come on dumb daddy. Now daddy about to get laid out because he don't understand. He don't stay in the old Negro place. And daddy come to you wrong and you knock him clean out. See, that's why I said you gonna get your daddy beat up. Just like Blueface beat up Krishan Rock daddy. See, your daughter done got you beat up, dude. See? That's why I said everybody coming with this old Krishan Rock thing. I don't care about these people. I don't. But we ain't gonna act like Krishan Rock ain't got free will. She know what she doing. They like that stuff. They like that toxic relationship stuff. They like that abusive talking crazy. They like that. They act like people are being forced. Like, ain't nobody being forced to do nothing. They like doing that stuff because that's what they like. I know girls that like players. They like niggas like it. They go cheat. It makes them feel good. I don't know why it's weird. Everybody got on this old stupid Krishan Rock bandwagon. Like, man, that nigga free. She can do what she want to. She chose to do that. She like cuz a schoolyard crib. That's what she like. Trying to come to her aid now. Oh, see, dude did her wrong. So she liked it. Just like a lot of dudes don't like good women, a lot of dudes like whores. They like whorish women. They do. It's the same thing, man. Some dudes like girls that are already married. They like girls that are taken because they like the sense of danger. They like the sense of just dysfunction. Maybe it makes the sex better. I don't know. They like that because that's what they do. Every time a nigga something go on, man, everybody want all see. The same with the whole Cassie and Diddy situation. Like, the nigga knew. She was getting paid on the table for years, man. She knew. Everybody want to talk now. When the checks stop rolling in, now people want to talk. When they can't get no more payments, now they want to talk. I don't care about Cassie, man. I care about all the other women that don't get the justice that go through the same thing. We don't care about that nigga. A millionaire, we don't care about you. You could have left at any moment, man. Some of these women can't leave. Some of these women getting beat now and can't leave. We don't care about you. Sorry, some stupid girl get on Facebook. Sorry, Cassie, for everybody. No, we don't care about that nigga. We don't care about none of y'all. When the checks start rolling in, now people want to talk. What about the people that ain't getting paid that's getting beat for fun, for free? That ain't cool. Don't care about no celebrity drama. Man, please, celebrities got enough money to buy everybody over. They don't care about it. Like, but please, you set, you good. Let's think about the people that's really dealing with stuff. You know, she stayed with dude, done got her daddy beat up and stayed with dude. And I said, just like how Blueface slumped her daddy, that's how I'm gonna slump your daddy. He come over here. See, that's why I tell you, see, you don't understand, daddy gonna get you beat up. That's why I try to tell girls, you can't run to your daddy for everything, man. Because what if we get in a disagreement and you go run to daddy and your daddy calling me, threatening me? I don't have to go do something to this nigga now. Like, you ain't gonna threaten me. You can take this little dirty daughter of yours back. I don't even want her. I love how dudes want to be a father figure now to their daughter. Daughter done hoard herself out to the whole city. Now they want to come and be like, this is my baby. Nigga, please. I ain't paying a dowry for this Negro. Man, please take it. I don't even talk to girls like that. I don't seen girls like that, man. Just spoiled, entitled brats. Don't know nothing about life because daddy take care of it. And then you know what I start doing? Slowly getting up with them. I'm like, I don't even like you. I don't like people like that. You don't know enough about life. See, a real woman, because since they want to tell people a real man, okay, well, a real woman knows about life. They don't got daddy to call on. I respect that. I respect the crap out of that. A girl that ain't got daddy, ain't got mama, and they gotta work. I like women like that. That's my type of woman, man. Those have always been my type of woman. You gonna run to daddy for everything. Niggas be 30 and still run to daddy. When I go through women issues, I don't tell mama. The only woman I ever told mama about was my ex. And that's because mama met her. You know what I'm saying? And mama knew what we was trying to transition to do. So I did tell mama what was going on when it didn't work out. Other than that, mama don't know about my women. That's why mama recently asked me in my talk, is there women in San Antonio? She's like, was there a lot of women? I was like, mama, there's women central up here. All the women you can eat buffet, it's all of them. I don't care right now because, again, I don't want to deal with this. Some entitled daddy's girl that I got to beat her daddy up because she's trying to involve him and stuff. I don't care who your daddy is, man. Your daddy is a nobody just like you. I don't care. That's why I said, and I told you, I noticed that. I noticed the study. A girl that comes from two-parent households is usually more likely not to know much. It's not saying all of my bad, because again, I don't believe all of bad, but I noticed they tend to be more snobby than some of these girls that don't. When you got nothing, you ain't got a room to be snobby. You got to work. A lot of them feel worthless. They got a big self value, but they feel worthless because they never really been affirmed or ordained as like somebody beautiful or somebody special. That's why they have a hard time believing it when you give it to them because they've never been told that. You got a bunch of these like Trixie Tang type niggas now, man. They been never told is they pretty, and every Negro chasing them, and daddy loving on them, and they always feel invincible. Daddy never gave you a good beat and never gave you a good whooping and realized like, nah, you ain't immune to nothing. That's why I said I'm gonna love my daughters, I'm gonna love my girls when I get them, but I'm gonna teach them the real life. Like, no, I'm gonna teach you the real world here. Cause I don't want you going out here getting handicapped by me, and I failed as a parent. That's why I was trying to tell people like I'm gonna still be hard on my daughter. This little ugly Negro came in here. You wouldn't do that. Like, girl, shut up. I know why, because wouldn't nobody have a daughter with you looking like Pumbaa, obviously. They gonna tell a nigga what he would and wouldn't do with his daughter. You wouldn't do that. Won't come here all passive aggressive and then say I'm in Pride. Yeah, you look like you in Pride, part of Simba's Pride. You little ugly Disney character looking like, girl, please. Nobody will have a daughter with you. Daughter come out looking like the Grim Reaper. Oh, the ugly thing in my chest. It's always one of them. And I said, oh, what's wrong, buddy? Did I hit a nerve there? You little spoiled brat. Did I hit a nerve there, you little nasty nigga? Is that what it is? I hurt your feelings. You little skank. That's why I said, Negro tell on himself. That's probably some dumb daddy's girl in here. Nah, see, because they're gonna try to enlighten you. I would never take orders from a daddy girl. I would never take orders from a Negro in general. Ever. Never for never, ever, never. Suck at everything. It's always one of those, man. I'm gonna try to tell somebody what they should and shouldn't do. And I said, I know what the problem is. Daddy never whooped you. And that's why you walking around here on my chat talking crazy. That's why. Y'all still here? You know. Let me check my phone real quick. Where's my phone? Hang on, y'all. Check my phone. All right, let's see. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. What was I saying? That stuff is really obnoxious, though, man. That's why I said I want y'all to understand how obnoxious it is. People just keep doing it all day. Let's go to Target. I need some snacks. I need some snacks now. That's all people do all day, man. Daddy said, and mom and daddy like, girl, shut up. 30 years old still quoting your daddy. And that's why I noticed the worst people I talked to was the ones like that. And you wonder why they walking around low-key halfway retarded. It's like, bro, because your daddy. That's why. Your daddy's handicapping you. Buddy's mama's handicapping him. That's why y'all women have a hard time. That's why I said whatever y'all women feel like y'all deal with the man form is how we deal with y'all. It's the same thing, dude. It don't different than somebody keep talking, man, running their mouth. We don't like people like that either. That's why I said, think about it for a minute. If y'all women walked around here and Buddy kept talking about what my mama said, my auntie said, my sister said, what does that feel like to y'all? Unattractive, right? What's how a lot of dudes feel? I don't keep hearing about what ex-boyfriend said and my ex and my daddy said and my uncle. Like, we don't want to hear about that. Involving other men in our situation. That's not attractive, man. We don't care about your daddy, your issues. We don't care about none of that. I love how the internet's so quick to jump on a bandwagon when it comes one of these little silly females, one of these stupid Negroes. Much as they was crying, telling her, Christian Roy getting done wrong, my blue face, and she's still taking it. Who told her to go get a blue face tattoo on her face? Who told her to do that? There's a lot of women going through that same thing. They ain't getting their Negro face tatted on them. Getting people names and all that stuff. They ain't doing that. Like, no, Krishan Rock wanted attention because she wanted to cap off the attention she was getting. Everybody would see this as a market grab, dude. You mean to tell me I just got to get treated dirt bad by you and keep being in the tabloids and people going to keep saying my name and buying my merch? Obviously, oldest trick in the book. People do this stuff for a publicity stunt, man. That's why they gonna get a bunch of slow females. Well, no, because she's really hurting and all that. Man, please, she's doing it because they both getting a payout, man. I wouldn't be surprised if they both was in cahoots of being treated like that. They both are doing it because it's a publicity stunt. Because TMZ gonna keep reporting on it. You do know they get paid off of the stories they do, right? They do get a check for that, right? So every time they talk about it, they get royalties off of that. I believe they get royalties every time somebody mention it. So why would you not be a victim for some money? You got real women going through real situations, man. They Negro, like, man, please. They Negro be the devil to them, and ain't nobody speaking out on their story in their behalf. We don't care about this girl. We care about the one that need help. You really believe a celebrity that's in the papers, that's on TV doing this is really like that lifestyle? Like, dude, they do this because that's their life. The Kardashians don't have real problems. They do it because that's their freaking life. Everybody knows you watch their show. They ain't got no real issues. It's called a reality show because it's for show. Kim don't care about none of them Negroes, man. They all getting paid good money to be stupid. That's what they doing. And people will sit there and see because they're men. Like, I think they real actual problems they wouldn't put on TV. Some people stuff that they don't want in the paper or in the real TV. It's always some starstruck woman. It's always one of them. So all I see is girls on social media all day. I'll speak for Chrisean Rock. You don't even know that girl. She don't care about you. Then they try to say, well, she was so pretty, before she met dude. I'm like, ain't nobody making you change your appearance. You did that. I understand people are bound mentally, but I said, bro, you decided to go there, though. As I said, as bad as the woman was that I was with that did that stuff, I still kept myself there. I had to acknowledge that, pick up my own cross, and die to myself, dude. I couldn't blame them all day. That's what the healing process was when I was at this men's retreat. I had to realize, like, bro, I got to heal from that too myself. I said, you are still blaming them for why you the way you is. You still holding on to that. Old girl is long gone. They gone. They ain't coming back. I made it to where they can't come back. It's done. Let it go, Steve. Do you want healing or do you want to be victim? And I had to learn. That's why I said we had to write down on the envelope what we was feeling and burn it. That's you. It's symbolic for I'm getting over this. It's old. It's ash. It's done. Go tell Chrisean Rock to do the same thing I did. And have you broken-hearted females crying about your first nigga, you go do the same thing. And throw that stuff in the fire and burn it and get over it. Buddy's not coming to say sorry, man. When you realize the sweet rejoice that nobody is going to give you an apology, you will move on with your life. That's what some of you girls are worried about now. Worry about somebody saying sorry. I don't care about your feelings. Dude ain't coming back. He don't care because he took your virginity. He don't care. He's done. He did his part. He's of his father, the devil. He ain't saying sorry, man. Y'all sit right there for 20 years waiting on an apology. I see women do this all the time. 20 years they fighting with their sister and waiting on an apology. You ain't never gonna get one. If mama was still waiting on an apology from her mother, she would never get one. Mama's mama ain't never said sorry. And mama's fine with that. Imagine if mama couldn't be a mother to us because she's waiting on her mother to come say, I'm sorry, girl, I love you. Some people just ain't gonna nevers. That stuff used to piss me off about social media, man. It's always some stupid female on there. I just want somebody to sorry. Buddy left me. Oh, and then you got them dumb men doing this now. I give my love and loyalty to some girl. And I'm like, but don't nobody care, man. I'm a nice guy because 10 facts and he says this and don't stupid stuff. She ain't never coming back, boy. She ain't never saying sorry. Get over it. There are times I wish I would have just pulled the plug on stuff that I should have pulled the plug on because I thought somebody was going to come back and somebody going to just, give him time. Ain't no such thing as no time. Ain't no such thing as no time. They are going to get plowed. That is what they want to do. They just don't care about life right now, what they want to do. So I don't care either. Easier to burn this bridge and get over it. Just like it was easier to burn those envelopes a couple of nights ago and get over it. They're not coming back. They're not saying sorry. You're not going to get clarity from them on why they did what they did. It's done. It made me who I am today. That's all I care about. And that's why I said I thank God that I went through those situations with those people, because Stevie is standing here today on live stream with y'all. There was none of this when it was all fluffy and good. There was no San Antonio or no music or no nothing. Stevie had to burn his own cross, had to carry my own cross and get over it. Some of y'all women still crying about these 2013 problems. Don't nobody care. Dang, they closed. I just missed them too. Dang, they closed. It's all I hear all day, like, bro, we get it that you brokenhearted, but you ain't the only one that's brokenhearted. Give a man a mic and he will tell y'all the same stuff, but you not gonna care because it's coming from a dude. You don't care. Good night, Crystal. I'll catch you. Stop this stuff, man. You are not the only person that's feeling. Everybody feels, men too. I'm not saying ours is more important or y'all's is more important, just everybody feels. You ain't better than nobody. That is the stuff that really pisses me off, man, because people would sit right there and swear up and down they're the only people that's going through it. And that is why a lot of people, I'm just going to give y'all some of the game. This is why a lot of men don't respect a lot of women, because this is what they do. Make it hard. Same women that get on there posting stuff all day about dudes. Let a dude get on there posting derogatory stuff about women all day. Y'all would be fired up. Trying to make them go viral for misogyny or something. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, no, some stuff ain't misogyny. Some stuff is really the truth. Just like some of these niggas, like, no, some of these women ain't just unbearable. Some of these women just telling you the truth, dude. You weird. You a bum, dude. You strange. That's why I said, like, man, I understand why Daddy was the way he was every day, man, with some of these weird dudes. And Daddy was on the women, too, because you see how they was. Just weird. People couldn't take correction at our church, man. They crying when the man speaking to them. No, they grown up. They can walk right out the door. People crying. Soft. Soft. It take a lot for me. Like, ain't nobody ever talking to me to make me cry. I'm just like, boy, if anything, I'm going to swing on you. Like, I ain't going to, like, I'm not swinging on people. I'm just saying, like, you ain't going to talk to me and make me cry. I just look at people like, man, whatever. These grown-ups sitting there just crying. They got their feelings hurt. Instead of them just be like, you know what, man, I ain't got to listen to you, man. I was going to walk out. They would sit there and cry. He would affect their little manhood, and then they going to cry. This is weird, man. What's good? What's good? Yeah, I just got locks. That's the only thing that's different from me and Daddy. I got locks. Daddy never had locks. Not that I know of. But whatever. That's why I said, like, people just, man, they just be strange, dude. That's why I said, know what you want, man, when you get in these type of relationships and you get around people. As I said, that's all I did in my 20s, man, was just relationships, trying to find a wife and trying to find the right one. I'm just like, bro, I don't care about none of that stuff, man. I'm not saying that's all I care about, but like I said, dude cares about stuff like that. I ain't never had one of those. That'd be nice to have one of those. It'd be nice to have something nice in life, man. I don't care. That's why I moved cities and came somewhere else. All everybody does in Louisville, Kentucky, man, is girls and dudes and girls, and that's the same thing, man. That's their life. College sports, Kentucky, U of L, girls, dudes. Now the girls with the girls, now the dudes messing with the dudes. Now everybody weird now. It's just like, bro, it's just so weird, man. Just so weird. That's why Daddy was trying to get up out of Louisville, man, for years. We was trying to get out that crappy city. Because that's all people care about. That's why the word couldn't hit him, because they talking about some girl. Some dude. People come to our church all the time. They are so brokenhearted because somebody said something they didn't like. The dude broke my heart. The old girl left me. Not the fact that they was near death and God just saved them from 60 years. Nah, they hurt me. That was the majority of the people came to our church. They got their little heart broken. Now they run us. And now we the problem. Now they got their heart broke by us. He's always one of the type of people. It's so weird, man. I told Mom and Daddy so many times, like, man, pack up this church and move to another city, man. These people come straight out of a common strip. We do not want them. Like, it's so weird. People in Louisville are a special type of dumb. That's why Darby preached the way he did, because people's just weird. It's weird, man. Like, yeah, y'all there. That's Southern, there. That's how we say there. We don't say there. We say there. Or we say over. We don't pronounce our words right. We don't say it like, that's over there. We say over. Over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's why I said, like, man, people just be weird. That's why I said some of the people don't want to talk now. They don't like Darby at Destiny Ministries or whatever. They didn't want to talk. They was the first ones that came trying to kill themselves because some dude left them. They didn't tell y'all that though. They didn't tell y'all Darby saved their life. Before that, they was ready to end it all. Keep in mind, they mothers ready to end it all because some dude just don't love them no more. That's their life now. But they got the nerve to talk about how they don't like Darby now when Darby literally saved their life. Certain type people. As I said, you don't see white people doing it. You don't see Pakistanians doing this. And you don't see black people doing this. You see Negroes. They're the only type of people who do this type of stuff. So weird, bro. Like, y'all got there. I don't know. Allegedly, people say me and Daddy sound alike. I can't really hear it, but I do at the same time. Not from my own ears. Like, I hear it like on the playback. Like, when I'm talking now, I don't sound nothing. I don't think I sound nothing like. But that's how I be, man. That's why I said people just, that's all they do is, and that's one of the reasons, bro, I ain't gonna lie. That's one of the reasons why I didn't come to God with a lot of stuff. Because, I mean, I was a very prideful person, but I was also like, I don't want to be like one of these crybabies that do this all the time. Every time some dude leaves some girl, they come to God 65 times. God is, oh no, and they never change. And I said, bro, I don't want to end up like that. That's one of the reasons why I was very prideful and I did stuff myself. Because I said, I don't want to end up like how some of these people act, dude. It's so weird. And I'm like, bro, I don't want to be like it. God had to make me come to him because I would never come to him. I kept like, no, I got it, God. I got it. Because I didn't want to seem weak. And it's like, it's not weak coming to God. But it's just, I saw people in church do this all the time. That's all they did. Leave for a minute, come back, get their heart broken. Oh, pastor, minister mentally, and that's all they did. And I'm just like, Lord, I don't want to live like them. I kept saying, I do not want to be like that. That's why Daddy trained us so we don't act like that. And that's why we don't act like that. Who's here, y'all? Who's still here? I've been in Kenny for a while. Just discovered your pops about 2 weeks ago. And been hooked. That's what's up, man. 2 weeks. 2 weeks fresh. Bet you binge watched him all day, didn't you? I get that a lot, bro. I get that a lot. People binge watching. And bro, you literally sounded just like him. I feel like I do when I talk. I'm like, well, why you understand? Like, man, you see what I'm trying to tell you? See, you gotta acknowledge God. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I just can never understand that, man. People just, I just can't understand that. I said, listen, I understand coming to God with a broke heart. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just like, I don't feel like that's the only reason we should come to God because we got a heart broke. We are not literally dying. Our heart is telling us that it feels like it. You know what I'm saying? Our head is telling us. But I said, our body is fine. We good. One person walked away from us. So what, man? I will get another one. I was like, man, please. Birds of a feather flock together. Like, man, please. I will break off from that branch and go get a duck. I don't got time for this, man. Come on, dude. I don't have time for this. Got so tired every time you turn. That's why I got off social media, man. It's not even the fact that all this World War III stuff going on and they doing what they do in the world. It's always some silly girl on there talking about they dude. You got one time to mess up with me or else. Like, who are you talking to? Who wants to know that? I've seen girls that will post stuff to see if they do watch it, to see if some guy got a problem, they got a problem with watch it. And buddy don't watch it and they stressed. Or he watch it and don't comment and then they stressed. That's why I told him, I said, bro, do you know stuff is so stupid sometimes. That's when you know you going above and beyond. I saw girls that would be so stressed out with me. It's nothing to be stressed out about. They do this on their own. People do willingly do stuff on their own. That's why I said people stress their own stuff out. They overdoing everything because, again, the devil's talking to them or something. I don't know. Because it's too good to be true. Bruh, stuff be too good to be true. Do you understand that's why a lot of women fight you because it's too good to be true? They will fight me. It's too good to be true. Then they would come to me, they was just like, bruh, some of them, I didn't even know this was possible. Some of them will have they cycle twice in a month. They will have they cycle twice in a month because they stressed and they self out. And they would tell me, I'm just like, first off, I don't need to know that. And then second of all, I'm just like, I think you need to not tell me, but go tell God. Like, you need to calm down. You see what happens when you do the most? I said, I couldn't imagine having that twice in a month. I said, that shows you right there, you're doing too much. Calm down. And then you ask them, what's wrong? I don't know. So what's the problem? What are you acting like it for? Like, oh my God. Oh my God, dude. That's why I said, I know a lot of men, man. It's just like, sometimes I know women dealing with dudes. It's the same for all of us, man. We all tired of each other. But I'm just like, my God, man, there are some people that's just, Oh my gosh. If I heard one more girl talk about they dude from 2013 one more time, like, girl, you have been dealing with this 2011 problem for like over almost 20 years now. Can you imagine people are still hooked on stuff that's almost 20 years ago and they still crying about it? I just can't. I can't imagine it. I just can't. Yeah, man. Like I said, God sent. He pops up on a lot of people's algorithm, man, because God wanted to pop up on their algorithm. So that's why I said, man, just keep watching them. Don't watch these little weirdos on the internet. There'll be a lot of weirdos. People that's mad because we call them weirdos. Like these type people. I told him, I said, girl, you think I got time to worry about how you feel or what you feel? Like, look, man, look. If you cannot have a simple conversation with me without trying to start stuff, I don't know why they do that. Schizophrenic is all I do is just, oh, 1 minute they all lovey-dovey, the next minute, I just think you're making me feel like it's always you making me feel. Like, and I'm just sitting here like, bro, I'm literally sitting here. Devil talking to him. That's why the devil literally, that's how I know the devil was able to get Eve. That's how easy it was to get Eve. Sitting there, well, you know, Adam don't like you. Maybe he don't. Well, man, you see the way he look at you like that? Like, man, why you look at me like that? Why you don't care about me? Let they all do that. I feel like the way you looked at me, just like, man, what? Like, bro, like, why you looking at me like that? Because of the way I look at everybody. I'm a human being. Like, I got eyes, right? Like, that's how we stare at people. I said, just your tone. That's why your tone is just, I'm just like, I didn't even raise my voice. I didn't say one cuss word or nothing. And I said, somebody's cuckoo, mental. When I see it, I'm just like, okay, you know what? You need a chill pill. You know what? I just like need some time from you because you just. I said, you know what? That sounds like a person that's trying to start stuff because they ex-Negroes back. That's what it sounds like. Ex-boyfriend back, and you gotta find out that they trying to start stuff just to be mad. This is why we need space. I'm like, yep, and they come back and get blocked and wonder why they got blocked. See? And then you know what I do? Okay, go on. I let him go. I don't care. Go on. You're just so nice. I don't care if I walk away. No, I don't. Guess what? Poppy, love me. Love me. Give me love. I miss you. There. Why do people miss you when they don't have to? I never said that. You don't have to miss me. You choose to walk away. And then they got the nerve and the audacity to ask, do you miss me? No. I shouldn't have to. If you stay still, man. That's why I said the women that want to act like dudes, I treat them like dudes. That's how you act. You don't talk to me like you don't call me love names no more because you's a homie. You ain't you ain't all on me, man. You the homie. That's what you is. Who's here? Y'all talk to me. But yeah, that's why I said I'm just like, man, please. Don't nobody care. Like I said, man, I just think it's so unfair, man, just to deal with people like that. I don't think women should have to deal with dudes that's insecure about everything. And I said, I don't think men should have to deal with women that's insecure about everything either. And that's why women also use scripture too, just like dudes use scripture. And they want to know what the Bible says. You got to wash it with the word. And you got like, well, yeah, we ain't got to be the king of your insecurity. Like, no, we don't. That's not that. That's a job for Jesus, dude. Only Jesus can heal certain stuff. We are not Jesus. And you got to tell girls this. Because I told you, they think that dudes are telekinetic. They think we know what they thinking. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. No wonder you be miserable. That's how I know the devil just talked to some of these women. He's so fast to talk to them. And he tells them the dumbest stuff like, dude's cheating on you, dude's messing around. Just go up and start something today. Like I said, my homie's wife was like, I don't know why I just want to argue with you right now so bad. And he's a calm dude. He don't got no issue with her. Which shows you it's not about a dude being calm or being loving and gentle. Whenever somebody who don't deal with their life, that's what they do. That's why I said, I couldn't imagine sitting right there listening to a serpent. First off, I would have been like Homer Simpson, like, bro, talking serpent. What's that about? And then if I'm sitting here having a conversation with God every day, walking in the garden, looking at everything that God is doing and God gave me, and some talking freaking serpent coming up telling me to do something against God, I think I would just kill the serpent, right? That's what every man or anybody with common sense would do, right? Like, man, kill this thing. Cut it off. I was wondering what was going on in the girl's mind. Like, was she hypnotized? Was it like the, what was the Alice in Wonderland with the hypnotizing snake or whatever? It was some snake that's hypnotized off Disney. It just like hypnotize you and you just sit there and listen to it and you're just like, yeah, I'll go, dude. Yes, I'll eat the apple. Like, who listens to a talking serpent? That's so weird, bro. Like, no, I don't even smoke, bro. No. I said, who listens to a talking serpent? That's crazy. And that's why I said, as much as y'all talk about men, y'all can blame Eve. All y'all women can blame Eve for childbirth and blame her for y'all periods. That's where it comes from. Don't ever talk about us men. Like I said, Adam threw her under the bus, but Eve was the first one that took the bite. Like I said, y'all can blame Eve for y'all stuff where y'all want to get. I seen women get on men's case for that. They got mad at men because they have periods. I'm like, I didn't make you like that. They say, yeah, you men don't understand. I'm like, of course you don't understand, because that's not our problem. We didn't do that. Like, bro, God Almighty gave that to y'all. That's not our problem. Men got things we deal with that y'all don't know how to deal with either. So we can't blame y'all for that. That's not y'all fault. That's why we gonna be a victim in this society all day, man. They gonna blame dudes like, well, see, y'all they get mad at us because they got periods. I'm like, well, bro, take it up with the Most High. He's the one that gave it to you. You think a man want to deal with a woman on that cycle? Men don't like mess, and we don't like people talking too much. So if we could do it, we would not do it. I know most dudes, what they really would have did, honestly, they probably would have gave it. They probably would have made it. That time of the month probably would have been when y'all just mute, when y'all can't talk. That probably would have been the time of the month, because I think a man would rather prefer that 1 week of just total silence. I don't think a man is gonna want you to leak and bleed out of a place that he likes, that he wants. So it ain't like we made that up. Believe me, if it was up to me, you wouldn't have them. That's like literally the dumbest thing. Like, why is that our fault? Like, we gave it to y'all. We didn't curse y'all with that. Your mother Eve cursed you with that. Go blame her when you get to heaven. Don't blame me. You want to blame men for everything, man. Like, yeah, somebody got some real daddy wounds there. Some real daddy wounds. So did want to listen to a freaking talking serpent. I told you, I showed you that some women listen to anything. They don't listen to anything. And that's why I said, do you know who the devil comes in the form of a serpent is? They friends. They homegirls. And that's why they homegirls will tell them, yo, man, yeah, girl, I don't know. I think he out here messing around. All men cheat. All men go mess around. My man did it to me. Because they know your man is good and they trying to get your man, or they just don't like the fact that you're happy together. So of course girls gonna say that. And that's why when you talk to a woman, you sit there looking at them just like, man, you can't even talk to him. That's why you wonder why she act funny. You sit here pleading your case like, but no, that's wrong. But they dumb friends told them. And that's why you sit right there and done lost your woman. And that's why I say, if anybody can influence my woman, even her friends, you can have her. I don't want her. If you can influence her, take her. I'm good. Go date your friends if that's how you feel. And women don't care right now, but later on they do. I always notice a woman comes back. They always come back and I miss you, baby, I'm thinking about you, and I'm just caring about you. That's all they do. And then they sit right there and want you to take them back. No. Ask yourself this. Would a woman take you back if you did that? I always tell myself, I said, I keep it fair and simple. Would a woman take you back if you went out there and messed with the girls? If you told them, if you listen to a bunch of people, your homeboys and your mom, especially your mama, you listen to your mom about her, and you go off and do your thing, and then you come back and, well, baby, I'm sorry. You think a woman's gonna listen to you? She ain't taking you back. So no, I don't think a lot of men should take them back either. I don't think so. As I said, it should be fair for men, it should be fair for women, and nobody cares about either. I can't stand a soft man, and I can't stand a woman that talk too much. It's not about you, boy. We are almost in World War VIII. We do not care about your problems. We don't like, girl, please. That's why I said it amazes me. The whole world can get nuked tomorrow, and some dumb girl will be on YouTube talking about Darby, talking about me or mama or ministry or men of God, or talking about their feelings. Like, it is so dumb. It is so, like, bro, it is so stupid. People think this is a great time to do slander videos right now. They think this is a great time to call out men and women of God. It's a great time to go talk about their boyfriends. And that's why I said, when the world fails, these are going to be the first people that sell their soul. I promise you. The first people that sell their soul for some rice. For a McNugget. They going to sell it. Spineless Weekos, man. Go this way. Stuff is weird, man. That's why I said, like I said, the men's retreat I just came from, we learned a lot about that. You know what I'm saying? We was just, again, I don't like doing all men's everything. I really don't. But I said, but these are real men. That's why I say stuff with real men. And we can have real conversations. And I said, just because a man is being a real man don't mean he hate women. It's not a threat to women. Like a woman being a real woman is not a threat to other women or a threat to men. Everybody's so daggone threatened all the time. Dudes is mad because a woman got a career and she doing her thing, and women's mad because a dude's a real muscular, masculine man. You know what I'm saying? We not these little sissy-fied little soft boys. And that's why I said now that these women are going through a lot of stuff with these little sissy boys, because now they getting beat up and getting their rights taken, and now they want us to jump in. Like, no, we ain't jumping to save y'all. We have told y'all for years. Man, I told you Darby was a person like to say he told you so. He been preaching this dude since he been preaching since a long time. Darby preached this back in like 2006, 2007, before this stuff was even starting, because he knew it was about to start. And we've been saying this stuff for forever. And it's not that we don't like people, because again, we don't got a problem with nobody doing anything. But I said it's the fact that people was trying to force it on us, what they're doing. And we told women you probably shouldn't entertain that, because you don't want somebody walking around thinking that they're you. You don't want somebody that walking around acting like they're you. Because guess what they start to do? They get common, and then they try to start trumping you and taking your rights. No, see, y'all just homophobic and you're transphobic, and see, y'all just don't understand, and y'all just don't know what it's like to love, and y'all men are brutes. Okay, there you go. Now, when they're getting beat up by the very things that they protected, now they want the black men to step in and handle it. Now, when they are getting dogged by these trannies, they're getting beat up in these sports, they're getting outraced, outswam, outlifted, outnumbered. Now they want the men to stand up, the godly men to stand up and defend us. When you see them on the street getting beat up by one of these people, they want you to step in and help. What's the first thing they say in the comments? All those men in the background, and didn't anybody think to send a helping hand? Like, no, because that's what you wanted. Look like it's chickens came to roost, huh? Yeah, it ain't what you thought it was it? Remember, the men were homophobic. Remember, we were transphobic because we didn't see it the way you saw it. We're just not accepting enough. And now when you're getting beat up, that's when we should step in? So now you want to turn the homophobic and transphobic on and off when you want to, right? Remember they said, no, they're a woman, because that's what they feel like it. They just want to be like us, and now they telling them now, you're not a woman. You're not a woman. Now they say, well, see, we don't have a safe place for women. I said, because y'all did it. That's why y'all did it. We didn't do this. You did this. So I said, enjoy your results. As I said, I find it entertaining. There's nothing more entertaining than seeing a gay man argue with a woman. You can't win against a gay man in an argument. Bruh, what they don't understand is gay men ain't sweet. They might be sweet, but they ain't sweet, dude. They are not sweet. They know how to argue and they know how to fight. So they sitting there, I saw a video of a gay dude arguing with a woman. He was giving it to her, bro. I was on his side. I said, bro, he got jokes. He was giving it to her. He said, girl, you just trampy. You look dusty. He was like, bro, he said, you ain't that cute. Like, girl, please, you ain't, please. And I said, equality is what you wanted. There you go. I would not be getting involved in something that ain't got nothing to do with me. Ain't no gay man come mess with me. Mighty funny, these same people they want us to stand up against, they not messing with me. They don't really mess with us. They mess with y'all. They ain't messing with us. I like to keep it that way. So that's why I said, like, no, I do think it's fair. I think it's fair because that's what y'all wanted. Y'all criticized us for years. Y'all criticized a lot of people for years because they didn't see stuff the way y'all see it. Now when you see it, it's not what you think. Now you want to change it back? Like, no, too late. What did they say? You black men just don't care about us, and y'all just don't understand how to just be sensitive and loving, and that's just because y'all don't know how to be true to y'all. What did they say? Some stupid stuff. You don't know how to be true to your own feelings. You don't know how to be true to how you really feel about stuff. That's because y'all probably low-key gay, and that's why y'all just mad at gay people. I'm like, who said that? Nobody. I don't even say I was even mad at nobody gay. I just said you got to be smart with it. Now when they starting to see it, now they want to say, well, see, y'all got to protect us. No, we don't. Then that's when they want to say, what happened to the black men that protected our black women? And I'm like, the ones that y'all told was homophobic because we was trying to at first. A lot of men was trying to stop this stuff from happening because they knew what was going to happen. There you go with your society. Hope you have fun with it. It don't bother me none that they in your bathrooms. They're y'all. Your problem. Maybe next time you should stop going off your feelings. Start thinking about logic. You don't think that's the ultimate move? You mean tell me if I decide that I feel like a woman today because I want to go see some butt in the stall, I can just say I identify as a woman. I can go right in your stall and look at you. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard anybody say. Dumbest thing I've ever heard anybody say. And guess who backed it? A bunch of sensitive women. Yeah, because, you just got to let people be free and let them be who they want to be. And they just got to go off and y'all just men don't understand. I said, every dude and his mama know that is the ultimate trick. I can go put on a dress right now and say, I'm about to go see me some boobies and say, I identify as a woman, I'm going to the girls' training stall. And I can look at girls all day. And ain't nothing. If you say something against me, you violate my rights. That could be a cover-up for me trying to act like I'm gay just so I can see some butt. That is the stupidest thing I've heard anybody say, dude. Guess who got it there, though? The women. They did that. What's up, Jenny? Say, why you sound like that? Girl, go on. You can never take nothing serious. You never take nothing serious. Empress, oh my gosh. Ugh. Some days I just want to fly to Oklahoma and just have a talk with you. Just have a talking with you. Like I said, I got energy tonight. Like I said, I've been sleeping all day. I've been resting for the last couple of days. So. But yeah, that's why I said, like, bro, that stuff be so stupid. People just, why would you listen to that? Everybody's free to be a bird or be whoever they want to be until they act like they y'all. That's why I noticed that, see, women like to identify with stuff until it comes to them. Now when these dudes are trying to hijack their struggle, that's when it matters. See, it didn't matter when it came to the kids. It didn't matter when it came to training the kids. See, y'all know you just gotta let kids understand and let them love who they y'all just are so brutes and just not understanding. The men, see, y'all just don't care. Y'all just hate everybody and y'all just so uptight until it comes to the woman stuff. See, they talking in church, y'all gotta let them in church. Y'all just don't love people. Y'all don't care about people until it comes to the woman right now. That's when they want to decide when it's a man or a woman. Hypocrisy. Now they want to say this is a fully grown man boxing women in the boxing ring. He beat these girls so badly. It is keep men out of women's sports. Oh, now it's a man. Now it's a man. When you get beat up, now it's a man. Makes perfect sense. And they wondering why the world ain't doing nothing about it. And I said, usually people like me that would agree with it. I said, no, I'm actually on their side with this. We told you for years. Now you got to understand the harsh treatment that comes with it. Is it everything that you want? Now they're telling biological women that you're a cis woman. I didn't even know what cis was. I thought that was like something in your bones, like a gout that you get when your legs swell up or something. I said a cis woman, like it's like a Sprite. I was like, what type of Sprite is this? A Sierra Mist or something. And they said a cis woman is pretty much a biological. So I said, so you mean a woman, right? They say, yeah, it's a woman that was born a woman, but some X chromosomes or something dumb. This is the dumbest thing in the world. And I said, as dumb as it was, why are we here? Yo. And now you got some dude on there masquerading as one of y'all, telling y'all that they can have periods. That is one of the most slaps in the face I've ever saw. But why? Because women agree with that. So, again, I don't like to make things my problem. As I said, they have never came and bothered Steve. I've never had one, not one, come to this channel and do this. I've not had one come in my face and do this at my job, church, nowhere. They have never bothered Steve. So, free to be how you want to be, right? Just leave Steve alone. There you go. That's all the women you can mess with over there. The ones that was for you. Okay, there you go. Did you not know what was going to happen when you agreed with that? Who was talking in the ear at that time, huh? So we're going to blame men for this? Or what we going to blame the men for this? Like, no, the devil came in some sensitive women's ears. What's up, bro? I never understood that. Why would you want a dude to be you? Oh my God. Didn't they say the struggles that women had to fight to vote and get here and get their independence? And you want somebody playing pretend to be you. Whatever people want to do, I don't care. But I said, but it's the fact that they don't want to just do makeup and dress up. They literally think they y'all. And people agree with that. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And now they are sitting here wondering why there's an invasion. See, at first it was cool. See, no, you gotta have a trans friend. Until now, some of these niggas is nasty and they like trannies. They like the trannies better than you. And now the women are getting jealous because the nigga like the tranny better than you. But you just told him he was homophobic if he didn't. Make your mind up, nigga. Do you want it or do you want it not? Like, which one? And now you understand when some people, not all, but some people talk, nobody listens. Mute. Now you want to identify what stuff is. Ain't that funny how now we can specify what stuff is. Then when some girl get beat up by some dude, now we want to say, oh, see, that's not a tranny, that's a man. But let a man get beat up by a tranny. Oh, you got whooped by a tranny. Oh, you got whooped by some girl. Now when they hijacking your sports and your movement, now that's when they want to stand in their rights. And now they want to say, well, no, I had to get on Facebook and argue with people. And I said, well, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. And then they say, well, why is nobody defending us? Now you know how it feels. There wasn't a lot of y'all defending us black men years ago. When we was doing this, when we was saying this, y'all was so worried about us being with somebody white, somebody Japanese, somebody Italian, somebody Hispanic. And while y'all doing that, these niggas done came in and invaded y'all stuff. And now when y'all want the same black men that y'all said wasn't S-H-I-T, right? The same black men that y'all said was not amount to nothing, no good, dirty dogs, just like they no good, dirty daddy. The ones that can't support black people if you interracially married, right? Now you want us to come and jump in. Man, please, please. You can ride along with them niggas. That's why I told y'all, don't y'all make it your problem. Go overseas, get your woman, man. Y'all women go overseas, get y'all dude if y'all want to. Don't make that stuff your problem. If you didn't vote for it, if you wasn't for it, don't make it your problem. Now people want you to stand with them. Now you got a right to stand. Now women need safe space again. Men need to protect women. We was trying to years ago. We was trying to when we said this stuff. That's what happened when you're slow. You don't think. Ain't that like the children of Israel? Or whoever, was it the children of, I believe? When God said, hey, I want to be y'all king. And they, no, we need a king. Give us song. We want a king. We need somebody to be over us. Ain't that like a Negro always wants some dude or somebody to be over them? No, we need somebody to take care of us. I don't need God. I need somebody else. So God gave him a king and gave him Saul. He was a terrible man. And the people went through it. God was trying to warn them like, you don't need a king. I want to be your king. No, we want a person. No, we want Saul. Okay, he gave him Saul. It was so bad it said even the Lord repented that he made Saul king. That's how bad it was. Now you got your rights and what you want, and now you realize it ain't what you want. That's why I said, these are going to be the same people that get these firearms outlawed. You already know they're working on trying to get our guns, trying to take our Second Amendment, right? And they're using, unfortunately, a lot of these mass shootings, if it is real, whatever's going on, I say, hey, it's tragic, it's sad. But I said, but they are using that to get rid of our stuff, to take our rights. Car accidents are sad. I do not see them banning Mitsubishis and Subarus. They are not banning. They're making it safer, smarter. You got to have a license. You got to have certain stuff that you got to do to have a car. So it's no different with a gun. The greatest, dumbest thing they ever made was nuclear warfare. Going to blow up the world trying to prove a point. So I don't want to hear nothing about no guns. Get rid of the nuclear warheads first, and then we can talk about the guns, right? Please. And guess who they go do to do their bidding, to be sensitive about this gun stuff? The women. I don't think men should have guns if they're not in the military. Why you get to say who get to have a gun or not? And I don't think people that got DUIs on their record, like some of you silly, flimsy girls, shouldn't be driving. These be the same chicks that will get in their car from drinking, going to the club, having a couple of martinis, get in an accident, go kill somebody, and then sit there and be a victim and say, I didn't mean to. First, they try to cover it up and say, well, no, they try to help them run. Then they get caught. I didn't mean to do it. And they go use that same person. to get sensitive and no, we gotta ban the assault rifles, we gotta ban guns. Because they know when they get people to be in fear, they'll give up their rights. If they try to take it, we're gonna fight back. But if they get people to be in fear, give it up. No, see, just give your guns. No, put the gun down. No, put the gun. To get enough people to do that, get them to sign their rights away. And guess how they're gonna get people to sign their rights away? Sensitive weirdos. Who are the number one people who don't like guns? Women. Who are the number one people who want to ban on guns? Women. Who are the number one people who do not believe in the Second Amendment right? Women. The very people who should have every firearm to protect themselves. You would think as a woman, you would want everything imaginable to keep yourself safe, right? And they sit right here walking like walking ducks. No gun, no knife, no pepper spray, no nothing. Just hope in good faith that somebody don't grab them today. You got to be slow. Because you know what they think? What's against the law? You're going to get in trouble. No crap. Duh. It's against the law to shoot stuff up too, and yet people still do that. And then they sit right there and walk around. I got so much anxiety. I'm just scared all the time. And I said, you got any way to defend yourself? No. Why are you outside by yourself at night? I don't know. Why are you walking to your car parked in a dark alley? I don't know. Just don't even care. And God forbid if something happened to them, now they want to sit there and talk. And I said, brother, the whole goal is not for you to have a story. The whole goal is for you to be safe and protected. And because you scared of a little gun, you're going to get all of us in camps. All of us getting our rights taken away, enslaved. And then when they realize, after they have done what they done, and said, oh my God, I didn't realize we were going to sign up the New World Order martial law. I didn't know that's what they were doing. They just told us it was about the guns. They just told us it was about the killings and the mass shootings. That's what they're going to do. And these niggas are going to kill us all. Sign everybody rights away. Who's the first person ready to give up their rights more than anybody else? Who's in fear? Who's in fear first? Women. And they would do anything to be safe. And all they got to do is have some slick politician or some sleazy scumbag tell them, I'll make it all better. I'll give you reassurance because that's what you need. No, I'll make it all better. No, we'll just give her the guns, everything, baby, everything will be okay. And we're going to live like getting rid of the guns. It's going to stop the blood and Crips from owning them. Like getting rid of the guns is going to stop all the GDs and Vice Lords and Hells Angels from owning firearms. You idiot. You idiot. Who's still in here watching? Let me know who's in here watching. Hold on, let me text somebody. One second, y'all. What's wrong with this thing? I got a new phone, so I'm trying to learn how to work this thing. Who's still here, y'all? Talk to me. Let me know. About 10%. Can y'all still hear me? Where the rest of y'all, bro? Who's in here? Who else is in here? Talk to me. What, am I hitting on some truth now? Y'all silent? Y'all scared? It's the hard truth that people don't want to hear. I'm just like, dude, this is what's going to get us into a totalitarian. What's up, Georgia? A totalitarian dictatorship. That's what it's going to be. I remember Daddy tried to preach on this for years, man. He tried to preach the food. He got some sensitive Negroes sitting in our church. This is why I call people spiritual weirdos and sensitive weirdos. They're not going to help you if you get in this situation. They'll sit right there and hear you get attacked and say, well, you still got to just sit there and just let it be. Don't fight back. Somebody said you can't fight back. The devil is alive. Just don't fight back because it's a sin. Not the person committing the sin to me, but it's a sin to fight back to protect my anus. It's a sin. To protect my BBL, it's a sin. Are you serious? Some of us don't want fruit cocktail. We don't want to be violated in the back door. We're not backwards mechanics. We don't want that. And it's a sin to fight back. telling me if a fruity flimsy Negro try to walk up to me and do that, and I cut off his genitalia because he's trying to do something to me with it, I would be wrong? Weirdos. Weirdos. Those type of people gonna get a lot of people smoked, man. Because people gonna think it's a crime to fight back. A crime to protect themselves. Dudes with whole family just sitting right there. Well, a Negro with a family don't even own a firearm. Ain't got no way to protect his wife. Anybody break in the house and make both of y'all the girl. And you gonna sit right there and let it happen, you a weak man. That's why I said people feel safe around Steve. Because I don't never let that happen. I never let that happen. Steve would take a bullet for you. I done took a bullet before, man. You don't think I'd take another one? For you? See me crying about it. Like I said, I got shot. You don't see me walking around talking about we got to ban firearms. Nah, man. It's the person with the firearm. Put him in prison. Don't put the firearm on trial like the firearm Smith & Wesson just made itself. Well, I said, I can't stand that stuff. I've seen that so many times. Girls, we just got to ban these guns and, that's just killing everybody. Like a gun just made itself and walked up and shot somebody. Ain't no gun ever in history ever stood up and shot nobody. Every world war, every nuclear war was started by one man. Started by a man. It wasn't started by no freaking gun. Nuclear weapon made itself, man. People did that. Anybody that yield to the devil gonna do the devil will. And last time I checked, Genghis Khan was the greatest mass murderer the world has ever seen. And wasn't no guns like that back then. That man killed like a third of the world's population, dude. I told you he cleared up like I think it was like 70%, some type of percent of the world's carbon dioxide levels. Nobody ever need no gun to kill nobody, man. Please, they was doing that back in Jesus' time. You think they need a gun to kill you? Slaughtering millions. And guess who's gonna still have the guns? The felons, the criminals, the black market. And guess what that's gonna do? Now the criminals understand it's a free fall. Now the only thing that's stopping them right now from kicking your door down is the fear you got an assault rifle in there. You might be up with it, standing right there with a shotgun. But now when they realize it's against the law, they're not gonna care about kicking your door in and 15 dudes going there and take turns with your daughter. And guess what they're gonna say? I didn't know it was gonna be like that. I thought all the guns gonna be illegal. Crack has been illegal ever since crack has been invented, and crack is still out here. Cocaine is still out in these streets, man. People don't care. They still gonna do it. 40 years of this crap and people still doing it. Has it stopped anything yet? No, it hasn't. So what you think a gun is gonna stop? There are more guns than people. You think you really gonna get rid of all the guns? Come on, dude. That is the dumbest thing. I know. Ouch. She's silly, man. So it's only cows and oil. That do sound good. I want some good Nigerian food. Girl, I'll take a bullet if you stop. You know I would. I couldn't let one of y'all catch it on my watch. God forbid any of us ever catch it, but I already got hit with one, so I don't want to get hit with another one, but for my family, I definitely would. I can't say y'all my literal blood family, but that's why I said, man, I can't stand that stuff. That old sensitivity mob, I can't stand people like that. Every time something go on, they just will see, we just got this. Man, that's the first thing they say. Ban the assault rifles. This is why automatics are the problem. Yeah, okay. Last time I checked, cars kill more people than anybody else. Heart disease literally is America's #1 killer. And abortion is literally the #1 killer in the world. But people are talking about gun violence. They talking about gun violence because that just happens to be the worst thing in the world. And no death is good. Of any stabbings, anything, man, it's terrible. But if you ask me, man, like I said, a gun is one of the most peaceful ways to go. You won't even know you can get hit. That's why I said as dumb as a nuclear warhead is, most people wouldn't even know. They said, bro, you would vaporize before your mind even tell you got vaporized. You wouldn't even know it. You just wake up in heaven. You wouldn't even know it, bro. You have any idea what it's like being crushed to death? A boulder hitting you. Like, do you know what that's like? A big old bull trampling you. Do you know, like, bro, that stuff is not cool. God forbid any of this stuff ever happen. I pray every day, man, everybody's safe and nothing bad happens. You know what I'm saying? You banning a gun is not going to stop what's going on, man. People had a murderous problem. The first murder was Cain and Abel. There wasn't even no freaking guns back then. You do know people know how to make homemade bombs, dude. People know how to do all type of stuff. I love the fact people think because you banned an assault rifle, and I saying people are going to go make something called a ghost gun. Like, you can't get rid of everything. Everybody's having a problem with ghost guns because they untraceable for real. Got a sensitive society. You know, that's why I said I had a, like I said, all the girls I talked, they weren't really like it. Like somebody was kind of like it, but I trained her how to use mine because I don't like guns, but she got super major anxiety though. Scared to walk outdoors, but you got anxiety. Trying to sit here and tell you how to protect yourself. You like, well, I don't like them. I said, God forbid your life ever on the line. You don't gonna care about if you like it. What's the first thing you gonna do if somebody break your house? Go get that gun. I know a dude, his wife said the same thing. She didn't like guns. Like, oh, baby, I don't like guns. Until somebody ran up on him in their car. She said, baby, where's the gun? That's the first thing she said. Where the gun? I said, I was with a girl. She didn't really care. I mean, she did not like guns, but she didn't really know much about them. But I brought it in the house one time, and I forgot it was on me. And so I let her know. I was like, hey, something that's in the house. My bad. I didn't mean to bring it in here. And so one time something happened with her neighbors. And then I think they was threatening her or something like that. And so she came and she was like, baby, you got your gun on you? I said, it's in the car. She said, can you bring it in? It just makes me feel safe. I said, oh, yeah. Yeah. It's real nice how this 45 make you feel safe. The very thing that y'all said y'all didn't like in the crib and stuff, yeah, now it makes you feel safe. When your life in danger. My gosh, man. How about this? How about you go get your own 45 so I don't got to carry mine with you all the time? I had to give this girl half my arsenal of weapons. Like, I got a lot of weapons. I had to give her some of it because she ain't have nothing. No pepper spray, no weapons, no nothing. I had to give this girl a baseball bat. I gave her a baseball bat, one of my police batons. I gave her a taser, a pepper spray. I gave all types. I was like, bro, you didn't have something because you walking around here a sitting victim. Can't stand people like that. And then I tell him, I said, well, God forbid, but what if something happens to you? Like, what if you get, she's like, well, hopefully there's somebody on the street. All right, no, people ain't like that. Like, I'm pretty sure everybody ever that got attacked said that. Everybody ever said that. Like, no, ain't nobody like that. They ain't gonna do it to me. You better pray and hope they don't. I pray to God every day nobody gets attacked like that. But I said, but boy, don't you ever think it can't happen to you. Did you think I ever thought one day I was gonna get shot? No. Did you ever think one day I was gonna have Negroes pull out guns on me? No. But it did. You ain't immune just because you feel like you shouldn't be immune. I'm trying to tell y'all, boy, they take our Second Amendment right. We are under martial law. I'm trying to tell you. One thing I do love about Texas, boy, you are not taking these people gun. White people, that's one thing I love about them. They ain't giving up their stuff. They ain't giving up nothing. And that's why people said, you're going to have to pry from our cold dead hands. A lot of them mean that. That's one thing I like about them. They got that fight in them where they're just like, you are not taking this. You are not taking this. Because they know what's going to happen if they give it up. People can't see the same thing they do in history, man. All they do is go disarm the people and go do something crazy. That's what Hitler did, man. Get everybody weapons, get their stuff, preach them this old dumb propaganda. And the idiot believe it, and then they get conquered and go, stuff happened to them. The same way they go listen to some false prophet, this old Jim Jones idiot done got Negroes out there drinking Kool-Aid because Negroes ain't got the spirit of discernment. And you listen to any freaking body that said, God said, or he told me to tell you, come out here to this wilderness, and anybody that had discernment will say, this ain't right. But you want to be deep so bad. People don't want to feel left out so bad. End up joining a sex cult because they thought God told them to go to the sex cult. That was stupid, man. So dumb. people can see the issue. That's why I said now we got people pulling their phones out recording. I saw, man, where a dude got shot up in his car, man, and instead of people running over and helping dude, they put out their phones recording. Tragedy. And they recording it. I'm just like, bro, you can't trust people now because you don't know, God forbid you ever be in that situation. People just gonna look at you. Put you on TikTok, man. Embarrassed. Imagine your family seeing that video. It's crazy. That's why I said some girl took a video. It was over in O Block, man. Some girl took a video of some dude getting in a fight. He got shot and killed, and she filmed the whole thing. And guess what they did to her when they found out she took the video and posted it? They stomped her. They DP'd this girl because she posted it. Because that's disrespectful. And some people, that's too far. I'm like, no, not really. Not really. Of course, somebody get murdered and posting it thinking it's cool. It ain't cool. What voice? What voice am I doing? I don't know what she's talking about. Got to be more specific, woman. Stuff is crazy. That's why I said people gonna get you. They gonna get people in trouble, man. Oh, I gotta plug this up. His phone low. Hold on, y'all. Uh-oh. Oh, why is it? Well, that stuff is crazy, man. That's why I say I'm trying to tell you, boy, if we don't deal with this sensitive mob, bro, they gonna doom us all. I'm just let you know that. This thing plug in. Where's this at? If we don't deal with this sensitive society, bro, that's it. It's over. That's why I said now is the time as Christians, bro. This is not the time to be sensitive, dude. That's why I keep telling y'all, man, avoid and beware these spiritual weirdos. The Bible literally talks about beware these idiots. Because they going to get people smoked. Going to get people out here thinking that they deep. And they run into one of these Klansmen and get hung because they don't realize that they don't got the spirit like they think they do. Stuff crazy. That's why I said every time they come with a good idea and say, y'all, we just got to do this and get everybody to be on bandwagon. And I said, there's a catch in it. There's always a catch with something. That's why I said I ain't for this Trump stuff, and I wasn't for this Kamala stuff either, man. All them Negroes are dumb. I ain't trust none of them. Kamala's an untrusty woman too. They gonna do something good for maybe the first couple of months, and then she gonna do something stupid just like he doing something stupid. It's the same stuff. Kamala ain't my savior, man. Trump ain't my savior neither, man. What's wrong with y'all niggas? Playing black and red and blue every freaking 4 years, y'all do this. That's why I said we ain't gonna pretend like we didn't know what Kamala them for. We ain't gonna pretend like we don't know what they for either. They ain't for nothing better neither. They all the same, man. They all for wickedness. Put your faith in a politician. You got idiots out here trying to put their faith in a politician and get upset when they realize they ain't do nothing. Bunch of these freaks and fools done voted for Obama and realize that this Negro didn't do nothing for you. I love how y'all do that. I love how people do that now. Like now they want to be all self-righteous. Well, I thought he was gonna change. Well, we told you he wasn't gonna do nothing. Hold on, y'all. Let's see. Stuff is crazy, man. We don't deal with the sensitivity mob. It's gonna be some problems, y'all. Trying to tell y'all. I just can't stand that stuff, man. How people just so sensitive over everything, man. It's just, and then they wonder. That's why I said a lot of men are real men, man. We want our stuff. A lot of men just want to watch the sport. We hate technical fouls, man. We hate all this little technicalities, man. You know what I'm saying? They can't fight no more. They can't be aggressive. They can't be rough and be men. They can't be frustrated. They can't be mad. They're taking that away. Then they taking the video games, making that so daggone woke now that it's all sensitive and soft. You can't do that no more. The music is the same exact way. The TV shows and the movies are the same exact way. Now you can barely even hang out with some of the homies because there's always that one sweet homie that want to act like it now. They're taking away masculinity and a lot of stuff, man, where people can't just be real. You always got one sensitive nigga in the clan, in the group. This is always one of those. You know what we call them? The house niggas. You got one house nigga and everything. See, y'all, I just think so. Man, shut up. It's one of these type of niggas that go tell on Nat Turner type niggas. It's one of them. That pisses me off, especially when it comes to Negroes. Like for us as black folk to be sensitive, we have had to fight all odds, man. Our forefathers had to fight all odds, man. They wasn't sensitive. They got this so sensitive new Negro now. So freaking dork. And they part of the problem. Be the main ones to give Negroes to give up their rights. If slavery ever happens again, it's their fault. Stuff just really pisses me off, man. Can't tell certain jokes no more. People can't say certain words no more. You say a phrase that people don't like now, everybody's all up in arms. That's why I say you ain't immune. It used to be back then people could have a preference, say what they like. Now you can't say you don't like certain stuff. Now people offended. That's why I told some of y'all black women, I said, man, how y'all get the nerve to get mad because people say they don't like you? They got a right to say that. Just like we had a right to say we don't like some white people, we just don't like you. Some people are just not good. We got a right to say we wouldn't date you. We wouldn't like you. Nobody got to be forced to like you, man. Nobody had to be forced to like Christ. Why they got to be forced to like you? You ain't special. I told you, that's probably why a lot of people didn't vote for Kamala, man, because that's all that was shoved down their freaking throat. They tried to do it with me. And I literally said I wasn't voting for neither. I said, I'm not voting for neither party. I don't care about none of these niggas. None. And what's the first thing somebody said to me? Don't just say that because she a black woman. I never said nothing about being no black woman. I just said I don't like none of them. And I said that right there is why Kamala lost the vote. Because people like you, that old nigga stereotypical mindset like that, that's why she probably lost. And I said if I did vote, I probably wouldn't have voted for her. I wouldn't have voted for Trump either. But I probably would have voted for a third party. Because that right there, that's the first thing you say when somebody don't vote for somebody is now you don't like them because they a black woman. That had nothing to do with that. And I said that right there, that victim stuff right there, that's the stuff I be talking about. Sensitive. And I said, well, it's my God-given American right, if I wanted to vote for whatever party I feel deemed worthy enough to be voted for. That ain't for you to say. It's gonna be black and we be Democrats, you idiots. You ain't freaking Democrat. We ain't Republican either. And I said that is why she probably lost the election. It's people like you, people like that. People tired of freaking hypocrisy, man. That's all people hear. Hypocrisy. That's why I told you, I said now when people are starting to feel the effects of it, they starting to feel the effects of what they doing and what they reaping, what they sowing, then they realize that it's not funny. I told y'all, man, for years they was mad at black men because they dated outside their race. And now when they got, and they told us we wasn't black for doing it. That's what they said. We hate our people. We not black. You can't speak on black issues. You don't get a right to be pro-black and BLM. You can't do that. And now when Kamala Harris tried to do the same thing and try to use her blackness, first she Indian, now she black, want to use that to get elected. Now that she married to a white man, they told us that we ain't black and we don't vote for her. And I said, well, she ain't black because she married a white man. Remember, y'all told that to us. That's what y'all said to us for years, for decades. Y'all said it. It don't feel good now. See, it don't feel good. I said, oh, now she's a black woman when you decide you want her to be a black woman. That is so hypocritical. That is hypocritical. But yeah, some black dude married to a white girl, now he's conservative. He just think they white. See, he don't understand how to love black women. He don't care about black women. He hates his people. He can't speak on Black Lives Matter. He can't speak on that. They was mad at David Cameron in Louisville. It's all he's a tap dancer. But most of them was mad because he's married to a white girl. He can't be black. He's married to a white woman. You know why he's acting like he's married to a white woman. Now this quote black woman that's married to this white man. Oh shit, no, she's a black woman. No, she's a black queen. No, she's black. When you want them to be, right? So people are black when you want them to be, right? Okay. Sure. And that's why she lost. Because you tried to use that same card. Like, see, you tried to do the reverse and realize the reverse don't work. You can't be hypocritical with it. People don't like hypocrites. They don't. Hold on. Texting me. Y'all still hear me? Y'all still hear me, y'all? I hope I ain't talking to myself. Uh-oh. Keep pushing this Siri thing, man. Why keep doing that? Let's make a show. Again, I have to keep asking that because YouTube decides it wants to cut me off. I always said I wasn't going to do these 12 at night streams no more, but here I am. I don't care. I'm talking, man. I'm spitting. I don't care, man. I'll say what I want to say. I'm tired of this old stupid stuff. These type of people come messing with me, man. I had to deal with white people like this for years. I had to tell them to stop this old color stuff and stop trying to be mad because somebody black, somebody white. You know what I'm saying? They mad at this old interracial stuff. Got this old racism in their heart. Like, why you care? And now we got to tell Negroes this because now they come and mess with you too. You got Negroes coming with this old Hebrew stuff, man, and technicalities. And I'm like, bro, you don't get on somewhere. Don't nobody care about that. I don't care. You could be Hebrew and still be married to another ethnicity. So what? Other ethnicities are in heaven. If you don't, and that's why I told racist people, if you don't like blacks and you don't like everybody else, then you ain't gonna go to heaven because everybody of all ethnicities is up there, dude. All ethnicities are in heaven. You are not the only one that's gonna be up there. There are all type of people that's in heaven, right? So you don't get the right to talk about who's gonna make it and who don't. It says every tribe, every tongue. You gotta tell these white people that, like I said, Christ wasn't white. And then you gotta tell these Negroes that not only black people can be saved, dummy. Oh, super sensitive mob. And that's why I said the whole 2020 stuff showed me who has the right to talk and who don't. And when we out there in the midst of trying to stand for something righteous, trying to do something good, and you got Negroes scared to say stuff, and I said, you lost your ability to talk about white people, talk about politics, talk about Trump, talk about Kamala, Joe Biden, everybody. You don't get the right to talk about nothing. Why you tap dancing in church and hucklebucking, fake, and what we called at the men's retreat called a poser. That's what we was calling posers. While you was posing, we out here actually working. What they don't understand is that all ethnicities stand with us. A lot of ethnicities really stand with us. You know who really stand with you? Your own ethnicity. That's who. Who got time to be mad at some black dude married to some white woman, man? What type of life are y'all living? Y'all are so slow. People that do that, if you do that, you slow. I'm just telling you now, you slow. You really look at a Negro wife and you got no idea what these people have been through, their story. They could be childhood best friends. You don't know that. You just looking at some color. That's mighty funny how they try to say, you hate your people because you date somebody white. I ain't never aborted one of my kids. I ain't never had no kids. But I said, not yet. But I said, I ain't never aborted no black babies. I ain't took no gun and blew out Negro brains. I have never done that. Never. I was never part of no eugenic experiment. I was never part of that. And now some dude that dates some other color, now he hates his people. I would say the Negro that killed 10 George Floyds will probably hate his people, right? The opposition that hate blood and Crip and them, I would say he hates his people way more than some interracial. I would say all the millions of black babies that get aborted, they would probably hate they people. The ones that's doing it, I think they would hate they people a lot, right? That would be the ultimate hate. That's why some of these tramps got some nerve to sit here and talk. You got some nerve to talk. That's why I tell some of these, some, not all, I tell some of these black women, I said some of y'all black women got the nerve to talk. You got the nerve. You know what the root cause is wiping us out and you ain't said nothing. And you got the nerve to get up in arms because some dude talk about some white girl. You niggas are slow, man. And it be the same women that get mad when dude choose a better black woman than her. Or he go overseas to Brazil and go get somebody over there. Or go to France and go get somebody over there. Because you understand, men are world travelers. We travel anywhere. We go anywhere. We don't care. We ain't never cared. Everybody is tired of the hypocrisy, man. You ain't gonna say nothing when black babies are getting slaughtered by the millions, but you talking about some interracial. So dumb. Oh my God, man. Oh my God. And now I know why it says, even the Gentile can get in. Crazy, man. It's chilly out here. That's why I say you trying to focus on yourself. You ain't worried about nobody. You threatened by some color, man. Please. As long as you ain't messing with me, I don't care. You got the nerve to sit here talking, man. Just girl, be quiet. She got jokes. She can never take nothing serious. I swear, she never take that serious. Just like me. She like me a woman form, bro. That's how I am. I play too much. That's how they be. Now they want to come and tell you technicality. I'm like, nope. Because I told him, I said, you got every right to stay, to have your preference. I said, but don't you ever, if you ain't standing up for your people on a regular daily occasion and stuff, don't you ever come talk about some interracial. You ain't said nothing about one aborted black baby. I don't want to hear you say nothing. What about these Negroes that's shooting children now? Why don't you think they would hate they people? So now you get to classify what hate is. Oh my Jesus. Cool when they do it. It's problem when I do it, right? Yeah, sure it is. Sure it is. That's why I said, I'm like, do I think everybody that's conservative is bad? No, I don't. I think it's extremisms in both parties. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of good people of both. There's a lot of good liberal, a lot of good conservative, and a lot of good neutrals. And then you got a lot of bad of all parties. That's how it goes. But just because some black people went conservative don't mean that makes them bad people. Don't mean that they think they white. Some people just probably want to vote the way they want because they can. They voted for Trump, and you would have voted for a non-black woman who was claiming to be black that said she was Indian first and then said she black. But y'all said y'all can't be black if you're married to somebody white, and she married to somebody white, but now you want to make her black. You see how confusing that is? The world is starting to see a lot of the hypocrisy. It's like, bro, they tired of that. It wasn't that she couldn't do the job, because if she would have been the president, I would have respected that. I don't care about a woman president. I don't care about no woman. I don't care about that. I think it would be a great idea to have the world's first woman president. If she gets it done, she get it done. But you're not gonna be hypocritical on this topic or this subject. Stuff is crazy, man. I think Kamala would have made a great president. I really do. If she run again, okay, good for her. If she wins, okay, whatever. I don't think the presidency is good when nobody's in it, but I do think there is people that do something good. Maybe every president does a little something good. I don't know. I didn't care if she won or Trump won. I said, look, as long as they do right by the American people for the first 2 years, at least first 2, then I said that's what really matters. We all got different points and views, but at least do something for the people, man. I'm sure Kamala would have did a lot for the people, but just like every dirty, crooked politician, they would have said they were going to do something. Never did it. Just like Obama had all these dumb niggas. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. Yeah. He getting elected. Everybody, oh, good, oh, huckabucking, all stupid. And then he get in there, and guess what's the first thing you do? Something for the gays. And what did he do for your black behind? Nothing. And when some black woman got up and called him out, and he was at a talk show or something, and she was like, sir, I voted for change. I thought you were going to change your life. He's always just sitting there laughing and stuff. She's like, no, I thought you were really going to change. I thought that's why I voted for you. Did nothing. Crazy, man. Yeah, people want to specify what black is. First they want to specify what a woman is, now they want to specify what black is. That is crazy. Pretty soon, y'all, we ain't gonna really know what is now. You know what's more confusing than interracial hypocrisy? That's more confusing. I saw something a while back where this UFC fighter adopted this, I think it was an African kid. You know, most of them adopt these African kids and stuff. And so he adopted this African kid. And so he had I don't even think he even said nothing towards no race. He was just like, he said, I'm raising my son to be a man. Here comes the sensitivity mom. Here comes the black woman. One of those type, not a good one, one of those type. See, he just don't understand black struggle. He don't want to make them to be no black man. Blah, blah. Like, well, he can't really raise me a black man because he's a white dude, so how you supposed to do that? First off. Second of all, ain't even your business. And so she on there talking about, see, they always want to take our struggle and don't want to, and everybody was like, girl, shut up. They said, here's an idea. Why don't you get the adoption papers and take care of them? Ain't nobody stopping you from adopting. It's mighty funny how some talking ape want to come here and tell somebody what they should be doing, but you ain't even got the money to adopt. And you got the nerve to tell somebody about raising them as a black child, like you wouldn't know about it because you didn't raise them. So it's one of them types. Got their nose where it don't belong. And I said, well, ain't nobody stopping you from adopting an African child. Go do it. You can't do it, so shut up. So it's one of them types. That's what, not for real. Not for real. Like, they want to act like somebody's stopping them. With the adoption papers are for everybody. Unless you probably got a record. Check your record out. I mean, it was so stupid. Everybody's like, why you worry about this dude with his kid? He adopted him. He can do what he wants, right? The child got a loving home. One that you wasn't going to provide for him and go, you didn't care about it until somebody white said something. Now you want to come. Now you want to come and say, so girl, shut up. We got to tell these white people for years to shut up too. Now we got to tell Negroes, shut up. Like, man, shut up. You know the only people I ain't never had to tell shut up, the Mexicans. Those are the only people that really cool with me. I ain't never had to tell them shut up. They always been cool. So Always a Neanderthal or a talking ape, man. Just come mess with everybody. It's like, bro, you smooth brain mojo jojos. Like, bro, shut up. I sure do hold a good conversation because I know how to talk. I ain't walking around in my feelings triggered all day like some people. Ain't nothing worse than a triggered nigga. Just everybody triggered now. You can't say this, you can't say that. And people perceive, it ain't that you say nothing wrong. People perceive you said something. Now niggas don't like your delivery. Now you can't say weirdo now because that's a cuss word. You can't say that. Now people are sensitive. You don't accept their word and now they offended. Now you going to hell. Now God gonna kill you. Do y'all know we had some slow retard that wrote us in that told us that me, Joe, Keisha, and Hannah, and we all going to hell? Did you know that they said that? Did you know, again, some slow retard wrote into us and said, me, Sneisha, Joe, and Hannah, my brothers and sisters, are destined for hellfire. Did you know they said that? And I laughed so hard when I read it because I said, I promise you, if you come around us, I promise to put you in hell if you come around us. And you can go there first and you can tell us how it is. Because Buddy was talking like he was going to come up around, and I said, I will send you to meet your maker, the father, your father, the devil. Let's see who go to hell first, Buddy. Since you want to write us in and talk. You just don't know the stuff we deal with. What have we done to you? I don't even know you. But I promise you come over, I'll put you in hell. I'll put you there if that's what you want. You can find out before anybody else. Yeah, stupid. They come over and acting all silly. Do you know who this idiot was? Some slow retard again, who thought he thinks he is the last day prophet. He came to the Miami conference. A weirdo. Do you know why people now have a problem with me saying spiritual weirdos? A freaking weirdo. He thinks him and some other dude is the last day prophet in the Bible. You can't be more stupider than you've ever been. And he was walking around loitering like most Negroes loiter. And guess what they did? The hotel staff put him out. And he got the nerve to call them heathens. The hotel staff was like, he called me a heathen. I said, he's a common nigga. Of course he gonna do that. Now he wanna write saying we all going to hell. I said, buddy, I promise you, you'll hit hell before we do. I promise. We ain't going there. You can go there though. It's where you belong. It's when you act like that. You want to act like that. And I told you, most of the people that going to end up in hell is the people like that. People like that. And some fool that look just like this dude, they look the same because they both retarded. Stupid. Got a problem with me saying spiritual weirdo because you are one of them. You sensitive weirdos. That's why I said I love the beauty that the world is getting the way it is, even though it's not good. I said, because now you sensitive weirdos can no longer hide. Now y'all are going to start getting whooped like everybody get whooped. Y'all going to start getting persecuted like everybody getting persecuted. Y'all going to start feeling the pressures and effects like everybody and their mama feel the pressures and effects. So if we get ours, you getting yours. I thought about a podcast. I should do that. He's a spiritual weirdo. Nigga walking around with headphones on. Miami is 95 degrees, humidity hot. This nigga walking around with a long sleeve. A thick long sleeve. Walking around the property. Nigga look weird. Do you know how many people we had come tell us God told them to come here? Man, shut up. And then you say spiritual weirdo. Here comes some retarded Negro want to make a video on you talking about spiritual weirdo. Yeah, okay, you keep saying that. You keep saying that. You can't say stuff like that because you know who you sound like? You know who you sound like? Norbit daggone. That Norbit daggone. That's who you sound like. You can't you can't say that. Like, people's feeling like the way you talk, bro, it's like really, really hard, and you can't say that because you're making fun of people's appearance and jokes, and all sensitive. Name me one person in the Bible that God used that was a sensitive man. Name one. Shut up, boy. Shut up, boy. Get back to picking my cotton, fool. You field nigga, you house nigga. You act like one. Yeah, no, we gotta say stuff like that. You's a house nigga. That's what you act like. See, the field niggas out there don't even like us, man. They just don't understand what math can do for us. They don't understand like all the things we can hear. Oh. Ain't nobody worse than your own kind, man. Just no, you ain't one of us. This albino looking Negro. Man, shut up. You ain't one of us. Masquerading as an angel of light. Boy, you ain't one of us, man. This old little buddy little got hit with leprosy 10 years ago. This old weird little, like, shut up. This old camouflage looking alien. You like, boy, you ain't supposed to be here. I'm about to call Men in Black on this little weird alien looking. Like, you ain't supposed to even be on Earth. I don't think you supposed to be doing that. Oh, weird Negro. And that's why I said, don't worry, buddy. You gonna feel the effects of being persecuted. Y'all niggas ain't gonna hide behind that black card no more. Y'all not gonna hide behind us taking the real whoopings. Y'all gonna get the whoopings too. It's always one of them, man. They want to hide behind you when stuff happen. That's why Daddy always told him. He said, they won't. Yeah, you tell them, dog. He said, you gonna tell them. You tell them. Don't be trying to send me. He said, I'm already getting whooped and persecuted. And he said, yeah, Pastor, you tell them. Like, you gonna tell them. Let's see if that's why I said with these radical people doing what they do, let's see if your little watered down word on the corner does something. And when they putting a noose around your neck, you could tell them that same word you told me and see if it worked. It ain't gonna work. So that's why I said, if us black folk get our persecution, you getting yours too. You ain't immune because you think you preaching the word. They don't care. When the devil want to get everybody, he want to get everybody. He don't care about you. He don't care. Oh, slow idiot. That's what he sound like. He like the way you talk, bro. Like, I don't like the way you say that. Like, we gotta be men of peace. Like, man, yeah. Like, boy, shut up. You can tell that's a boy that got beat up all the time in school. He got beat up and couldn't make it on the jock team. The girls never liked him. He was never popular. But he smoked his first blunt and thought he was balling. That's what he was. And now when he realized that his friends didn't want him and his money done dried up and he smoked all his weed away, now he want to come and preach the word of God to me. I can tell you now, God don't use sensitive men. Why you think the first thing that it said when Gideon was choosing his men and it said all those that are in fear, get rid of them? Because God can't use a sensitive man. You stupid idiot. Oh my God. That should tell you right there. Why did God say, get rid of the dudes that got fear? Because you cannot use a sensitive man. Oh my God. And if old dumb boy would have even been man enough to make it to the army, he would have been one of those 10,000 or whoever so ran off because they were scared. Slow men. Y'all beware of these dumb spiritual weirdos, man. They gonna get people smoked. They gonna get you out here lynched, man. Like, they just so slow. Can't protect yourself. You can't fight back. You can't say nothing to hurt people's feelings. And then you can't even say weirdo. It's one thing not to say cuss words. I'm like, but now you can't even say weirdo. Now that's a cuss word. That hurt their feelings. A sensitive weird man. But he look like the type of dude that, like I said, he technically black. He could say nigga, but he shouldn't say it. Like, should you? You should. I feel offended if you said it. I'm like, boy, you look like Boy, it looked like if a fart was a person, man. It looked like him. That's what it looked like. Yeah, Mexican food at 3 a.m. That's what it looked like, bro. Man, all our roast game is good. That's the Darby roast. That's how it was. And Daddy was the ultimate jokester. We all joked. It's always a sensitive weirdo, man. That's why I said they're going to be the ones to get everybody's rights taken. they think they the ones to go preach God's word. Like, boy, please. Please. And that's why God used people like Paul. Paul was an ex-murderer. He was an ex-con, bro. Yeah, God used Peter, a man that cut somebody's ear off. Oh, cussing Peter. God used so many men. God used Gideon, Jehu, man. These dudes was murderers. David was a murderer, man. Moses was a murderer, dog. God used a lot of people. Joshua was a murderer. Like, bro, these people was crazy. God ain't never used no soft man ever. Got this old Caesar Borgia image of Jesus walking around. And that said, did you not see the verse where it said Jesus went in there and beat them at the temple? Jesus over karate chopping cats at the temple. It's funny how y'all look over that, boy. Jesus probably had a Randy Orton, a couple of them fools, man. You can forget about that verse. Yo, soft, sweet Salisbury's. I was one of them little Salisbury steak eating type weirdos, man. Just gelatin. Buddy on a liquid diet from here to every day. Like, boy, just liquid diet queen. Start calling him Dairy Queen, little liquid queen. I said, buddy didn't have his daily dose of lettuce and bananas today. Yeah, I know them daggone zoo monkeys like they stuff, don't they? Yeah, sure do. Keep him from talking too much, the daggone. That's why they sensitive to think they called to preach God's word. Like the 7 sons of Sceva trying to tell Buddy, and they got beat up. They got ATL stomped because they was over there talking crazy. On Sunday, they want to be talking to them. And I said, yeah, you want to give me a word? Go give one of them white boys a word that want to skin heads, like them skinhead types that want to skin your head. Yeah, you go tell them that. See if it works. I tell you what, go to a prison ministry. Why don't you go to a prison ministry? Because you know they're going to poke you. They're going to poke you a whole lot and poke you some more. You ain't ready to cost it for the gospel, boy, please. Girls barely be recovered from smoking dope and trying to come over here and trying to preach to you. Boy, please, you could never preach to me ever in your life, boy, please. And that's why I said, if I see you, you wouldn't say that. They're going to be shook because you'd be getting stoled if you said it to me. You wouldn't say it to me. That's why I told you, I said, boy, you ain't got the Holy Spirit because the Holy Spirit ain't going to stop a fish from flying in your face because you ain't called nor anything to do it, dummy. Everybody called to do God's will, few are chosen to preach, and you are not one of those few. No real men and women of God, when I see it, you ain't one of them, dude. Like, come on, bro. Stop that stuff. Stop before you hurt yourself. Yeah, Jesus did all that, man. Say he went in there and beat them out the temple because they was in there selling. They was running the church's pockets, man. They were just doing on finessing people, all type of stuff. People think Jesus is sweet. And here comes this old little soft nigger. It's always a soft man. As much as the women are sensitive, we can't understand women be sensitive, but like a sensitive man is worse. Those are the dudes we used to just beat up just cause. Because I'm like, you can't stand it. Like, why are you so soft? Mama's boys. We used to prove how much of a man we was, bro. We would get girls just to prove how much of a man we was. Now niggas trying to get dudes. It's always some nigga. Some girl told me, she said this nigga name was the Opportunist. Yo, imagine some clumsy dumb nigga naming his name the Opportunist. Who is you? Be careful, y'all. It's a prophet among us. Oh my gosh, bro. So stupid. The Opportunist. Buddy swears up and down God gave him that name. But what an idiot. I don't know people. Again, I don't care to know people, but people know other people and they come and tell me stuff. And I'm like, bro, I don't even know who these people are. They's like, y'all don't know me? I ain't never met a dude all day in my life. I don't know you. But yeah, some dude named the Opportunist. I hope it's a joke. Because again, I don't know. So I can't really say if it's confirmed or not. But I'm like, somebody told me they said Opportunist. What opportunities you got, boy? It's either smoking dope or it's trying to do what you doing. Like, you ain't got nothing better to do. You ain't got no opportunities. I got opportunities. We all of us in here got opportunities. You don't. That's why I told you, have you ever noticed how niggas are always trying to do the word now? Because they ain't good at nothing else. They can't do nothing else. They failed at everything they ever done. The word is the only thing they think they good at, and they not good at that. Which is why they don't give views and they word don't be hitting. Everybody already listen to Darby. They don't want to listen to you, fool. Darby's a very intelligent man. He's a very intelligent, good-looking man. They don't want to listen to no albino rock talking to them, man. That's old tiki torch-looking weirdo. They don't want to listen to you. Negroes look like the Grinch if the Grinch was light skinned. Oh man. Oh, spotted sea turtle, breakfast burrito, cookie face. Like, what? Now you look stupid when your word don't work. And that's why I said people want God gonna do something to you. Yup, he sure did. He sure blessed me. Magnificently. Your fruitcakes. Look how you run your mouth. And that's why I said I notice why God used a sensitive weirdo to run their mouth. Every time somebody sensitive come around, I said, God gonna do something great. That was a sensitive weirdo that came in my chat a while back. And they was, you out of order. I don't like what you're saying. And I said, you know what? Just because you stupid and just because you talk too much, I said, now God's about to do something because your idiotic self can't shut up. And I said, watch, God's gonna do something. And I said, when he does something, I'm going to get on here and tell everybody what he did. Like 2 days later, I got called to do this music at a Christmas event. It's back in Christmas. I wasn't expecting to do it for no money because it's my people I already know. They gave me an extra $100. It's like, yeah, we just wanted to bless you. Here you go, $100. An easy $100. Guess what I did? Hey, y'all, look. Look what God did. Remember I told you I was going to get him to talk? Look what God did. See? Look, when he do it? Yes, he will. Look what God did. Every time some idiot Negro want to tell you what God going to do, I'm going to show you what God going to do. Oh, look, y'all, my algorithm being touched. Look what the Lord has done. Look what he did. Look, y'all, I'm getting blessed every day. Look what the Lord has done. I can't help but think that some opportunity, this weird prophet told you that something's going to happen to me. The Lord's going to do something to me so bad. You show is right. The Lord sure did something to me. He blessed me significantly. I noticed I got more blessed when people start talking. I'm not saying I've been blessed lately, but I said I don't feel like enough people have been talking. Yeah, I can use some more. Come on, keep talking. That's why I said this might sound like weirdos. We kind of need them because God's going to use them to write your story. Keep blessing you. But it's just like, bro, it's so sensitive. I just don't understand the sensitivity level. It's so weird. So that's why I said if one of y'all want to come in here and talk crazy and get smart with me, I said go ahead. Because God's just going to use that and turn it into another blessing because he knows that y'all talk too much. A weirdo talk too much. You don't talk for God. That's why I said this year I'm going to show off all the glory and the blessings of God that he's been doing. Because again, I told him, I said, I don't get the right to hide that or hold that. So I said, I'm going to start sharing all the good things that God's been doing. Because you know who runs their mouth more than anybody else? A sensitive weirdo. I just want to let you know, if you're a sensitive weirdo, God cannot use you. I can't say he can't use you, but I'm just saying, I don't think you'll be used fully to the potential that you're supposed to be. You're going to be offended on this journey. What I want y'all to know, and that's why I said I don't even preach. I don't even try to get on the channel and preach. I really don't. But I said, but I'm just telling people this stuff because I'm just like, people come over here and just, I don't know why my family don't like, nobody like me. I said, dude, sometimes you're going to be offended because people are offensive. Especially if you think you're going to get on YouTube and preach the word of God, you are going to have a lot of people who don't agree with you. For the dumbest reasons. You might accidentally put a lowercase g, like a lot of people, like Joe was even doing that. He said he put on his auto captions, and sometimes the auto captions don't capture, like when you say God Almighty, it gives it a lowercase g. You know what I'm saying? But the captions don't really know, because again, it's the captions. You know what I'm saying? And so he had told, so somebody was in his comments, like, well, you said lowercase g, this is all technical, you know what I'm saying? Which I do get it, like you do, it is uppercase G, but it ain't nothing to argue about, you know what I'm saying? I said, dude, you are going to get a lot of people who don't necessarily like what you say or what you do. It's called having thick skin, dude. Every content creator, every social media creator has this. Everybody has to go through this. So when I did this channel, I knew you probably gonna have to deal with a couple of people. I did not expect all daddy audience come here. I did not want all daddy audience come here. I really didn't. I don't mind if people do, but I said I did not do it for everybody to come here. And I got a lot of sensitive people who are just so dumb, who I really believe if they think they put a circle in a square shape, they think it's gonna go through. That's how dumb they are. Like, they really sat right there and got offended because I didn't listen to them. They was already mad at him. They was mad at me because I didn't pick up where he left off. And I'm like, there's nothing to pick up. Like, there's nothing to do. I'm doing my own thing. And people got mad at me just for that, just for me being me. Just for God giving me the things he gave me and letting me be the person I am. People got offended with that. So they not offended with me, they offended with the Most High because I'm doing what the Most High literally told me to do. Which shows you idiots don't know God, they know religion. They watch Darby and they know religion, they don't know God though. which is why they probably watch Darby and they know religion, because they don't know nothing else. So that's why I told you, I said, people are going to be offended by anything. I told you, people was offended because I wore one of these. A freaking tank top, and people was offended over that. I don't want to say a lot of people. It was just like a couple of weirdos, because that's what weirdos do. They find anything. And I said, if I was a twig or if I was fat, they probably wouldn't care. But because I'm muscular and I look good, now they battling the spirit of lust. Because they be gay on the inside and they don't want to tell people they gay. So see. And that's why I said, usually it comes off as, you probably gay. You're probably dealing with that. And so that's their way of trying to take out. Because when people are battling being gay, what's the first thing they do? Get mad. They get angry. Then they get angry at you. That's what they do. They get angry fast. That's what they do. And I said, yeah, I know a down low person when I see one. I know somebody trying to cover up for what they really feeling when I see it. So they was mad about that. They was mad about, they was mad at Darby because Darby preached with a hat on. Do you know how dumb you got to be mad at a pastor for preaching with a hat on? It's stupid. The greatest man y'all ever preached, and they stupid had a problem with him preaching with a hat on. Dumb. Dumber than just dumb itself. Just stupid. That's why I said, beware of a dumb spiritual weirdo who got no power, no authority. Their greatest power was YouTube and Facebook. You take that away, they ain't got nothing. You meet them out there on the street, you could beat them and mollywop them all day because they gonna sit there and let you do it because they got no authority, no power. That's why I said, you do kind of have to have thick skin to do this because there's going to be people that look for clout off your name. They're going to swear up and down to God that they're not doing it for clout. They doing it for clout. It's oldest move in the book. People going to say stuff about you called bearing false witness on you because that's what they do. They bear false witness because, again, they mad at you. So they got to find some reason to get other people to be mad at you. And what makes Negroes more mad than all crabs in the barrel? Like, that's all they do. Find something to be mad about. Find something to blame you for. Find something to accuse you for that you never did, that you never said. And that's why I said that's fine. Because, again, I don't really got to do nothing to you. Because if it's up to me, I'll break your fingers. But I said, but it ain't up to me because you ain't where I'm at. I'm not in dirty Alabama or Mississippi where you at. So I said, I'll just let God fight for me. And look what God does. And God shuts these idiots up by keep on working for me and blessing me. So the same God they said was going to do something to you is the same God that literally turned your story around for good. He literally did everything and still doing everything. So it's going to be very hard for them to keep saying God said, to keep saying God said. When God said, Steve, you blessed. God said, Steve, I got you, son. It's going to be very hard for them to keep saying, what version of the Lord are they talking about? Their version of vengeance. Their version of, I'm trying to get at you. You feel me? That's how they be. Hey, Janice, what's wrong with these fools, man? What's wrong with these fools, man? Trying to come at Stevie. Trying to come at your boy. That's how they be. Can't stop what the Lord has blessed. I know what it is. Like I said, the Bible said Joseph was a very fine man. It said Steve was a very fine man too. Yes. Fine is to be a gift of the Lord, bro. Don't let nobody tell you that. It's not about looks. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Just because your mama and your wife look like a pterodactyl don't mean everybody else got to get their mama look like a triceratops, man. Like, some people actually want class. They actually want good looks. The Bible said the woman's hair her glory. You feel me? Beauty is a gift. I'm sorry you don't have it in your lineage. You ain't got 164th or 132nd Cherokee. I'm sorry. But, some people do. Like, we ain't all Dollar Tree niggas like you, man. Like, some of us is actually real quality class people, man. And they was mad because Darby was not an ugly dude. Darby took care of himself. He was a very interesting man, and dudes got mad because they wife watch him. But they ain't had no authority, man, because he's a mama's boy. Dude's been whipped his whole life, and that's why they get mad, because they see another real man, and they woman respects a real man. Not that they want him, but it's just like they respect it. Yeah, I'm goofy. Don't mind me. Be playing around. I'm like, man, you can't... I said, just don't, why y'all listen to people, man? That's why I said, you keep on talking about somebody gonna get judged. That is definitely not for you to say. I wish you knew that when you was out there on dope, smoking dope. God should have been talking to you about your judgment that was not. Don't try to come down no judgments of the Lord for somebody else while we was in church our whole life. Now you want to smoke dope, and now you want to get off dope and come talk to us. Man, shut up. Go reach the dope fiends like you was a dope fiend. You ain't got to reach me. How am I being more effective to them and you ain't? And that's your field, you idiot. That's what happens when you Peter gazing another man. You are wasting your time watching somebody else. preaching that old crappy watered up word that ain't reaching nobody because you ain't called to do it. Maybe go start an AA. That's where you can go. You was on drugs like them, go do that. You was in the streets like them, go do that. Go reach people where you need to be at. I can't really do prison ministry. I can, but I'm just like, I've never been in prison, so I don't know how to reach them dudes. I talk to them, but I'm like, I don't know how to really, that's not my field. Find your field, you idiot, and get off YouTube. You ain't called to call nobody out, man. That's why you look them up. They're some of the most terrible people. Dudes will do anything for clout because they dying channels and they dying word that ain't never worked. That's why I said, don't worry, sensitive weirdos. There's a crushing coming. There's a crushing coming, cuz. You hear me? You ain't gonna hide no more behind Steve. You ain't gonna hide no more behind religion, man. I want to see what you do if some clans show up to your door. Knock on it. Burn a cross out in your front yard. You gonna sit there and just watch. Man, this ain't right, y'all. I tell you. I just don't understand why I am. They be getting beat up and I'm just gonna still pray for you. Like, maybe God's telling you, like, bro, hit this fool back. Defend yourself, fool. You can't do my will if you're dead, boy. He's gonna take it out of licks. Oh, stupid boy. That's why I say, when did God want you doing his will? You can't do his will when you dead. You cannot do his will when you dead, man. It said he that survived, that endured to the end. When you did all you can to do to stand some more. And I ain't talking about give up, you idiot. You can't just sit there and just get killed. You stupid idiot. Y'all listen to anybody. I heard today when I listen to a white person break it down, which I've heard the scripture 1,000 times. She's Empress is silly. Why that made me cry. Sometimes be like that. That's why I said there's some moments, like I said, I had out there at the men's. Because, you know, see, I can listen to real men, not weird men. I can listen to real men. See, these God-ordained men that God sent me around, whatever color they may be, white, Hispanic, black, whatever, these real God-ordained men, not little dudes with their mama's phone, with their little crappy YouTube, trying to mimic what they never had. These real men that are real men that can tell me something. I listen to them. I don't listen to weird dudes on YouTube. See, that's why I said Steve listen to people. I just don't listen to Negroes who don't know nothing. So, yeah, they mad about that. Which I like it that they mad about it, because again, you a nobody. But they was breaking stuff down that was real, that was deep. And there was a couple of times, like I said, I went out there and I had to go out there and weep. I really realized I was dealing with some stuff. I was like, dang, man, that's crazy. And they really opened my eyes to a lot. And I said, I'm so glad that I got in on this. I seen how God blessed me with this trip for free. All I had to do was pay Buddy. Like I said, my homies came to get me because they knew where it was. All I had to do was give him $10 for gas money. And that's all I had to pay. This is a like $500, $600 ticket that I got in for free. That all I had to do was just pay $10 just for gas. Free meals, free stay, free knowledge. Just free. Being out there in the nature side with God, man, at this country top, it was beautiful, man. I wept. Beautiful. I sat in the field, man, before I even put the envelope in the fire, man. I was like, this is me moving on. This is me burning my past, man. I'm moving on. And I sat there and I was just like, let's do it. So let's do it. I told you, they had us fill out an envelope. They was like, name all the names that you've been called before in your life. What people called you. All like stuff that might have stuck with you, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, well, I'm used to that. I got called everything in the book. I'm like, gee, I don't care. I write down everything. I said, little nigga, dumb nigga, ugly nigga, fat nigga, dumb, stupid black nigga, nigga, black, nigga, 1000% nigga. That's all I was saying. I just wrote it down. They said, if you got to use profanity, like use the stuff that people really did call you. They said, this is really eye-opening. Like, write down what people said. And so I was just writing down. I was like, blank this and blank that and just write down everything. And then they said, write down the new names of yourself. I said, handsome, sexy, wapo, extremely handsome, very extremely indeed handsome. Like, I was like, well, yeah, people call me whatever. I ain't never been hurt about what people call me. That's fine. It's when I called them back that I had to be like, hey, I can't say that. They the ones that be sensitive. People call me all type of stuff. I don't really care. I'm just like, okay. And then guess what I do? Hit that mama issue. Yeah, well, that's why your mama's shaped like a globe. See, yeah, you don't like it. Your mama's shaped like the planet Mars with her 2 moons around her. See, look at you. See, you don't like it. And I was like, Steve, you probably can't say that all the time. You can't, you can't say it all the time. You know, like, yeah, you gotta be cool, man. Just cool off on the mom jokes. I know I'm stressed I'm talking about. There's definitely no condemnation to those who are in Jesus Christ, even though I so many times it hits different when people are always condemning you. Yeah, people gonna condemn you because they dumb. That's what they do. That's why I said, why y'all listen to people that condemn you? I would not feel bad 1 ounce. Like, man, please. You know the people that I told you, somebody wrote in and said that me and all my siblings going to hell. Like, how would you know? I said, can you prove it? I'll tell you, I'll prove it 1 step better. You show up and I'll put you there. And you can enjoy your eternal fire and stay if that's what you want. Like I told you, don't come over here with that. It's fine. You can write and say whatever. Just know if you come over here, I can actually prove it. I can prove it to you if that's what you want. You know, it's always a Negro that know where everybody else going. They know where everybody's soul going except theirs. And that's why I said when some of them die and take their last breath, they're gonna be very shocked when they realize that they're not going where they thought they're going. I would repent and get it right now. Because I'm like, honestly, what you're doing is you playing judge, jury, and executioner. Like, you ain't God. You ain't God, man. How you gonna know where somebody going? Are there some people that's destined for hell? Yes, sorry to say, but there is. But that ain't for us to say who. If people would have looked at Daddy like that, would look at Pastor Darby like that, there would be no Pastor Darby. Everybody would have thought, swore up and down, he was gonna get killed in the street. He gonna be in this lifestyle to the day he died. And look what happened. God turned him around. You don't know who's gonna be turned around. You don't know that. So for some retard to get on here and tell people that they going to hell, like you won't go there either. Like, bro, you can go there first for anybody else. And that's why I said some of them gonna be very shocked if they don't get it right and telling everybody that and they gonna end up there too. Like I don't think you should do that. I pray that nobody perish. You know what I'm saying? But I said, but you know, if you gonna act like it, I said, bro, that ain't like you are not judge, jury, and executioner. You don't get to say where people go. Cause if we got on all your dead relatives and everybody you ever lost, I guarantee you they probably there too. They probably there. You wouldn't like talking about that, would you? See, you notice when you bring up their stuff, you wouldn't like talking about that. Old cousin them that was a killer, you wouldn't want to talk about. See, you don't want to talk about that. And I said, sounds like to me somebody's deflecting because they know a couple of their people probably there. That's probably what it is. I really think that's what it is. They deflecting because somebody they know probably there. Oh, that's the way they try to do to scare you because they want to condemn you. I said, dude, you can't condemn Steve. I'm like, bro, God literally makes me free. You can't condemn me. God bought me with a price, cuz. Who was you? A worthless Negro with a bad credit score. You gonna make me feel bad, boy, please. Why you let somebody with a credit score of 185 like make y'all feel bad? Like, boy, please. You better be glad the kingdom ain't based off your credit score. You been in hell a long time ago. You would be in hell a long time ago with your negative balance. I wouldn't be talking. Don't come here and tell somebody what the like, how you gonna condemn somebody? Negroes won't talk. I'm just like you can't go there. Like, okay, well you keep talking. I'm like, you talking, God's just using everything that I'm doing. He's just doing everything that he's doing. And Negro can't condemn me. They try it on this channel all the time. That's why they try to condemn me for wearing one of these. And guess what I do every day? Wear one of these. Yeah, I know you looking, boy. I know you looking. You want you some hunk. That's what you want. You want you a big black man because you gay. That's what you want. Yeah, I know you resisting them temptations. Romans 1 said, men burned for that lust for another man, ain't you? You weirdo. I know you is. Yeah, resist, boy. You better resist. Better fight them urges, nigga. I know what it is. The Negro secretly download, battling them feelings or going back. Now he won't get mad at you. I can't watch you because you make within the bro. Don't watch me at all. I'm a very handsome man. I'm sorry, but you ain't gonna be able to. If you battling those feelings, you ain't gonna be able to watch me properly. That's why I was thinking about coming out with a fitness channel. And I said, nah, because you got a lot of Negroes battling that stuff and nowhere looking at your abs. Then they won't write in. Now they won't come and talk about hellfire for you. I'm like, nah, you just mad because you burning for lust, boy. That's why I said, I bet you Buddy's favorite meal is a Brosworth, a Johnsonville smoked sausage. Yeah, you want somebody Johnsonville, don't you? You little weirdo. It's always a Long John Negro somewhere. Buddy favorite restaurant is Long John Silver's. Yeah, old hush puppy freak. Oh, hush puppy Hebrew Negroes. Yeah, I'm a little goofball, man. I be having fun with it. But I be so serious because I get tired of type people. It's like, bruh, that's why I said they want to tell you stuff like it, but you make a joke out of it because I'm just like, bruh, you are not the author of my soul. Why you think God wrote these scriptures? He wrote it for a reason. Because he knew it was going to be a bunch of freaks that was going to try to interpret his word wrong. So God started writing. He is the author. That's why I says, don't fear the one that can kill the body, but the one that can cast our soul into hell. Man can't do that. Only God can do this. Why you think he wrote that? Because he tried to tell you, don't be scared of these freaking spiritual weirdos. Everything he said for a reason. Beware of false prophets. Who is he talking about? Wolves in sheep's clothing. Who is he talking about? The Bible is not just talking, like it's just talking to just be funny. It's saying stuff for a reason. That shows little dumb boys don't read their words. So when you say stuff they don't like, they don't understand what I'm saying is in the word. Any Negro that walk around with the name The Opportunist should tell you he's a spiritual weirdo. But he thinks he's called to give you the word. Anybody that's called to give you the word is usually people who don't want to give you the word. Anybody that's called to do the word is usually people who don't want to do the word. Any idiot with the name The Opportunist or a watchman should tell you right there, you're not called. Go look at all the power they got and what they saying and tell me if they called. I won't dare watch a video for them because again, I don't believe in being dumb. I don't want to. It's like drinking beer. It's gonna make you lose 1,000 brain cells. I don't want to lose my brain cells, but if people want to like gobble in that mess, you know what I'm saying? And I guarantee you, it ain't a Darby message. You're going to be like, bro, that word was so sucky. Like, dude sucked at it. He don't even know what he's talking about. Because it's always an idiot on YouTube who don't know what they're talking about. They just get on there and talk. It's be the same type of people you confront them and beat them up, and they're going to sit there and play victim. Like, I don't know, they're a violent individual. Like, well, when you talk crazy on the internet, like, what you think going to happen? Stand in their face, I guarantee you they be shook. Wouldn't say a word. And then what does a weirdo do? Go send they little weird dumb lap dogs to come over here and spy on you. Buddy sent one of his little retard lap dogs over here to come over here. I don't think you did think that. I can tell he sound like Rasputia. Oh, retarded boy. I did think you think that like. You got offended. That's why you said something. I'm like, buddy got offended because he came over talking about me first. Ain't that the pot calling the kettle black? What an idiot. You get offended and talk about me. I say something back about it, and now I'm the one that's offended. Only a nigga. Bro, they are the only people in the world that does this stuff. Like, oh my God, bro. You come mess with a dog bites you, and now the dog is wrong. Like, you idiot. You stupid idiot. He said, and I ain't say nothing about one thing about being a weirdo. This idiot came over talking about, it doesn't make people a weirdo. I said, oh, so you just told on yourself. I said, your man's just told on you, boy. Gaze together. I said, he just told on him, y'all. I said, so this is what this is about. Buddy got offended because he got called a weirdo. I said, so now you got two weirdos who's offended by me. I said, good. And I hope you dumb niggas are watching me. And I said, y'all both stupid, and y'all never be nothing your whole life. That's why you're on YouTube trying to give out the word of God, because you sucked at everything else you ever did. Good try, though. Nice try. Come back with a better word. I promise you on everything. It won't work. It won't work, bro. You know one thing I noticed God does not do? Passive-aggressive. He does not deal with passive-aggressive people. Again, we'd all be dead if we was passive-aggressive. Because, again, like I said, God would have killed everybody because we would have prayed for God to go judge him and go do something to him, and God would have killed us all. He don't do that. That shows you that an idiot don't know about God, man. That's why I said a sensitive man go take up for a sensitive man. What a nigga. That's why I said, like, boy, y'all better be glad. This internet gonna get a lot of people beat up. I'm just trying to tell you, you better be glad I don't know where you is now. Because if I knew what state you was in, if you was in my state, you wouldn't be talking. I'd have beat you up on live stream and showed everybody that I beat you up for talking crazy. Did we not see in the Bible when people ran their mouth, guess what happened to them? God got them. Somebody got them, you know what I'm saying? Miriam ran her mouth about Zipporah, his interracial wife, and she turned white. Got leprosy. See? Shut up. Stop running your mouth, dude. People don't care about that stuff. Like, boy, please. That's why I said y'all little weak men of God. Or what they think they men of God. They not men of God. It's always a sensitive weirdo. Somewhere, anywhere, where do nothing about it. And making a YouTube video or going to social media and talking about somebody is not doing nothing about it. Because that very same person, if they stood in each and every one of y'all individual faces, I promise each and every one of y'all would shut up. A group chat ain't got no power. So I don't know what you're going to do about that. You ain't got no lawsuit. You ain't got no real authority. God is not hearing anything that you're saying about me on my behalf because it don't work like that, you idiot. And that's why I say, hear about this, you old little dopey boy. Go pray to the Lord for all the years you was on dope. Don't try to come and talk to me now, boy. You ain't deep and you ain't spent enough time in the Lord to come talk about somebody while you still got a mind fresh full of dope. I wouldn't talk. I definitely wouldn't talk. It's always one of those ones, y'all. Y'all beware. Be careful. So that's why I told y'all, going back to what I said earlier, you do got to have thick skin to kind of do a lot of this. You got to have thick skin to doing YouTube and social media and stuff like that, because you're going to have people that come on here and say stuff that ain't true. And when you're dealing with Negroes know how to talk. That's all they know how to do. So, of course, they got nothing better to do but talk. Like I said, it says we're going to give an account for everything that we ever done. Okay, we get that. We know that. But I don't think Negroes understand, like, when they false slander people and stuff like that, they going to give an account for that, too. When you told people that God was going to do something that he was never going to do, he's going to judge people that he never judged because he never said that, I really think you're going to give an account for that. I don't think I know you're going to give an account for that. Trying to tell people what God's going to do on somebody else's behalf, that is really, I think that's blasphemy. Is it just me or does that seem like blasphemy? For you to tell somebody what God is going to do like you would know, that is like really offensive. And it said God has feelings. You know God has feelings, right? It said he's a jealous God, of course, right? So, like, if God is a jealous God, wouldn't that mean he would get mad because somebody tried to give out a false word in his name? God, the Bible literally warned us about people like this, which shows the idiot, dumb boy, don't read their word. They read the scriptures. They read the scriptures about how go preach to the nations and tell people to repent. That's all they hear. They don't hear about the other stuff that God said. They just hear about what they like. Again, they are not smart enough because they dumb. They can never get into law school because they don't know how to read. They don't know how to do math. They have never passed a grade in their life. They have failed and flunked everything they've ever done. So, of course, when they get on the internet, when they want to make people feel bad, they can't cuss people out because they're trying to do the very minimum not to get beat up. So, of course, the best thing they can do is tell people you going to hell and go repent. That's the best thing they got. That's why their favorite word is repent. That's like a cuss word to them because that's the best thing they can say. They don't say nothing else good. They ain't got nothing else great to say because, again, they know they can't cross that line because they know they're going to get whooped. So when they say they come in God's name, people going to be scared to think they're going to hit a man of God because they think, well, God's going to get you. No, he ain't, because Buddy's not a man of God. You could sock him and mollywop him all day and God would not show up and do nothing to you because he ain't called. And that's why Buddy socked and mollywopped all the 7 sons of Sceva because they ran their mouth, and I'm pretty sure he got off. It took a real man of God to go cast out them devils because them little fake ones that was mimicking them, they got what they deserve. You gotta have thick skin doing what you're doing, man. There's gonna be a lot of people that don't like you, that don't agree with you. That's just how it goes. I don't care. You ain't even my type people I want anyway. So I'm just like, if you're gonna act like that, good, go. I don't want this page full of Negroes, and I don't want this page full of Darbyites either. That's why I'm doing another page where there's none of them. That's why I said you can have it so raggedy, just the channel. Because my next one, it's gonna be great. I let people have this one because, again, it went in a different direction. I'm still kind of upset about that because I wanted to go in my direction. But this channel's still good, influencing and affecting a lot of people's life. I let people have this channel with Darby because, at first I wasn't trying to do it over here. But I let him have it with Darby. That's fine. You do it on my. If anybody on my next channel that I do does that, I'm throwing you. We're not doing it over there. You're not gonna bring a copy and paste of this over there. We're not doing that. And I mean that. And I don't care if that's offensive. I don't care. Some people gotta understand. Like, okay, I understand people know me for Darby. Okay, they know us. They've been knowing us for years. That's cool. But not everybody on everything wants to do that. I don't want to do it on all my channels and all my stuff. We don't want to do that. Okay, so don't do that. So yeah, people just, I don't know, man. Something wrong with them. What's the scoop, y'all? What y'all up to? Janice, you're here? Who's in here, man? I'm about to get up off her in a little bit. I said I wasn't gonna do these overnight streams again, but it feel good too, man. Cause like I said, I missed y'all, bro. I was kind of just, I was off my phone for days, so I feel like it's been days since I went live. You know what I'm saying? Like it feel different. So it feel good to kind of come out here and do this again, man. Like I said, it's kind of cool tonight. Not too many people out. It's a Sunday night. I got a lot of music to do in the morning. That's why I said I'm not gonna be in here too much, cause I gotta clean up and do some music and got to get some tracks done, and man, I got to do a lot of work, you know what I'm saying? So I enjoy talking to y'all a lot of times, man, you know what I'm saying? Because it's very enlightening. That's why I said this is why people come and watch. Because it's a very entertaining, enlightening stream. Whether they know me or not, like people just love to watch. And I like that. I love when people come and, you know, they pay attention to what you're saying, and, you know what I'm saying? Like you turn this into something good. As I said, there's a lot of good, man, with this stuff. There's a lot of good with these streams. And so, as I transition and stop doing these as often as I used to, because I really don't want to do this as much as I used to, but I'm learning to transition for the better to something else. Now we're going to be on the music side of it, man. You know what I'm saying? I like doing that. But I do like to come out and talk to y'all, man. Like I said, I want to show y'all my, just share my experience, man. Like I said, at camp, and bring y'all a lot of joy, man, a lot of good testimonies, and it's all type of stuff, man. Like, I saw God move out there, man. It was beautiful, dude. It was so nice. And I'm just like, man, I want to just, like, it's like the stuff you got to tell somebody. Like, bro, I just want to tell somebody, man, you know what I'm saying? And I couldn't wait to share my story with y'all when I came back, you know? And, you know, just, I enjoy it. And so part of me, like I said, want to get off of here, but I love the fact that y'all still watch me at daggone 1:17. Or if y'all on the East Coast time, it's 2:17. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I had a ball. I'll play the video one more time because I know I got some new people in here. Everybody ain't in here at once, but I'll show you. I clock my lip. Look, see? Like, clock my lip hard too, boy. It's healing up now, but it was split. Like, my lip was split, cuz. Show y'all this one more time, because like I said, I know everybody comes in at different times or whatnot. Hold on. But, it's probably easier to hear now because there was so many people out here earlier, you couldn't hear nothing. Check this out. Hold on. I'm busting my lip. You see that? Nigga bust his lip, man, trying to catch these glow sticks. You feel
Don't
me?
worry, the doctor's on.
Like, you see, it's like red, busting my lip. You see that? Hard too. Nigga bust his lip, man, trying to catch these glow sticks. You feel me? Like, it was all dripping and everything. Like, it was healing up. That's like the day after. It healed up fast too, man. Like, it was, dang. That's the, like I said, that's when I busted it, bro. I busted the crap out that thing, boy. I got blood all on my hands. You see it on the necklace, it's all red, you know what I'm saying? Like, because that gold necklace is a cross. Like, it actually fell off. It's in my pocket somewhere in the house. But it's a cross, man. I got blood all on. I said, dang, man, like, I don't want my blood on this cross. This is the blood of Jesus I want her, you know what I'm saying? Hey, man, that glow stick done busting my lip. You see that? I see that. Man, I got bloody. Look at the necklace. I done got blood on my necklace. On the necklace and everything. Lord have mercy. Dudes, boy. Yeah, I did. I think hurt though, man. That's why I said hurt. Like, thing went straight, just pop. Like, bro, came full force. Cause again, man, it was so dark out there. I thought my hand was right here, but I think it was like right there. And I don't remember if it touched my hand. I think it slipped through my hands, and it just like hit you straight in the mouth. I said, dang, bro, had me on my tail, man. I'm talking about first it hit me. I said, And I said, like, I fell back, I fell down. I was like, ow, because I told you it hit my teeth. And so, like, my tooth was kind of hurt. Like, it didn't knock my teeth out, but it was like, it was hurting. Like, it was sore. Like, it ain't there no more, but I was just like, dang, bro, that hurt it. I'm glad, thank God it didn't knock my teeth out, but dang. It's cost you a couple of stays, so I'm going to fly out to Baltimore. By the time I get up there, like I said, it's going to be patched up. It's going to be all patched up and everything. Look. It's a lot better now, but yeah, I busted the crap. That thing was like split straight open. I told you, I said, I thought I had a BBL lip, boy. That thing felt fat. I said, dang, man. I was like, why y'all looking at me like that? I'm like, well, y'all looking at me like that, man. Like, my eyes up here. It really did feel like I had a BBL lip, bro. It was like swole. I said, man, I got Cardi B implants on my lips. Right. It really felt like I was talking like this the whole day. Like, that's what it felt like. Like I was talking like that, but I looked the same, but it felt fat. So I told him, I said, yeah, man, I got lip injections last night. That thing hurt. So yeah, I just, like I said, it was funny though. It was funny. I enjoyed my experience, man. You know what I'm saying? I'll probably show y'all this, man. Like now you can hear it. It's kind of like quiet outside now, but at first it was so loud, man. Like this is just me sitting there talking, man.
How y'all doing? So, last day at this men's camp retreat that I'm at. Didn't even think about coming out here, man. I'm not even gonna lie. I got the invite last minute, and the morning of, I was gonna just cancel because I was stressed about some stuff and taking care of some business, and just was not in a good place mentally, But knew the enemy was trying to keep me from coming out here, man. And I came out here and got a lot of healing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of
man, it's like 2 minutes though. So
mental scars,
2 minutes out there.
wounds have. I'm not gonna say they've been 100% healed, but they've definitely been healed a lot more and a lot better. I don't know how to turn this camera around, but it's beautiful out here, man. Like there's the camp
Beautiful
down there.
too, man.
And I'm a person, I like to kind of be alone and get away from everybody and everything. And they got this cross sitting up here on top of this hill, man. I'm so glad I came out here, man. Just to be around. I'm very leery when it comes to all men stuff, because, some people just be funny, or it's not really my cup of tea. But these men are real men, serious, good people, man. And I thank God for that experience and exposure to that, God's been so good to me, y'all. It's February 28th as I make this video, almost March 1st to a new one. I got some testimonies I'm gonna give and, talk about. But, yeah, man, God's been doing a big work in my life, I didn't want a long video, just kind of wanted to get on here and show y'all, man. I wish I could see the stars, man. It's beautiful out here, man. Like,
See how bright that moon is, man. It was beautiful out there.
so yeah, it's good out here.
It was beautiful out here, man. Like,
How you doing?
because Pretty Boy Steve got to take it. Like I was supposed to be in the conference. I was using the bathroom real quick, but I was like, man, I'm looking so hot. I said, well, Steve got to take a video of this stuff. And I showed him earlier. I said I was in there dunking. I was Jumpman. Like there dunking. I got a couple of dunks though. So I ain't played basketball forever, man. Played it a long time. Look at this stuff is beautiful, man. I mean, this is just like this is phenomenal, bro. It's beautiful out here.
Thanks, man.
I set up here a lot, man. That's one of the best spots to sit at right there. It's beautiful, man. And like I said, I know y'all can't see that with the night stars and stuff. Like it's so It's so dark, man. It looks better in person than it do on the phone. And then trying to show you on the phone from the phone, just it ain't the best though. But yeah, I had a good time out there, man. I wasn't on my phone too much, didn't take a lot of videos, you know. I was trying to stay off of it a lot. Like for real. Like, and it worked, man, it did. You know, that's why I'm on live stream with y'all still at 2 a.m. when I said I wasn't gonna do this stuff no more. Like, I've been gone all week, man. I feel like it, you know, but I feel different, man. I feel like a weight is being lifted off of me. I feel better. It's just better, you know what I'm saying? So I don't feel like I want to go in the house. You're like, bro, I don't want to end this, bro. I want to keep being on here. I don't know. I need to, but I don't know, man. Just some days I just miss it, man. I missed kind of the overnights of just sitting here talking to you. I used to do that all the time, you know what I'm saying? Might as well give them player haters, an extra hour they can hate on my tank top. They mad at me wearing a tank top. So I know why. They looking at my real deltoids and trapezoids and oh man. Why you flying down here? Somebody in the Tesla. Why you driving like he on a run, bro? I had one of my neighbors hit me up when I came into town today, bro. I just got back like around like 3 in the afternoon. What about like 2 or 3 in the afternoon? What about 2 in the afternoon, I think. 2 in the afternoon, yeah. And so, my next door neighbor, man, I was bringing all my stuff in the crib. And she was like, did you hear those gunshots last night? I said, no. She was like, yeah, there was like 10 gunshots. I said, no, I just got back into town today. I said, for real, those gunshots? He said, yeah. I was like, no, I know nothing about that. I was like, I don't know nothing about that. And I told her, I said, look, I just got her. You know what I mean? And I said, pray to God, everybody okay? I hope so. But it's Texas, so I mean, people fire up guns in their area all the time, you know? Well, they got questions for me, man? Q&As? Before I get up off of here? You want to ask me about camp? Ask me about anything, man? Like, let me know, because, you know. Oh, man. He said, where was men's camp? I got here like, LOL, it looked like it was in the South. Yes, in Texas. It was someplace in Texas, man, I don't remember. Like, some city, some town, I don't know, bro. Like I said, I got invited to it. They told me about it, so like I knew where I was going. Cause I had to make sure. I said, look, man, we ain't going to Killer Clan County all the way. I said, cause if we are, boy, I'm bringing this 75 round clip. I was like, you know that? I said, look, bro, I trust y'all brothers. Y'all cool, but I said, hey, I'm gonna look. As I said, David trusted God, but David had that slingshot. Samson trusted God, but he had to choke a lion out. You feel me? Like, look, I'm shoot. So I said, I trusted God, and I have my hand right here. Sitting there reading the word, and you said with your word that it's... Yo, I was like that last night. That was the craziest part. Bro, I was walking. I told you the moon, I was telling you earlier, but the moon literally illuminates everything. And I'm talking about it's beautiful. It's just like you can see that moonlight off of the trees, and oh, it's beautiful, man. It's so beautiful. The stars, and you just walk on this trail, and it's quiet. You can hear the noise in the background from the camp. And you get to get on this. I like to be alone and away from everybody, so I like to walk, you know what I'm saying? And I started walking, man, and like I said, I was walking, it was pretty good. And you know, you hear a couple of noises, like I ain't tripping, you know what I'm saying? But then as I got through the moon, you know, the moon illuminates stuff by a little bit, but you can't see the whole thing, you know what I'm saying? And so the moon was like, I heard something over moving. And so it was just like something was like running fast in that grass over there. And so I stopped, I said, bro, I was like that, I said, because I was talking to myself. I think I was talking to God. I was praying. I was saying something. I said, hold on. The sun is in there moving. I said, I said, yo, I said, what? I said, hold on, bro. What's in there? Who's this? Who's that? Look. So I literally had my hand like the, I was like, and I was looking like I had it pulled and everything. I was like, I said, and I was looking because I said, I want to make sure this ain't something trying to run up on me because, you know, my Negro mindset kicked in. I said, oh, this is a bird. Now, you know good and well no bird out there. But I said, but my mind is telling me because it's a bird. This is a bird out here. So I pulled it out. I said, I was like, I said, I was holding like this. I said, hold on. What is? I was trying to see what it was, and I said, Steve, don't explore like white people. We don't do that. This is how stuff happens. This is just turn around and go the other way. I said, this is probably God telling you, stop, son, turn around, because I was like, you probably shouldn't be walking out here at night. And I was like, oh no, because I walked up on the hill, so I was like, it was cool. I ain't heard nothing. And I don't think it was no big animal. It's probably like a rabbit. I said, but I was like, I don't care, boy. I'll skin the crap out that rabbit and bring it back. Oh, Red Dead Redemption, old lobster, old bugs over there, like boy. And so I told him, I said, man, I went to the, it was like, it looked like something black was over in the field, man, because, you know, everything's so dark. So I don't know if it was just the grass or something was moving in there. But I heard it. I said, And I was like, you know what? I said, to spare your life, I'm going to turn around. I said, to spare whatever's in his life, I said, I'm going to turn around. I said, I'm going to walk the other way. So I remember I walked back, like I said, yeah, because I'm still looking back. Like I said, I'm still praying and I'm still talking. When I'm looking back, I'm just like, yeah, in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. I'm still turning around like I was like, yeah, name Father, Son, Holy Ghost. You know, give us this day our daily bread. You know what I'm saying? like I said, I'm like, bro, you got to be prepared, boy. Like I said, I love God, but the animals don't know that, so I'm about to kill it. And you know, have to make me some deer jerky. I was like, I don't know. And I was like, man, I started walking like that. And I was like, you know what? Let me put this up. I said, yeah, don't walk out here at night because you don't know what's out here, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just like, it's a very peaceful place and I don't want gunshots ringing off. And they're like, yo, what is that? You know what I'm saying? And then I come back with like a big old elk or something, or a grizzly bear. Now we're dragging it, you know, I ain't gonna let no good meat go to waste, daggone. Let no good meat go to waste. I'm gonna drag that thing all the way back to camp. Just do it. Look what I got, y'all. Like, Jesus Christ, man, what did you do out there? Like, man, I caught this grizzly bear. Like, man, do you know what you did? Like, no, I'm gonna smoke it, boil it, grill it, shrimp it, deep fry, season it. Like, bruh, smug gonna be so good, man. I don't even need no season, salt, no nothing. Like, like, have you ever ate bird, bro? That'd be the day daggone night and ate a bird. Sure did. I'm just a person, I can't let stuff go to waste. Like, I don't know, man. I can't let it go to waste. I don't see the need for eating a bird. I don't see the need for eating a lion if I gotta shoot one. But I'm just like, I ain't never had no lion meat before. No diddy. But I'm just like, bro, I'll throw that sucker on the grill, bro. Just throw it on the grill. Start seasoning it. Ain't none of that Lawry's seasoned salt and marinade can't do daggone this. You just don't know how to eat. I'm pretty sure back in the Bible days they ate lion, bro. I mean, you need some lion. Like, bro, I can't just sit there and let the lion go to waste. I don't want the hyenas to get it. So I'm like, I want to drag it back to camp. Drag it back to camp. Like, I'm gonna separate the neck bones from the collarbones from the ankles. Like, I'm like, boy, shoot, we're gonna have lion jerky, lion stew, lion lasagna, man. We're gonna have all types of stuff. Shoot. If you was having experience, it's the time of restoration for many of us. I'm experiencing healing at this time too. That's what's up. Yeah, I feel good, man. That's why I said you come back restored. That's why I said I come back feeling free. That's why I told you, I know I changed, bro. They got Steve out there eating salad. Ain't nobody in the history ever made me eat salad, bro. But I tried the salad, and I was like, bro, this is good. Oh, man, I was like, oh, no. I've changed. I've been changed. Healed. Like, bro, I done changed so much. I was like, man, I'm over eating salad. I said, I can't go back. I can't go back to the way it used to be. Before, I forgot the words of that song. So I was like, I can't go back to being a Negro. I gotta change. I have had lamb, yeah. Lamb got an acquired taste. It depends, but it's not bad, but it's not that good, but it ain't bad either, you know. Like I said, I ain't never had grilled lion, no boy. Like the king of the jungle is eating the king of the jungle. My name Stephen means crown one in Greek, so it actually means king. So I said the king is eating the king. I don't know how to drag a line. That thing's heavy, but I told you I'm just going. Just dragging off my shoulder. Got the tail, just dragging the tail off my shoulder. One hand with the rifle, the other one with the. Just gotta make sure they'll not come steal my prey. Shoot, I can go for a lamb burger. I can go for any burger right there. I think I have. I don't know. I almost caught me a deer one time, man. I went out shooting on our limb. And I had a shotgun, though, so I didn't get that much range. So, I don't know. I told you, man, them deer, I think them deer be talking crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you, boy. Them deer be hitting you with they'll stare at you like that. And all of them will stop what they do and they'll stare at you. And then I was just like, I was like, no, he didn't just call me a hard R. I said, I know a hard R when I heard one, bro. I really think them deer be saying nigga. I really think they be like it. Be like, like cussing you out. Because the deer, he said, they wiggle their ears a lot. So they like wiggle their ears. He said, I was like, I'm going to shoot you just for calling me that. Like, bro, what you call me? I said, I ain't never spoke deer, but I know a hard R when I heard one. And every language was like, no, you ain't going to call me that word ever in your life, man. Hold on. I had to ban me this fool. Like, boy, don't you ever call me that. Like, hold on, bro, I have to kill you. Buddy came up with the hard R. I was like, yeah. I said, yeah, I'm a hard R you on this stove. Keep on talking. I had the rifle before. I should have got the rifle. I think it's a 308. It's sometimes like a 300 win or a 308. When I tell you I shot my eye out with that thing, man, like that thing hurts. That thing's so strong, it gets like a big douche. It makes like a big douche sound. And bullets are like yay big. That thing's huge, man. And I saw like a little bunny rabbit squirrel. When I tell you about to cook me up some bunny, and I said, douche. I said, bro, my target was off, because you're not supposed to put your eye on the target. You're supposed to kind of like back it up a little bit. But my eye was right there on the target. And I forgot the kickback that was coming because I was trying to hurry up and shoot it before it ran off. As soon as I did, I said, douche. I said, bro, I had a big old knot. I had like a knot size on my eyebrow, man, for the longest, bro. That thing hurt, dude. And I was like, yeah, see, you can't just be eager to shoot stuff because, like, what you gonna do to yourself? You shot your eye out, you know what I'm saying? So, I ain't never had a shark before. That sound all right. Yes, because I've been out in nature all day. The last couple of days, man, I've been rejuvenating and just relaxing, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just been chilling. So I've been up on phone for a lot, you know what I'm saying? I just woke up from a nap right before I got on live stream. I've been, like I said, I came home around like 2 in the afternoon. And I ate some food, and like I said, I went to sleep, you know what I'm saying? Took a nap because I was tired. I forgot it was Sunday today. Like I said, you know, I didn't go to church because we was out there. We stayed out there till like 12 in the afternoon. And so we're just enjoying free time, you know what I'm saying? And it's about an hour away, you know what I'm saying? So about an hour and 30. About an hour and 30. And like I said, I just enjoy my sleep, you know? Because that's what I like to do on Sundays anyways. I like to have church, come home, eat food, go sleep. I don't want to do nothing else. I said I don't want to go nowhere. I don't really want to do live streams. I don't want to do no music. I don't want to do nothing. I just want to, that's my one day. I want to, Saturdays and Sundays, I really just going to start being like my relaxed days, man, where I don't got to do like, you know what I'm saying, too much. Because I would kind of work on those days too, and I don't like doing that. So, welcome back, Denise. Yeah, that's why I said I just been all over the place, man, just working and, you know, doing stuff. But these last couple of days, man, they was definitely well needed. I needed that space, man, that time and tranquility to myself. You know, like I said, I enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? I enjoyed my time. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, it was well needed. I liked it. So, but yeah, you know, like I said, I kind of miss being on here, man. Sometimes I miss y'all. Sometimes. Not everybody, but I miss some of y'all's. Because, you know, some of y'all's are like, some of y'all like the good kids that, you know, you love. And then some is just like the trouble child. We should not name no names, but so what kind of music do you like? I've been listening to a group called Salt recently. I've never heard of them. What is that, rock? Yeah, I never heard that. I like a little bit of everything. Like I said, I like when I'm out in the countryside. Like I said, I do not like country. I can't stand it. But a few country songs is cool because, like I said, like it fits the countryside. Like I love the harmony. I'm a musician, so I study music. So I listen to a little bit of everything. Now, you know we black. We love us some soul. Yeah, Soul Train and some trap beats. You know what I'm saying? But I said because I'm a musician, I listen to a lot of stuff. I listen to a lot of melodies, you know what I'm saying? So that's some country songs that I take a little inspiration from when I make my music, you know. Yeah, that's why I was telling him earlier. I said, this is white girl, man, her name Ashley Cook. And she sang a song about it ain't your place. She pretty much telling the dude like how it's not your place to call me after we break up and try to figure out who I'm with. And like, yo, she was like, boy, I don't care about you. She's like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, ooh. I said, ooh, girl, I like that. And I said, this is a fine white girl. I said, girl, look. She said, it ain't your place. That's the one I be doing the Smurtus money to. You don't get to call me up cause you're drunk. I throw the head up. 2 a.m. about you, miss us, and all you don't get to tell me. I said, girl, shoot, I'm about to call somebody else and tell them, like, girl, it ain't your place to call me no more, shoot. But, what in the world? Oh, Faith Alternative, okay. I might have heard of them. I would have to hear some of their stuff. I don't know. I've heard of a lot of people. So, as I said, I'm a musician. Listen to all types of music. But, whew. Yeah, they gotta necessarily be gospel. Like I said, I'm just listening to gospel, like your mama, granny music type stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I listen to all types of, all types of alternative. They call it alternative, or like ambient. I make a lot of ambient music too. You know what I'm saying? I just do a little bit of everything because I'm a musician, so that's what I do. Oh, you don't get to call me up cause you're drunk. 2 a.m. You missed us and all you don't get to answer. I'm saying all these days, it ain't your place. Oh man, I feel like I need a massage too. I ain't gonna lie, man. Oh, I've been so tense. Like that's really what I want to do tomorrow. I just want to go to the mall. There's actually a massage parlor around here somewhere, man. Like, I want to have them like do the hot stones. You know how they put like the little hot stones on your back or something? Like I need some real detoxing, man. Like being stressed all the time and just, I don't know. But I want it to be from a woman. I don't want no dude touching me, man. I don't want to get satisfaction from a dude. I ain't P. Diddy, man. I don't like that stuff. I feel like some dudes get in that profession so they can touch people. They be low-key freaks. And they don't want the women. They want the dudes now. They be like, oops, towel fell. I'm like, man, don't touch my butt, boy. That's why I be telling, like I said, I used to have to go to the mall and get massages from them. And I be letting them know, I was like, yeah, I said, if your hands go any lower than the number 25 vertebrae of my spine, cause I'm turning around and pulling your fingers off. So I don't care who you are, bro. You ain't gonna touch me. That's why I said one time I was getting a massage at the mall. I think I went with an old girl, I think. And so I carry my concealed weapon with me all the time, you know what I'm saying? And so I went to the mall and I was getting a massage and they pressed down your back. And usually they fix your shirt. And so my shirt was stuck to my concealed weapon, so he was kind of like trying to fix it. He's like, oh. He said, that's the funniest sound. He's like, oh. I said, yeah, that's right. Oh, I said, you touch my button, I'm gonna have to use this weapon, cuz you better think wisely where you putting the fingers now. I said, brother, if you love yourself, you won't touch places you shouldn't go at. Like, I don't play that. I don't play that stuff. So I ain't trying to scare you, but be very wise what you do next. Very wise what you do next. You know, they be like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch you. They're like, yes, you did. You a freak. That's how y'all women better be. Like, boy, you better request a woman to touch you. I request women, man. Like I said, That was a small lady. I didn't think that she was that good at doing what she was doing. But she was real good, man. Like, she really gets like in there. She was just like, she was real small, real small. She was in the elbow grease and all that. I was just like, man, I need that, bro. Like, I need something like that. Feel good. That's why I said, I'm like, anything I do that has to do with touching, like I said, I want a woman doctor. Like, I want a female doctor. I don't want no dudes coming in and touching me, checking me out. Like, I know it's your job, but I'm like, I don't like it. I'm like, nah, man. We are not the Diddy squad over here. We don't do stuff like that. You ain't checking me out. Give me a woman. I'll take an old woman, man, if I take a man as a doctor. I just don't want, I don't want no man around me, bro. That's weird. They get too happy, man, wanting to check you out. That was the weirdest thing. I don't know if they still do this now, because like I said, I haven't been to the doctor in a minute, you know. But they used to do this thing when we was young. Some of y'all dudes might know what I'm talking about. You gotta be a dude. Maybe they do it to women too, but usually dudes, it was the weirdest thing. So they check, I don't know what it's called, but it's like, basically what they do, I forget the name of the test, but what they do is they gotta check you for, I don't know, it's like a basic checkup. I don't know what you call it. But it was the weirdest thing. So basically what they had to do, they had to take the stethoscope or whatever that little thing is they wear in their ears. And they gotta do it to your nuts, bro. That is so weird. They literally like, you gotta cough while they do it. I don't know what they got to do with nothing. I don't know what that is. But it's just something that they have to do. Like, I got that done when I was a kid. Like, me and Joe got that done as a kid. And I was like, I don't know the name of it, but it's just it's what you have to do. It's called a something. Like, I think all boys have to get it. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, it's just like you gotta like, I think they trying to see like how healthy you are, like if there's something wrong or something stupid. But yeah, you pretty much have to do that. I was just like, bro, why is this? First off, this thing is cold, man. I was like, you couldn't warm it up? I was like, bro, this thing is cold. You're getting lightheaded because you got to cough all the time. They keep telling you to cough, you know what I'm saying? So you got to do that. So I was like, because at first I was young, I was like, bro, my heart is up here. Why? My heart is not in my nuts, cuz. Like, why you got the stethoscope to my nut, cuz? Like, what is this? Like, that's what they have to do. I don't know the name of it. Look it up. It's actually a real practice. They have to do that. So I remember Daddy used to throw jokes. He used to throw jokes when we come home. He said, "What's up, son?" I said, "Not much." He said, "Yeah." He said, "You had to get your nuts tested." He be laughing. That's why the Daddy said, Daddy was a savage, man. He be playing too much. I was like, yeah, okay, funny. I just thought it was the weirdest thing. I was like, what is this for? But it's just, so when I was young, it was an older doctor. He was like a family doctor that would always do it. And then we ended up going to this one in Indiana. So it was an old white woman. And so she already had kids. She had kids all over the place. And so, I don't know, I was just like, you ain't no better. I said, bro, that was fine doctor was walking past. I said, now, fine doctor, I would be okay with this. A good looking woman, I said, I'll be okay with this. You wouldn't have to tell me. She was like coughing like girl. Like, I was been coughing before I came up here. Like, girl, I don't care nothing about that. I don't care nothing about this. I said, why can't we get the fine doctors, man? We'll get the fine patients. You know what I'm saying? Like, get the fine people that come over here messing with me. I always get the warthogs and the Zaboom foods and stuff. Like, ugh. I'm like, man, why can't I deal with y'all? Nah, the other dude, he was, I think he was like mixed or something. The woman, she was a white doctor, though. But I see some of these doctors now, I'm just like, man, where was y'all at when I needed urgent care? Like, bruh. That's why I said I fell on one in the hospital when I was in the hospital. Fine, light skin, beautiful. Bro, she was beautiful. Beautiful light skin, bro. Like I said, Steve little light skin, beautiful. And she was so nice. Like, bro, she was so nice. And I told her, you know what I hit everybody with? You look familiar. I say that line every time, bro. That's the go-to line. That's how you get the conversation going. But she really did look familiar, though. Like, I felt like I'd met her before. Like, she looked familiar. But, of course, I'm like, I don't know you, nigga. I'm just trying to talk conversation so I can talk to you. I'm trying to get them digits. So I told her, I said, yeah, you look familiar, man. You know what I'm saying? You look... And so I was like, I think I know you from somewhere, you know, and then y'all start thinking and talking. So like I said, I rolled my sleeves up in the hospital because I didn't want, because they give you these oversized gowns. I hate that stuff. I hate one thing about me, I think it's an insecurity issue with me. I don't like anything that covers my arms like past my bicep. It just makes me feel small. It makes me feel like you in the early 2000s or the 90s when they wore those oversized dumb shirts. I hate that stuff. And so I was like, yeah, I rolled my sleeves up because I'm like, I ain't no punk, man. Even though I'm in this hospital bed, I said, I ain't no punk, man. I'm strong, looking good because I was juicing at that time. I was pretty big, you know. And so I was trying to look all manly. And so she was just laughing. I was making her laugh. We talking. And so she's like, okay, I got to change your bandage now. And I was like, wait, which one? She was like, the one in the back. I was like, oh, no. I had to lay sideways like I'm some old retirement home patient. I was like, bro, that made me feel bad. And I was like, I said, Steve, you can't mac on them, and then now they got to change you. Like, that's what it felt like. I was getting changed. I was like, bro, it was so embarrassing, man. I was like, dang, bro, like, I can't ask for the digits after this because now she's going to be like, bro, I had to change you. Like, like, cuz, I had to change your bandage. It was on my backside. I was like, dang, bro, like, that just, dang, man, it made me look bad. And so I'm just like, how can it get any worse than this? And I said, when they wheel you out the hospital, when you get out the hospital discharged, they got to wheel you out on a wheelchair. So that same girl was the one that had to wheelchair me out to the car. I said, bro, this is just not my moment. I said, this is just not my moment right now. I said, now I really can't ask for the digits because now she's wheeling me out here. Like now I'm getting wheeled out to the lobby. I'm just like, bro, that looks bad, bro. Like, it made me feel bad. I was like, dang, bro, I feel like I suck at everything. Like, shoot. And I was like, yeah, you can't ask for the digits now. Like, I don't think she wants somebody she has to take care of. She has to take care of. I was like, dang, bro, you supposed to be providing for her. Like, you can't have one provide for you. That just don't look right. That just does not look right. But yeah. Stevie loves him a fine nurse. Fine nurse. Shout out to my nurses in the field, man. All my EMT workers, man. Like, y'all the true heroes of society, man. Real talk. Real talk. Society wouldn't function without y'all, man. Y'all have to do a lot. So shout out to you if you're in the medical field or the emergency field or whatever. Shout out to y'all, man. Like first responders, staff, all that, man. Like y'all always top of my list when it comes to heroes of society. Y'all gotta be, because you gotta know a lot of stuff, man. You gotta know how to do a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? And double shout out to you if you're fine. If you're a fine nurse. I couldn't, man. I'd be like one of those Dr. ER soap opera shows. Like, I'm like, well, hello, nurse. I was saying, I don't think I ever finished my story. I was saying earlier how we was talking to the men's conference about like how when a man first understands what a woman is. So I'd be curious to know like how do women understand what a man is like at that time, like when y'all know y'all attracted to men and stuff. Because he was telling like his first time, like he was a boy, he started realizing. I said, bro, I was a boy and realized that too. I was just like, it's crazy how that happens. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I didn't know nothing about women. I didn't know nothing about how stuff works, the biology and reproductive and all. I didn't know nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? But it was something about me. I was just like, I knew it was something about a woman that I liked. You know what I'm saying? Cause like, I remember being a kid and I was curious, because you know a kid is curious. And so I was a little boy, but I was curious. I remember I had a third grade teacher, man. Her name was Mrs. Pate. I remember that. Okay, this is like 03, man. This is I was in third grade. And so she I think she was a Texan. She looked like she had like this cowboy look. She always wore like the boots and the jeans and like the tight shirts or whatever. And so Miss Pate, she was I can't remember everything that went in the class, but I remember she would wear like these. She kind of like wear these V-necks or whatever. And so Miss Pate was kind of thick, like for a teacher. And so I remember that like I was a kid at the time, so I didn't know what nothing was. I didn't know what anything was, how stuff worked. But I remember I would see like she had like, I was like, what are those? I was a kid. I was like, what is that? Like what are those? And she always would wear like these, I think it was like more like V-neck types or whatever. And so she would always like bend down a lot of stuff. And again, I was a kid. I didn't know what stuff was. I was just like, how do women have those? I was like, why don't the rest of the girls in the class got those? I was like, I didn't know what that was. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I was introduced to manhood. And I said, oh, thank you. Now I know what it's like. Like I said, because now you don't know now. Little buddy likes Bobby. You know what I'm saying? You gotta make sure your son, your son likes women. But I said as a kid, I didn't know what that was. It's just new. Son told me like, that's nice. I like that. Like that's cool. And I just thought, oh, that's just like I mean, it's natural. That's a man thing. You know what I'm saying? Like I thought it was just like, oh well, it's interesting. But I'm like, it's interesting because it's the natural order of stuff. That's how stuff goes. But I didn't know what sex was. I didn't know what reproductive was. I didn't know any of that. You know what I'm saying? I just knew. I said, well, that's what babies use. Actually, I don't think I even knew at the time. Like babies use that to get breastfed or whatever. But I think I was old enough to know that. But it was interesting though. It was really interesting. And that was kind of how I got introduced to it. I was just like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Because I remember when I was young, I was like, I would see like we would go to the store. I remember we would go to Walmart all the time, and so Mama and Stisha might be shopping for clothes, and a woman's out, they got the bras. You know what I'm saying? Like you see the bras, and then they might have the pictures of the woman on the bra on it. And so I remember just being a kid, I always just be like looking and touching. Mom, she was like, what? Turn your head, turn your head, stop looking at these bras. Mama stopped me from some sweet stuff. I was like, bro, she was like, turn your head, don't be looking at that. And I was like, what is a? I was like, what is that? I didn't know what that was. I was like, because again, I knew men wore like stuff like this. I would see daddy wear stuff like this. But of course, we know men don't wear bras. So I was like, I said, what is it? Is that like the women's equivalent of this? And so, of course, I was a kid. I didn't care what was in the bra. I just looked at the bra. I was trying to figure out what that was. And so mom, she was like, well, turn your head. Don't be looking at that. And then when I got older, I was like, well, what's in the bra? Like, what is that? You know what I'm saying? And so I was just like, again, nobody had to tell me. They didn't have to have no talk. Didn't no man had to come and I didn't have to watch no video, no sex ed, no nothing. It was just like, it came naturally, I knew. So weird how that happened. I knew what I wanted to do. And it was weird because I remember saying that when I was young. I said, well, when I get married with my wife, it's the something I want to do. Didn't know that's even how stuff worked. I didn't know that's how stuff actually worked. But that's literally how it worked. That's literally how stuff happened. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, man, like, everybody just ends up figuring out, man. You just know. You know what I'm saying? And so I remember I was like, because you so dumb when you're young. You speak before you think. And so I was like, oh, man, people. I said, I ain't going to have sex till I get married. And I said, oh, people are so stupid that have sex before marriage. I was like 12 years old saying this. I was an idiot. I was like, oh, man, I would never have that temptation. I remember saying that. I said, man, I'd never do that. Do you understand that was the dumbest thing I said? I feel like the motivation was there. But I said, you don't know that because I wasn't mature at that time. 12 years old, you're immature. And then you get older and you start to realize you just like, stuff starts to happen, stuff starts to change. Girls are not just little girls no more. Like I said, they grow up into young women. And that's why I said you growing up to a young man, so y'all start to see each other in like a new light. Now, I still seen us as teenagers. I still feel like we was kids, like we were still young, you know what I'm saying? But you can't say like you didn't realize like, you know, she's growing up, you know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, you would see, and then, like I said, we was always around women. So, you know what I'm saying? You would see women that had stuff. You was just like, what is that? Like, you curious as a kid. You like, what is that? You know what I'm saying? And so then, like I said, you know, I started getting a little older, a little bolder, you know what I'm saying? And all throughout my teenage years, like I said, of course, being raised by my mom and daddy, there definitely ain't none of that in their house. Mom and daddy did not play that. Like, so they made it to where you wasn't around no girl like that. Like, you was around girl, but you wasn't like alone with them or nothing like that. And so, like I said, I remember one girl, we went to our church long time ago when I was a kid. It was like 12 or so. I was about the same age, 12 or so. And me and her wanted to like date. So we was like, oh, I like you know what I'm saying? And keep in mind, like I said, she was like a year older than me. But she was already like I said, she was pretty much like a woman. Like, bro, she literally looked like a woman. And she was only like 13. And I was like, bro, this looked like an actual woman here. And so I remember again, I didn't know much about that stuff. I didn't know what stuff was, you know. But I remember we used to like kind of like chase each other and then like hug each other. And then like one day I was like, oh, I want to kiss you, you know what I'm saying? I told her, I want to kiss you. This is right outside of Wednesday service. I remember that. Wednesday service outside of church when we was in the West End, man, worst spot in the world. But I walked outside and I told her, I said, yeah. I was like, hey. I said, can I kiss you? She said, why? I said, I don't know, I just want to. Like, I want to. So I remember she looked around. She looked around, we both looked around. And right when we was about to go into it, my homie walked outside. He opened the church door and this is after the service. He walked outside and just interrupted. Like, just interrupted what we had, you know what I'm saying? And so she was just like, she walked the other way because she didn't want to look suspicious. And I was kind of acting like I was chilling because I didn't want to look suspicious. You know what I'm saying? I remember Tristan, if you watching, bro, you did that. Like, he walked out and just ruined the whole mood. And so I think a couple of days after that, we was gonna try to do it again. And then mama, you know, mama is the worst when she finds stuff out. So mama found out, and you know, mama's loud when she talks. I see you over there. She said, I'm gonna tell your daddy. And she was like, Steve, he out here messing with girls. He out here chasing girls and all that. You know, mama just made it worse. She made it worse than what it sounded. And I remember that was that same building that we owned at the time where we had commercial daycare, which is across the street from the church. So it was right there. And so daddy took me in the back. He said, come here, man. He said, come here, dude. he said, hey, man. He said, you messing with girls? Bow! Just smacked me. He said, boy, what I tell you I messing with girls? He was like, chest out. He's like, douche. What I tell you I messing with girls? Bow! He's just like, smack you. He said, hey, boy. He's like, boy, bow! Leave these girls alone. You hear me? And then he had told me, I think, because, you know, daddy would square you up and then he'll talk to you. And then he had told me, he said, now look, son. He said, look, son, I'm glad you're not gay. He said, but leave little girls alone. I said, you know, you could have just started off with saying that first instead of just, you know, the beating that came with it. I was like, you could have just said that. Because I was like, I told myself, well, Daddy, what's wrong with me gay? I like girls. He said, look, son, I'm glad you ain't gay. He said, but you ain't old enough to be messing with girls. He said, you need to do your schoolwork. He said, because dudes and girls start messing with each other, stuff happen. He was like, do your work. He said, make school your girlfriend. make your books and your grades your girlfriend. And so I remember, like, mama she always made it worse than what it was. Like, mama cool down, but back then, oh my God, man, she always does the most, you know? And so they had, and so like I said, I was still a kid at that time. I didn't really know much about it. And like I said, in my teenage years, like I said, mom and daddy always stopped us from they stopped us from doing a lot of that. Because, again, we was young. Like, we didn't know what we was doing. And so we was always around them. So, again, I got homeschooled all my high school years because I was a terrible child, like, in school. And I was about to go down that route. And Daddy was like, he said, I can't lose my son, man. He said, so we going to have to do what we got to do. And throughout my high school years, I started getting intelligent. I started growing up and developing, you know what I'm saying? And I didn't really think much about it. I told you. Around that time, all the teenagers was doing that and having sex with each other. I was out here working out. I was working at the church. I was working out. So I was killing a lot of that feeling I was having. You know what I'm saying? Like, because everybody gets that feeling. Just like, man, you know, like, you want some? And I was just like, nah. I said, I ain't like it, man. It's like I said, I mean, we was in church all the time. So I was just like, I just worked out. Whatever I was feeling, I just worked out every day. That's why I'm buff now, because I spent time working out. Like, I got fit. I was out there playing basketball. I was more determined on just doing what I like doing. I didn't even care about that stuff. You know? And like I said, I was like, oh, yeah, I got this. I said, yeah, man, this ain't no problem. Because again, I was a teenager. I was like, I don't look at teenage girls that way. It just looks, we still kids. Like, we still kids, bro. Like, young, you know? And then it was something about, like I said, after you hit 18 or 20 or 19 or something, it's just like, I don't know. Because again, I was taught, because again, I told y'all, my theory was that if you mess up, because this is what I was thinking. I said, if you mess up, I believe if you messed up, God was not going to send you a beautiful woman. You're not going to have the desires of your heart. You're going to be cursed the rest of your life, and you're going to get married to somebody that goes to Destiny Ministries. I said, bro, I'm going to be stuck. I said, bro, you're going to be stuck with somebody that go to this church. And I said, you're going to have to qualify for a hood rat. That's what I thought. I said, if you make one mistake, God's going to punish you for it. You don't get the right to ask him for nothing pure because you didn't wait and you ain't pure yourself. And so I was always scared to mess up because I was like, well, God, I want an intelligent woman. And at that time, like I said, I was on my little rant with, I thought the intelligent woman was the white girls. So I said, God, I said, Lord, send me a nice, beautiful white woman. I remember saying, I said, Lord, send me a nice, beautiful white woman. I said, I'm going to work hard and I'm going to be so good now. And I'm about, nigga, I was tap dancing, didn't know I was tap dancing. But I was like, but I said, really, I didn't really care about the color. I was just like, whatever she is, I said, just send me somebody that's intelligent. Because at that time, I was looking for, like, really beautiful, intelligent black women, you know what I'm saying? But where I come from in Louisville, it's very hard to find them because nobody there is intelligent. Everybody's dumb. So, but I was kind of like, just don't let it be from Louisville because we are related. So I would hate to be dating like my cousin and don't know she my cousin, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I was like, you know, I said, I'm like, if you mess up, God's not gonna bless you. He's not gonna send you nothing good. So I was terrified. I was terrified to do the wrong thing. So I was keeping myself in check. Like I said, I would pray, I would do all type of stuff. And I was told, because I mean, again, I was told by women that they was like, these dudes just want one thing, and dudes are just horny all the time, and they just want to mess with everything and bang everything. And I was like, well, I certainly don't want to be that type of dude. I didn't know how the game worked because I was new to this. I was like, I don't want to be like that. I want to be different. And then I put myself out there. And when I started doing that, the women were the ones who were like that. Everything they deflected on the men, they were the ones that was doing it. I was like, but y'all said the dudes were doing this. That's crazy. And so they was just like, I started seeing how they was. They asking you, are you a freak? And this, you totally innocent. You like, you don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. And they be like, yeah. They was like, how you get down and you like this stuff? And I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, but y'all told me dudes did this. I was trying to be a presentable guy because I said, they said men always did this and I didn't want to do it. And I said, then I realized the women were the ones that did this stuff. Like, it's always a backwards thing. They was the ones that was doing it. And like I said, and I realized I was just like, because of all of that timing, you know what I'm saying? I was just like, again, I was thinking something else, but it was really going the other way. And like I said, I had my moments, like I said, where I wanted to stand strong and I wanted to, because I really wanted to wait to marriage. I was like, no, I really want to wait to marriage, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and like I said, I wasn't the best influence. I wasn't the best. And I had my days where I wasn't the greatest person, you know what I'm saying? And when I started kind of talking around and getting in the game, like I said, I wasn't the best. And so that's why I said, I used to think mom and daddy would just talk because they said stuff like, they just was talking because that's that old church talk and that's just old people saying stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just, they trying to stop your fun. But I realized why a lot of times they said some of the things they said, you know what I'm saying? And they was like, hey, you know, like, wait till marriage. Like, don't just be messing with everybody, you know what I'm saying? Don't be forming ties with people because you don't know that. You know, you young and you stupid. And they was like, you think it's fun until you really get into it. And then you get into that stuff and you start to realize you just like, now I know what they mean because some of these girls can't shut up. And they crazy and they don't stop crying all the time. And they just crying about everything. It's like, you know what I'm saying? They get in their feels and everybody's upset and they dramatic. And it's just like, then you do stupid stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, you start realizing why people were saying that. Because it's just like, bro, people get mental. Like, thank God I didn't really get mental off of it, but some people really got mental off of that. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I said I was like, I understand what they were saying. And so, of course, as we got older, Daddy stopped. Because at first he tried to control us all the time. He was like, he realized he couldn't do it. So he was just like, look, he said, look, I know y'all growing up. He said, I know y'all partially grown. Y'all growing up. Y'all doing y'all thing. And he had to talk with us. He said, look, he said, now I can't stop what y'all do. He said, y'all grown, y'all gonna have to do what y'all feel is necessary. If y'all feel like that's what y'all want to do, he said, you grown, you gonna have to figure out. He said, y'all growing up, so I'm gonna start letting y'all make your own decisions. He said, but I do tell y'all one thing. He said, don't bring it around me and your mama. And he said, don't bring it in my house. He said, don't do it at all. He said, but if y'all end up doing something, he said, do not bring it in my house. Don't bring it around me and your mama. Be respectful. And we was like, okay. Like, it wasn't like we was out there doing that crazy, but we wasn't always the best. And so I wasn't even going to bring that stuff around mom and daddy anyways. I was like, I don't want them knowing who I'm talking to or what I got going on. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, whatever I did out there. Never brought it in at home or around them. You know what I'm saying? And I started to realize, I was like, that's why. Like, people are just insufferable, man. They just, you know what I'm saying? Like, you realize why I wanted to wait to marriage. You know what I'm saying? I didn't, but I wish I would have. Well, yeah. Because I'm just like, then you start to see, like, it's the people you mess with. It's like, people weird. You know what I'm saying? Because, again, I was like, well, I'm going to get married young because I was trying to get married young. You know what I'm saying? And then I was like, stop trying to rush everything. Like, you don't got to rush nothing. You know what I'm saying? Take your time. And then I started realizing when I seen how people really act, like I said, sometimes, like I said, men ain't easy, but women ain't easy either. And I'm like, when I seen how they act like it, I'm just like, bro, I do not want to deal with y'all. Like, I've been dealing with my family my whole life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never really had time to myself. I was in a relationship at that time. And so, you know what I'm saying? Then daddy died shortly after that, you know what I'm saying? And so I was just like, I was dealing with so much and I never really had me time. And I said that time into myself, being broken up and being single was definitely me time. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was telling the people yesterday, I was like, bro, I don't care about no relationships like that. Like, I've been doing good by myself. I said, bro, all my 20s, that's all I did. Like, bro, all my 20s, I literally was talking around. All I did was talk and play around and joke around and goof off and mess around. I was like, I didn't really care about much because, again, I didn't really know nothing. And I was like, everybody's kind of dumb when they in their 20s. I said, now that you're 30, you just like, I mean, again, you still young. You on good timing. But I'm just like, I wish I knew the stuff I know now and back then because I would have been further. So the last thing I'm thinking about, like I said, a woman is the last thing on my list. I don't care about that stuff like I used to no more. I don't care about that stuff really at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing something that I've never done. I told you, I want to make my first $1,000,000. I do not care about no woman right now. I don't care about no love. I don't care about no sex. I don't care about none of that junk. I care about what I want now. You know what I'm saying? And that's more important to me than some relationship or some potential whatever. Like, it's nice to be around somebody. It's nice to hold a woman, but I'm like, I don't care about that stuff right now. I don't. I really don't. You know, it's not really attractive to me. You know what I'm saying? I enjoy going to bed alone by myself. I enjoy with my snacks and my YouTube. I enjoy the bills being paid and me resting and relaxing. I don't care about no girl. I don't care about a text back or a call. I don't care because you ain't coming over. You don't like me. I just don't care no more. Like, I personally get rid of people for free on my own time. I just don't care no more. Like, I'm so serious about life and what I want now. Because I'm just like, I understand why a lot of people were saying, like, just wait. Like, do stuff properly. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be out here messing with everybody. Because I'm like, that's what happens. It's not necessarily you are crazy or something wrong, but something wrong with them. And that's why I said, that's why I notice why all of them be crying. Everybody, you ain't even touch them. And some people just be weird. They already just emotional and they just crying and they just cry babies all the time. I just can't stand that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Then you gotta deal with them because they can't get off their first nigga that took their virginity. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the most annoying things is dealing with a woman, man, that can't get over their ex-boyfriend. I said, like, that's just, I don't like dealing with that. I don't care about your problems. Like, your tears are invalid to me. Like, everybody got to pick up their own cross and die to themselves. If you ain't did that since 2013, then I don't think you need to really be talking to me. Like, I don't find that attractive. That is so stupid. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said, like, you know, as I said, you know, when you young, you don't know nothing about sex or reproductive. You don't know about that. Again, you a kid. You know what I'm saying? And then, of course, like I said, mom and daddy never had a talk with us. Daddy was trying to one time, and I thank God he got stopped. Like, mom and then walked in, and I ain't have to hear it no more. I was like, because I didn't want to hear that. I was like, I don't want to talk to my parents about that because that was cringy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't see him as a friend at that time. He was a dictator, like a punisher. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was the man. You know, it was like, I can't have a conversation with the man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just weird, you know? But yeah, that's why I said as me and he got older, you know, and, you know, he knew I was trying to talk around and stuff. He was just like, and that was right when that 2016 Charlottesville riot was going on with the, you know what I'm saying, with these Proud Boys and skinheads and whatever. And so he had told me, he said, son, I ain't trying to tell you what to do. He said, but I would prefer you probably get somebody that's a little darker. You know what I'm saying? I like Mexican or something. He was like, because at the time I was talking to my ex, she was Mexican. That's before we was together. And again, this is about a year before daddy had died. You know what I'm saying? So we was kind of talking, whatever. And so he was like, and he was like, son, I ain't trying to tell you what to do. He said, look, you can do whatever you want to if that's what you want. He said, but I'm just trying to tell you that a lot of these white people are angry. He said, I just don't want you getting wrapped up in that mess. And I was like, I don't even care about that. Like, I'm not talking to nobody white, you know? But he was just trying to make sure, you know, you got the best for you. You know what I'm saying? He didn't really care, you know. And so that's what I told my ex, like, because my ex was about to meet him. She was about to meet mama and daddy, you know what I'm saying, around that time. Like, the week coming up, like, that daddy had died, I was going to introduce her, because she never got to meet him. So I was going to introduce her to daddy and mama, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, that Friday, daddy died, you know, she never got a chance to introduce her, you know what I'm saying? So that did suck, you know what I'm saying? But daddy met my brother's wife, you know what I'm saying? Like, they actually, she came to our church a couple of times and they met and, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. So she got a chance to meet him and know him, you know? But yeah, that's why I was saying, like, you know, and then like I said, after daddy died, you know, I was still trying to find myself and figure some stuff out. And like I said, I wanted to marry my ex, you know what I'm saying? I was like, because again, that was my thing. We was, you know, I was like, I want this woman, you know what I'm saying? Like, she was the one for me. And maybe she was the one for me at the time, but just over time, I'm glad it played out the way it did, because then it showed me, I was just like, she would have been, it's not just her, we both would have just not been good for each other, you know what I'm saying? And so that's why I was just like, you know, I got up off of it and, you know, I was trying to weigh my options, and I was like, bro, I'm not going to rush the marriage. I don't care about that stuff right now. I don't care about that stuff at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I said, take time to live your life. My whole life, I've always been all up on my family. And then, like I said, I was in a toxic relationship after that, after daddy died, and I never really got time to myself. And I said, once that breakup was official, or we was always on and off, I just took time to myself. And that felt good. I'm like, I don't care about any of this stuff. I just want to relax, man. I just want to just come and enjoy life. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm talking about building businesses and organizations and all type of stuff. Because I'm like, I don't care about no woman. I don't care about no stupid stuff like that. Like, bro, I care about this. I care about bettering the future, man. My life, me getting on YouTube, telling y'all this, came from a place of sacrifice where I stopped relationships. I stopped talking around. I stopped talking to people. That's all possible because I had to sacrifice that in my life. And it was a necessary sacrifice. I didn't realize how much you can get done when you ain't got a woman in your ear. And I'm not blaming women saying that they to blame, but I'm like, sometimes they can just distract you and they can take you off with, because I'm a very passionate guy. And I'm like, I don't want people throwing me off. Because like I said, some days women are iffy. They like you, then they don't like you. I don't got time for you switching up. I don't care about you that much. I really don't. And I said, I get called nonchalant because I'm just not going to chase you. Like, I just don't have time for that. As I said, the business that I do loves me. God loves me. He never gives me a problem. That's all I care about. I said, you know what? If I ain't good to you, God's good to me. I don't care about you. Like, I don't need you. I don't need your say-so or your sex or nothing. Keep your boobs, all that. I don't care about that, man. I care about what God gonna do for me. A woman just don't do it no more. They just don't. Sorry, but that was back in my 20s, man. That don't do it for me no more. Like I said, waking up at 5 a.m. to catch a flight to go where I want to go to, that does it for me. I don't care about you. And that's not derogatory or whatever, but it's just like, I just don't have time for that. Again, I'm just too old for this stuff now. You know what I'm saying? I'm 31 years old. I know what I want in life. And right now, that's just not a woman. Eventually, like I said, you put yourself out there. Like, I still want it, but I'm just like, I don't think about that all day. Like, I'm not daydreaming about, like, me and you having a great time and a great fellowship and relationship and all this old stupid gooey stuff. Like, I don't, like, come on, man. We've been doing that since our 20s, we 30s. Let's do better. You know what I'm saying? So, that's why I said I started really dealing with my life, man, and figuring out some things about me. And I'm so happy, man, that, like I said, God showed me that, you know what I'm saying? Because once I stopped getting women in my ear, I can finally hear him talk. I can finally see him work, and I didn't have to sit right here feeling like I was losing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was just getting the same stuff, man. It was the same thing. You get with a woman, y'all cool, you lose them. You get with a woman, y'all cool, you lose them. You get with a woman, y'all cool, you lose them. You get with a woman, y'all cool, you lose them. It's the same stupid stuff. And I was just like, what did you get from all of that? Nothing. People come, they take, they come, they take. And I'm not saying they don't give, but the payout is not as good as you think. And that's why I said it's a necessary journey I had to go on. God had me on this journey because I had to see that. Because I thought when I came to San, like I said, I was talking to this white girl at the time, and I was like, because she was the best person, I was really like the best connection we ever really had. You know what I'm saying? We was very deep with each other, And so I'm just like, it really did hurt a lot, man, when we didn't work. It was very, very upsetting for both of us, man. Like I said, she was bawling her eyes out. She's the person that don't even cry, you know what I'm saying? And she had told me, she said, bro, I didn't even cry when my pawpaw died, you know what I'm saying? She was like, I'm crying over this. That's how you know it's deep, you know what I'm saying? And so, like I said, I was upset. I shed a couple of tears over it, too. I was very hurt over it because I'm just like, I really like this person. I'm just like, dang, like, I like you. I don't want to lose you, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I understand it's necessary. Like, people are in your life for a season. Some people gonna love you for a season, and then some people just, they love you for life. And I don't know, man. That's why I said, that's what I've been I tried to figure out why stuff happens like it, but I'm just like, you know what, man? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to stress that. You know what I mean? And I'm like, you know what? I'm happy and I'm content with just being to myself, man. There's nothing wrong with staying to yourself. Take time to love you. So, Steve, I'm old. I'm about to listen to Water Walk and get some rest. I got to get up at 4 a.m. Central. Why are you still up, man? That's crazy. Good night. Take care. Be safe, sir. Catch you. Okay, I'm going to catch you. Yeah, I'll catch you. I'm about to get up off here, too, in a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I'll just listen to Water Walker. But I'll just be out here talking, man. It's just the blueprint of my life. Y'all still love listening, so. But, yeah, that's why I just be talking, man. Just definitely experiencing, not deja vu with it, but just, I think about it sometimes, and I'm just like, I know it was all for a reason. Like, it was all for a reason going through what I was going through with these relationships and failures and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? So that feels good to, you know what I'm saying, be in a place where I don't feel like that no more. And I had to cut that out for a minute, you know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, y'all, it's late. I'm about to get up off of here, man. I'm tired. Like, I still could sleep again. I'm about to sleep again, man, and just rest and relax. Thank y'all for being part of this, man, and allowing me to share my testimonies and my stories. You know, I'm definitely gonna sleep good. We got a live stream in the morning with the piano stuff, and another live stream later doing these beats. So, yeah, y'all tune into that, man. And like I said, just hopefully I was able to inspire some of y'all, man, and this hit the nail right on the head, you know. But hopefully y'all taking away from what I'm telling y'all, because this is my life, man, my story, my testimony, all of that, you know. So, well, thank y'all for being here, man. I love y'all. Y'all take it easy. Y'all sleep good, because Lord knows I'm finna sleep great. I'm gonna catch y'all. Holler at y'all later, all right? Peace.